What if Rimuru began again guided by Ciel? It's been 12 years since the Great Tenma War ended. The cardinal world is at peace ever since and there is no any major conflict. The face of the world has been fully restored after the catastrophic damage resulted by the war. In a country known as the most developed, the most diverse, and the strongest country in the entire world. Called Jura Tempest Federation, or shortly, Tempest, live inside it so many races of humans, demi-humans, and monsters. There is no any racial problem caused by the local citizens. For these last 12 years according to the record of the Supreme Court of Jura Tempest Federation. Those problems would usually be caused by outsiders, but they'd immediately be put in trial and will be given lessons. So those who are clever won't ever dare to do it. On a room in a luxurious building in the northernmost part of Rimuru City, the capital city of this country, sits a lone girl with silvery blue hair and a pair of golden eyes, facing a pile of white sheets on the table in front of her. Her face is so beautiful like a goddess that every beautiful girl who sees this girl might be ashamed of herself. But unfortunately, her beautiful face should be tarnished by her extremely tensed expression. She looks so tired as if she wants to die already. This girl isn't actually a girl. Girl, is actually neither a girl nor a boy. It's just her appearance that really looks like a girl. But, because she always thinks of herself as a man, let's just call her as him from now on. Who is he? He's the ruler of monsters, the strongest being, one of the 8-star demon lords, the Octagram, the one hailed as the savior of the world in the Great Tenma War, and the one who is bestowed the title, Chaos Creator, by the world itself, Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest. Let's just call him Rimuru.10. In front of him is a very powerful existence. Rimuru is known as the strongest being, he one who has fought with so many extremely powerful foes, yet even he's so powerless in front of this existence. He's never able to get rid of or at least avoid this existence, and in the end, he does what it wants him to do. Rimuru's perspective: why do I have to do this damn paperwork again and again every day? Couldn't I have a free time? Geez, there's a pile of papers in front of me containing some reports, suggestions, etc. from the citizens and executives. It's really tiring me, but what can I do anyway? If I don't do it, a problem will befall upon me. A certain pink-haired girl I'll throw her seemingly sweet yet deadly smile to me. So, I don't have a choice but doing it. Ciel, could you please do these papers for me? I say in my mind with an imaginary cute tone. I'm sorry, master. It's your responsibility as a king. Another voice comes from inside of my mind. It's Ciel, my partner. She doesn't have any material body. Her will and ego reside inside my soul, so technically we're one soul. But we still have separate wills and egos, thus we can't be considered as the same person. Just this once, okay? No, please, I lengthen and raise my tone at the loss. T-syllable to escalate the cuteness of it, in a hope that she'll listen. No, it has nothing to do with me and will never have, she says coldly. Just as I thought, no point arguing with her. Sigh, I let out a long sigh. Okay, I understand. I'm doing it. I continue doing those papers with a disappointed face. I'll just have to finish these things quickly, then go to my lovely Japanese-style house to relieve my fatigue. Not physical fatigue obviously, but mental fatigue. I finish those papers as fast as possible. After some time that I don't remember how long it is myself, I've finally finished all of the papers. I go out of the room, going out of this town hall straight to my house which is located just behind it. I enter my bedroom which is located near the garden, open the door and windows. And just throw myself on the tatami while changing into my slime form. I roll my body all over the tatami like a child. I stop rolling then take a deep breath. I listen to the sounds come from the nature. From the animals outside the house, and from a Japanese bamboo fountain on the garden. The fragrant scent of various kinds of flowers at the garden also enters, occupying the air inside my room. All of those create a very peaceful atmosphere surrounding me. Ah, it's so peaceful here. But it won't stay like this for a long time. There'll always that goddamn thing waiting for me every next day. Imagining that this will always be my daily routine for my entire eternal life, really freaks me out. I might go insane for real someday. Suddenly, a thought flashes in my mind. Come to think of it, it's nearly the time for Oben, isn't it? A festival which is said to be the time for celebrating the comeback of departed spirits. Departed spirits, ah, Shizu-san. My almost relieved mood now is shattered because of that thought. Whenever I start to think of Shizu-san, my mood is always shattered. Shizu-san is the most influential person in my life. There are so many times when Izu-san indirectly helped me along my journey, even if she already deceased. I also gained this human form for the first time, by inheriting her will and burying her inside myself. Because of that, I'll usually be thinking, why couldn't I save you? Why did I let you die? Why was I such a weakling at that time? And so many other negative thoughts. Ciel, who seemingly feels the change in me, suddenly speaks up. What happens? Master. Nothing. I'm silent. Is it because of that kind of thought again? I keep silent. I don't want my partner to be worried too much about my personal problems. Sigh, Master. I know and understand you well after all these years. You're always like this whenever you think about your late friend, especially her. We've been together for more than 12 years. In those times, we got to know and understand each other deeply. Just as I understand Ciel more than anyone, so does Ciel. Yeah, you're right. Then, why don't we use our power to resurrect her? To make her come back to life, just like what Master did to your friends at the time you ascended as a new true demon lord. I'd say no. She disliked this world. I doubt she'll be happy being forced to come back to life after her supposedly peaceful eternal rest anyway. But, if Master doesn't do anything, that regret will always haunt you for eternity. I can't stand seeing my master in deep grief and going insane. Right, if I don't do anything, this will surely haunt me for the entirety of my eternal life. But how? There's a silence while I'm thinking for a minute. Then, how about we go to the past and save her? I think it would be nice. But what if we mess up the timeline and end up destroying the current timeline and creating a whole new one? Yes. Indeed, I have the power to warp to the past, teleportation. Now, don't get it wrong. It's not really a teleportation, people generally know. It's an ability to transcend the time and space to reach the location you desire. But what if we mess up, destroying every single one of our hard works in this world? Don't worry, Master. We'll go to the past, but not exactly the past of this world. But the past of the parallel dimension of this world. In other words, basically, we'll create an exact copy of this world, then we warp to the past of that copy. I'm the successor of Star King Dragon Veldanova, the creator. I now have power to do such things. I'm getting interested now. I'm thinking for a few minutes for any chances and possibilities about what to do and what to expect. We'll restart our journey from the very beginning. This way, not only can I save Shizu-san, but we can also save all people who have relationships with our subordinates and friends. In the past, some of them lost their loved ones due to some tragic circumstances. One of them even had his father killed by my hands in front of his own eyes. I want to fix all of that. I want to make an even bigger, stronger, and happier Tempest. And most of all, you also want to get rid of those papers, don't you, Master? Foo. Yes, that. She's genius as always. She always considers everything into her calculation. From my hopes to my current condition, to create a perfect plan. However, but we can't just do that, right? I mean, the executives would be possibly angry at me, especially Shuna, if I suddenly just disappear. And there are Veldora and Milam. If they sense us, they'll follow us and cause ruckus, and we'll end up keeping eyes on them instead of doing what we want. In that case, we can leave a multiple parallel existence as a substitute for Master. How can I forget that? Yeah, of course, multiple parallel existence will be the answer. It's not a cheap copy like clone. It's like an exact copy of the user, aka me. It even has the same personality and power as the original me. Ah, Ciel really is my partner. That's a great idea, Ciel. Then, shall we go now, Master? Ciel always fulfills my wish ever since she was just a simple, unique skill, great sage while I can't return anything to her. Remembering all past events, whenever she answered my questions, tried to fulfill my wish as hard as she could, and helped me controlling all my power, it makes me question myself. Ciel always fulfills my wish, to make her master, to make me happy. But, what can I do for her to make her happy? I don't have anything to give. I dive deep into my memories, swimming through every single moment between us that I can remember. Maybe she can. Master. Ciel's voice interrupts my thought, getting me snapped back to the reality. Ah, sorry. I got lost in thought. What did you say? Shall we go now, Master? I would like to, but I trail at the end. But she seems to be interested. Will you agree to fulfill my wish after we arrive at that world? What is it, Master? I'm not telling you now. Just answer, will you agree? I'll tell what it is after we arrive. It's not about that thing, right, Master? Oi, I haven't even thought of any slightest bit of that yet, and you've jumped into that conclusion already. I wear a surprised expression. Of course, no, geez, don't jump into conclusion too quickly. There's a silence for a few seconds. Yes, Master, I'll agree with it, she continues. Operation, creating a parallel dimension and starting teleportation to the time when Master first reincarnated, while also leaving a multiple parallel existence. Start operation, yes, no, yes, commencing operation, creating a multiple parallel existence as a substitute for Master successful. Gaining every single information of this world since the beginning until the end of time and space successful. Creating a parallel dimension of this world successful. Starting teleportation to the said dimension and warping to the past. Thus, I begin my long report regarding our process transferring to the parallel dimension. Successful. Report. Master has arrived to the parallel dimension of our world. The view around us now isn't a view of a luxurious room with a table and a pile of papers anymore. Now, it changes into a view of a dark cave with so many glittering stones spreading all over the cave. This place is where my master first reincarnated in. It's the cave where Veldora is sealed in. Which is why this cave is also known as the Sealed Cave. In the original timeline, before Master arrived at this place, Voice of the World bestowed me, who was still unique skill Great Sage or Wise One, to Master, whose soul was still in the middle of transferring across worlds and dimensions. It was unknown how Master's soul could keep itself intact in the middle of transferring. When someone died, her soul would break into thousands of pieces, then reincarnate to various worlds. Transferring across worlds and dimensions took a really huge toll on one's soul, since it meant that the said soul would be exposed to a monstrous amount of energy. One could lose the majority of his memories, or even become a completely different person when reincarnate. But to have his soul fully intact, not even a tiny loss in his ego, it was really insane if you think about it. His soul needed around 90 days to establish itself to his new slime body. I used those times to perfect the voice aspects I had usurped from Voice of the World, so I could have a proper response function for Master. It was unknown how I was able to do that. Maybe, just maybe, he was so lonely at that time. He wanted a friend to accompany him in his new life. Great Sage, which sensed this, felt an obligation to fulfill its master's will, leading to it doing whatever it could do to realize it. Wait, this isn't the time to feel nostalgic and contemplate the past. Master has a request for me to fulfill. Master has arrived to this place. What is Master's request? I ask Master, who is observing the surrounding this whole time as though reminiscing the past like what I just did before. By the way, about that request, I don't know why Master felt a need to keep it a secret at first. Then made sure that I'd agree to it without me knowing anything. I always dedicate myself to fulfill his wish, of course. But if it's about that sort of thing, then I'll make sure that he'll regret playing secret with me. Master isn't a type of a master who'll impose orders to the others. He can even be terrified by his own subordinates. By exploiting that side of him, it puts me in an even greater advantage over him. Especially when arguing. I'm supposed to be Master's loyal servant, but why are my thoughts all about defeating him in an argument? Anyway, I think it's not about that. He sounded so shocked when I warned him before we went here. So, it showed that he hadn't even thought about it and that I was only worried too much. Ciel, can you? There was a long pause at the end of his sentence. It's unusual for him to stutter like this. Yes, I asked confusedly. Can you accompany me? I tilt my imaginary head, confused. What does he mean? Aren't I always accompanying him? What do you mean, Master? I always accompany you. No, not like that. I mean accompany me here in person. My mind freezes for a good number of seconds when I hear the last words. I can't process or think of anything. Ciel, what's wrong? He says, making me go back to the reality. I get back to my mind and start contemplating what Master said before. Stir wants me to accompany him in person. In person, like right at his side. A surge of happiness overwhelms my entire existence. This feeling is just like that day when Master let me know had he completely put his trust on me as his partner despite my miscalculation and imperfectness, and bestowed me this beautiful name, Ciel. Do you not want to? It's okay if you don't want to, this is just my selfish request. he suddenly says. There's a slight saddened tone on it. And no, it's not like that, Master. I'll gladly fulfill your request, I cheerfully say. Thank you, says Master in weak voice. But there's a relieved feeling on it. I immediately invoke a multiple parallel existence on his right side, then I take a full control over it. My sight now changes. Because I used to be always inside Master. I could only see what Master currently saw. But this time is different. Since I've taken a full control over this multiple parallel existence, its eyes become my new source of sight. I can even freely move and feel my surroundings with my own body, a feeling that I never felt before. When my eyes meet with Master's eyes, I can't help but raise the corners of my lips, revealing my first, real, smile. He, who sees this, responds by smiling too. His smile is so sweet and beautiful. This is the first time I see Master's face directly like this. Somehow, I can feel a little bit of heat on my cheeks. I don't know why. Once again, thank you so much for fulfilling my selfish request, Ciel. I'm really happy and grateful for having a partner like you. Now, Master talks with his mouth. Not with direct thought communication anymore. Words which are very similar to what he uttered in the first days of me serving as great sage. Remembering it, then hearing Master saying it again to me as Mana's, Ciel, makes me feel warmth inside my chest. I unconsciously widen my smile. I'm grateful, too, to have Master Rimuru as my master. I'll happily accompany you at your side in our new journey, I say. There's a silence for a few seconds. You can use our full power, right, Ciel? He asks, breaking the silence. Yes, Master. Since this body is a multiple parallel existence, it's not a problem at all. Then, let's meet our very first friend and free him, shall we? He grabs my left hand with his right hand. I'm a little bit surprised of this. But I can regain my composure immediately. Yes, Master, as you wish. Rimuru's perspective. Ciel, can you? I don't know why I stutter out of nowhere. The thought of being together with my partner, whom I consider as a girl, somehow makes me feel nervous. Yes, she asks with a confused tone. Can you accompany me? What do you mean, Master? I always accompany you. No, Ciel, you get it wrong. Not accompany me like that. I mean, no, not like that. I mean accompany me here in person. I still can't erase my nervousness. There's an awkward silence for a good number of seconds. Ciel, what's wrong? I ask worriedly. She's still being silent, not responding at all. Do you not want to? It's okay if you don't want to, this is just my selfish request. But her next reaction is quite unexpected. And no, it's not like that, Master. I'll gladly fulfill your request, she says cheerfully. I'm so surprised, but I'm so happy. Thank you, I whisper. After Ciel agrees to fulfill it, suddenly there is a multiple parallel existence invoked in my right side. After a few seconds, the golden eyes of that copy of myself slowly change their color to gleaming red. Yup, Ciel has taken a control over it and fully possessed it. Oh, by the way, if you're ever wondering what outfits we currently use, we use our post-True Dragon outfits. I use the black one and she uses the white one. She observes her body and surroundings. She seems a little bit startled, maybe because this is the first time she actually gets to know how the real world really feels like. My eyes meet with her eyes. She raises the corners of his lips, revealing his first, real, smile painted gorgeously on her beautiful face. I can feel something warm from my chest, running all over my body, then reach my face. I can't help but also smile. Once again, thank you so much for fulfilling my selfish request, Ciel. I'm really happy and grateful for having a partner like you. I thanked her once again. I'm grateful, too, to have Master Rimuru as my master. I'll happily accompany you at your side in our new journey. Another unexpected thing. I never think she would ever say something like that. This is the first time I hear her uttering those words. It seems, she's started to show me her real feelings little by little, without her even realizing it. Now, you can use our full power, right, Ciel? I ask her after a few seconds. Yes, Master. Since this body is a multiple parallel existence, it's not a problem at all. Ciel and I share the same soul despite having different wills and egos. It means, she has a full access to every single one of my skills. Enhanced clone indeed can be used. Ciel will be still powerful. That being said, enhanced clone is just a slightly upgraded version of clone after all. Thus, Ciel won't be able to utilize the full potential of our power. And for Ciel, it will be a major downgrade. Multiple parallel existence allows us to create an exact copy of myself. The said copy will have the same power as the original me, allowing it to use our true power without any serious problem. That's why I used multiple parallel existence. Then, let's meet our very first friend and free him, shall we? I grab her left hand with my right hand. She seems to be a little bit surprised. Yes, master. As you wish, she answers. As we get closer to Veldora, I try to talk to her, making sure of several things. So, Ciel, what happens to my past soul? I adjusted the time we warped into, so our transfer to this world would happen at the same time as when your past soul was in the middle of transferring, causing it to react, and now it has completely merged with your current soul. Did anyone in our old world sense our operation? There's no need to worry, master. I've made sure that no one in our old world can sense our operation. Thank you, Ciel. Good job as always, I compliment her. I actually don't need to ask the last question, because I know she'll always do everything thoroughly according to my wish. It's just for a small talk before we meet Veldora. I can see a lake not far from us. We should be able to meet Veldora soon. Walking Eel. Seeing the lake really makes me recall the first days of my second life in the original world. I overdramatically thought to myself that I was gonna die for sure when I was sinking to that lake. Just a few seconds later, I realized that I didn't feel suffocated at all, then further realized that I wasn't even breathing to begin with. It really is a silly memory, but that was what actually happened. Chuckle. I unconsciously chuckle. What happens, master? Why do you suddenly chuckle on your own? Asks Ciel while tilting her head. Chuckle. I'm just reminiscing my silly past. After we've walked for quite some time. Master, it seems we've already arrived. Veldora might already sense us. Yeah, you're right, I've been ready. Are you ready, Ciel, to set the first milestone for our new journey? Of course, master, I've been ready from the very start. We both inhale deeply before finally walk into a vast space where Veldora is sealed. Ciel's perspective. Oh ho, visitors, It's quite rare to see any of TH's elder brother. No, of course not. Humans. Majin. No, monsters. Greetings, Storm Dragon Veldora. It's a pleasure to meet you, greets Master, ignoring Veldora's shocked expression as if nothing happens. Oh, how rude of me not to introduce myself first. He puts his right palm up in front of his chest. My name is Rimuru Tempest the Slime. He then points his right hand at me. And this is Ciel, my partner. Slimes, I know you're not simple slimes. So, what's your purpose of coming here? He asks. Our purpose? We just want to meet you, Veldora. Kuaha. Aha, so you admire me so much that you want to personally meet me. Great. No, of course we don't, I say out of nowhere with an annoyed tone. Veldora seems to be a little bit upset hearing my reaction. Maybe this is the first time in this parallel dimension of course, hears someone rejecting his words so boldly and casually. I mean, Master continues my words, you've been trapped here for a very long time, right? For having been isolated from the outside world and being lonely for 300 years. How awful is that chuckle? No, I'm feeling not lonely. He turns his face away with a slight blush on his scaled cheeks. Sigh, this Tsunere dragon doesn't change at all even in this parallel dimension. Now, Veldora, don't you want to get out from this annoying prison? How come Veldora the Storm Dragon, one of only 4 true dragons in the entire world, the ones who are supposed to be the strongest beings, can't break free from or inflict even a scratch to it? Says Master with a playful tone. It's very easy for you to say so. This isn't a simple prison, you see. This is called unlimited imprisonment. It seals even my skills along with me, so I can't use them. It can't be damaged by physical attack. Either. I keep losing more and more magicule over time. This is awful, truly awful indeed. Then, how about us helping you to break free from this prison, Veldora? Master finally states our true purpose. Oh, so you too can break this prison. He leans his head towards us, with eyes like those of a puppy. That's simple for us, but only if you agree to some certain conditions, says Master. What are those conditions, if I may ask? You better agree to them. If else, just stay still inside that prison till your upcoming death. It's very easy. You become my friend, then you control that aura of yours. Sounds very easy, right? Master states the conditions Veldora needs to agree with. What? I, this mighty and feared storm dragon, become a friend with lowly Shlee. If you don't want to, then no problem. Farewell, Master cuts Veldora's sentence in a deadpan tone. He turns around then starts walking without a care. Come on, Ciel, let's go out of this cave. Yes, Master, I say while turning my body around. I turn my head, casting a piercing gaze at Veldora, then turn my head back. I start to walk, following Master behind. Wait. I was just joking. Kuahahaha okay, I'll become your friends. Great. Master stops his steps. Then, it's decided. As a symbol for our friendship, he turns around. You can adopt my surname, Tempest, which means storm. You're the storm dragon, so it suits you very well, right? Kuahahaha. Very suitable indeed. Then from today onwards, I shall be known as Veldora Tempest, the storm dragon. Ciel, calls Master, break the prison. Quote, as you wish. I turn around then walk towards Veldora. I put my palm up, touching the transparent barrier of the prison. I start the process of decomposing He prison using all the information we've got from our old world. Not until a second later, the prison has been broken down. Master invokes a enhanced clone in front of us. Veldora, use this as your material body. Very well. Veldora disperses his current material body, changing into his spiritual form. He moves his spiritual body into Master's enhanced clone. After a few seconds, the body of that enhanced clone starts to change. Its muscles start to grow, its skin begins to change color into tan, and its hair begins to change color into yellow. He opens his now golden-colored eyes. Kuahahaha I, Storm Dragon Veldora, finally have been freed from this prison. My biggest thanks for both of you, Rimuru and Ciel, my sworn friends. He doesn't shout that iconic line this time. But I guess it's just because he hasn't read any manga yet as for now. Yeah, Master pays no mind to Veldora's bragging. Now, you just need to control your aura. First, you must get into my imaginary space. What is this imaginary space thing? He asks curiously. Basically, it's our personal subspace. Oh, so you can also do that sort of thing. Kuahahaha neat. Of course, I can, says Master proudly. You'll train inside it until you're able to control your aura completely. Don't worry, one of my enhanced clone will be there to assist. You can do it, right? Kuahahaha that's easy. Suddenly, I get some ideas. Master, I say, would you let me to be the one assisting Veldora instead? Why is that? He tilts his head. I believe, with me assisting him, the training will be a lot faster. I state my reason while smiling. Well, I guess so, he replies while lowered his head a little bit, squinting his eyes, smiling. Then, you're in charge of assisting Veldora until he can control his aura. I'll leave it to you, my partner. With pleasure. I take Veldora along with me to our imaginary space and begin the training. Rimuru's perspective. I'll train Veldora inside imaginary space. Why does it have to be an imaginary space? If I train him here, there will be a huge aura fluctuation. This will make people instead think that Veldora has managed to run, not disappeared. Master, would you let me to be the one assisting Veldora instead? Ciel offers. Why does Ciel offer that out of sudden? I tilt my head in confusion. Why is that? I believe, with me assisting him, the training will be a lot faster, she states while smiling. Yes, she does smile, but actually, I can see there is no smile in her eyes. I immediately know what it means. That kind of smile shows me that Ciel really means it. Veldora's training will definitely be much faster with Ciel. Ciel will train him with the most effective way, and with utmost discipline. And by utmost discipline, I mean Ciel won't tolerate any playful acts which will slow down the training. Knowing Veldora's nature, it would be a little bit tough for me to handle. But for Ciel, there surely is no problem. She always knows how to handle various situations. That said, by the time Ciel offered to assist Veldora instead of me, the new problem now befell upon him. Ciel and Veldora immediately disappear from my sight, leaving me all alone. I sincerely hope you can endure the upcoming hell waiting for you there, oh Veldora my sworn friend. I fold my hand in front of my chest while closing my eyes. Anyway, I guess I have to at least search for the exit gate of this cave, while waiting for them to finish the training. I begin to walk, searching for the way out. I loosen the restraint on my aura, releasing a small fraction of it, to scare away any monsters who try to get closer. I just don't want to waste my time handling them directly. I know I can always communicate with Ciel anytime. But even though Ciel has accompanied me in person for only a relatively very short time, but not having Ciel at my side again, somehow, I feel so lonely. This is so different from what I feel when my other friends aren't around. What exactly is this? Why do I feel this way? I don't understand. Does Ciel feel the same way as me? I don't know. Maybe, someday in the future, I will figure out all of it, not only by myself, but also with her, together. The news of Veldora's disappearance has spread throughout the world like a storm. All are but shocked and confused. 300 years of penance has done nothing to affect the dragon's rank as a catastrophe-level threat. Even if he disappeared, it doesn't mean that he can't reborn anywhere and anytime. He's a true dragon, after all. And so, every nation, big or small, starts to hold its own emergency meeting. Some bigger alliances like the Western Holy Church or the Western nations will hold a grand conference, discussing what it should do regarding this matter. Rimuru's perspective. Around a day and a half has passed, yet it feels like an eternity for me. There's no one I can talk to. Furthermore, with no Ciel accompanying me, I feel so bored and lonely. I'm sure I look like those people who lose all their hopes in life right now. Master, calls Ciel suddenly through our integrated mind. Yes, I lift my slightly lowered head. She finally contacts me. It means that the training has been finished. Yes, Ciel, I answer, asking back to ensure myself about what she wants to tell. I believe that the training is already enough. I've deemed Veldora to be able to fully control his aura. Then, let's get back here. As you wish. Suddenly, a man and someone with an identical body as me, except that her eyes are gleaming red, appear in front of me out of nowhere. Ciel wears her expressionless face, while Veldora. Oh, man, look at Veldora. His face has told me everything. Veldora looks so tired as if he could faint at any time. She must have been quite rough with him. But well, roughness is the only way to get him working effectively and quickly without playing around. So, I guess it's fine. Yo, Veldora, how's it going? I greet him. No good, he replies, breathing out strongly. It's as if she really likes to torture me, just like my sisters. It's your own fault, retorts Ciel annoyedly. WHO told you to play around when it's a serious matter. Well, I say, at least now you can control your aura, right? See, because you've finished the training, I shall give you a special reward. Special reward. His mood brightens up, completely erasing his tired expression. Yes, I take a volume of one of Veldora's favorite manga in the original dimension. Take this. He takes. It then observes it thoroughly with squinted eyes. What are these papers even useful for? It's called manga. Just open and try to read it. You may be hooked by it soon. He opens and begins to read it with a doubted face. He leans his head towards the pictures painted on the first page of the first chapter with an expression that says, "What the heck is this?" He then pulls his head back. He rolls his eyes from left to right multiple times, then he opens the next pages. As he goes through the pages one by one, his doubted face slowly changes into an excited face. Don't forget that. The manga has been translated into the language used there, which is written from left to right, top to bottom, not top to bottom, right to left like Japanese. Kuahahaha, this is exciting. There are a lot of interesting things. It's as though the wisdom from the entire world is collected and wrapped within this manga thing. This is a holy scripture, he exclaims. He's outrightly absorbed into the manga, calling it a holy scripture. Right, I told you, I say. Good job as always, Ciel. I get closer to Ciel with a relieved expression. Thank you. It is my obligation to fulfill my master's wish. She puts his right palm up in front of her chest while bowing slightly. Well, there'll be many things waiting for us from now on. Let's move on to our next business, shall we? Yes, master. I grab Ciel's hand and Veldora's arm. Link our coordinate to the exit gate, then invokes space-time manipulation. Veldora is holding the manga with his both hands, still busy reading it. View around us now changes into a view of the outside world in front of our eyes. It's late morning. We can hear the sounds of birds chirping and breeze flowing through the leaves. Now, why did I know? Used space-time manipulation from the very start and instead just walk inside the cave, you ask? I didn't want my entire plan to shatter because I met the goblins too fast. There is another reason, but I'm not telling you. So, here I am. I turn myself towards Veldora. Veldora, I call, gaining his attention. He's still busy reading the manga. From now on, we'll have so many businesses to deal with. You don't mind following us, no? Yeah, I don't mind, he replies with a seemingly unconcerned tone. You two lead the way. His eyes are still focusing on the manga. Don't cause a ruckus and never reveal your real identity unless we ask you to do so, okay? Ciel affirms, casting a cold gaze to Veldora. This time, Veldora takes a peek by slightly lowering his manga which is covering his entire face. He immediately covers his face again after his eyes meet her eyes for a fraction of a second. Yes, ma'am, he answers obediently. Oh, wow, what have you actually done, Ciel? I don't expect him to be fearing you this much, laugh internally. Good, says Ciel smugly. I turn myself back, facing the outside. I walk towards Ciel's left side then hold his left hand. Let's get started. I put a little bit more restraint on my True Dragon's Hockey so the goblins won't be too affected by it. Ciel and I walk out side by side, with Veldora following behind us. As we take our first step to the outside, we're greeted by the gentle sunshine. Combined by the sounds of nature, it creates an impression that this forest is a peaceful place. Which is absolutely not in reality. T.S. forest is called the Great Forest of Jura. This forest has been marked as a neutral zone for a very long time. This forest is what prevents the direct confrontation between the nations to the east and nations to the west. Not only is the terrain extremely dangerous, this forest is also where many high-ranked monsters live in. The most notable one, of course, would be Veldora, which is a catastrophe-level threat. I'm sure that all nations, especially those that are surrounding the forest, are already in turmoil since the moment Veldora was taken into imaginary space. But it's not my concern right now. Ciel, how's the condition around the forest? I ask through our integrated mind. I don't want this Veldora to know what we're going to talk about. Just like our original past, the monsters inside the forest have been more active. The dire wolves in particular have started to attack the goblins. When will they attack again? I believe it'll be tonight. I've spotted some dire wolves on standby at a radius of hundreds of meters. However, because we've got out from the cave far quicker than Master's original past, the number of fallen goblins is currently far lower. That being said, the named goblin warrior who was the first, Rimuru, was already killed in a battle that happened yesterday's evening. I see. So, there's no hope on saving even though we've come out a lot faster. Basically, yes, there's no hope. She means that there's no hope to save him with a normal resurrection, because his soul has dispersed completely. Of course, I can resurrect him with my power as the successor of Veldanava, but she knows I won't do that. That warrior must have gone through a very hard life as the guardian warrior of the goblins. At the very least, we shall let him rest peacefully in his eternal slumber. Not that I expect everything to be what I wish it to be. I mean, think about this. In my original past, I ate Veldora 90 days after reincarnating in this world. Then came out of the cave a month and a few days later. Here, meanwhile, I came out of the cave only 3 days, including the time taken for me and Ciel chatting while walking towards Veldora's exact location, after my supposed reincarnation. So, it's a matter of course if the chain of events would be slightly, or even far different. Several minutes later, yes, catch a glimpse of a group of monsters approaching us far in distance. I've made sure that the said group was a group of goblins using my multi-dimensional perception. On my own, okay. I don't want to always rely on Ciel. At the very least, I must be able to solve simple problems myself. We keep walking until we cross path with them. As we get closer, they look more and more scared that they're trembling in their place, frozen. Some of them even have dropped their weapons. Here they are. The goblins are small in size, crude, and so dirty. Their equipment is so plain. The majority of it has been quite damaged. You can tell that they only picked up and used the thrown-away armors and weapons they found. Seeing them who supposedly be my citizens in a condition like this, makes me feel a little bit sad. Oh, and by the way, I can see some new, unfamiliar faces here since the number of fallen goblins is still low as Ciel said. Even though I've put an almost complete restraint on my True Dragon's Hockey. But I guess it's still far denser than my aura back then. Their apparent leader who is wearing a red bandana on his head opens his mouth. Strong ones, do you have a business around here? Veldora takes a step forward. You have quite good eyes. For I'm the saint. Veldora's sentence was cut because of Ciel. Tisk, this old man. Not until an hour ago he was told to not cause any ruckus. but now was already going to make one. Seriously, this lizard is giving me a headache. Fortunately, Ciel has done a good job shutting his mouth. She stares at Veldora very sharply, casting a death stare at him. Even I, who only take a peek at Ciel's face, am terrified by it. Sorry, Veldora backs away immediately with a lowered head and terrified face. Not really, I answer the goblin. We just happened to pass by. Do you need something? I understand. Our village is ahead. We sensed an extraordinarily strong monster nearby, so we came to patrol. You seem to have quite a trouble, I see. Does anything happen to you? I ask, hoping that they'll state their plead right away. While I'm talking with the leader. Wait, so, the strong ones, he refers to Rimuru, but not me. What's wrong with his eyes? He mutters. Ciel, who seems to also hear that, has her face changing into an annoyed expression. She puts her right hand on her forehead, taking a sigh. You're currently suppressing your aura. What was the training I gave you for? She raises her tone a little bit. Moreover, you're using that human form of yours, so of course they wouldn't recognize you as a damn overgrown dragon anymore. Cold, so cold, what a choice of words. Since when did Ciel learn that? See Ciel, don't you think your words are too cold? Veldora dares himself to speak up. However, her next words are, I don't care. What I do care is that you won't cause any trouble for my master. Understand? Yes, ma'am, answers Veldora, like a kid who confesses his wrongdoings in front of his parents. As expected from Ciel, she only needs a stare as terrifying as possible and a little bit of raised tone, and Veldora will obediently answer, yes, ma'am. Let's get back to my talk with the leader of the group, shall we? After our god disappeared 2 nights ago, the monsters around the forest have been more active and continuously harassing us as of late. He explains the summary of their current condition. So, I sort of demand him to get to the point. We have no power to fight them. He puts both his knees and hands on the ground, lowering his head, followed by every goblin behind him. We humbly seek help from the mighty of you. Quote, I still find it uncomfortable to see people doing dogeza at me even though I'm the successor of the creator. Fine, we'll help you, I say. This sure is shocking them. Do you really not mind? Strong ones. His face is like that of someone who finally finds a glimmer of hope. We really don't mind, do we, Ciel? I turn my face to her. Yes, we don't mind to help all of you. She reassures the goblins. See, I turn my attention back to the group's leader. Lead us to your village. Am much obliged. Then, please come this way. He leads us to their village. As we're nearing to the village, we can see some bloodstains on the ground. The majority of them are still wet. They look like they've been there for only a day. It means that a battle had happened, and not more than a day or 2 days ago. After we've arrived, lied before us is yet another depressing scenery. This is how they in the original world, I mean once used to be, a group of weak, scraggly, dingy, and impoverished goblins. I'm not even sure that their houses can be called houses. We're guided to the biggest shack. It was the shack for their chief to live in, so it was supposed to be the most structurally sound among the other shacks. Yet, look at that. The thatched roof is pitted and rotting away in some areas. The walls are nothing but pieces of nailed flat wood. The walls give an impression like they're ready to collapse at any time. We are asked to wait for a little bit. A few moments later, 2 goblins enter the shack. I am sorry to keep you waiting for so long, honored guests, says one of them. He's a very old, frail-looking goblin, accompanied by the group's leader earlier. Don't worry about that. I smile warmly. We haven't been waiting for that long. I deeply apologize that we cannot give you more hospitality. But this is all what we can offer, the old goblin says. He brings out some cups with something resembling tea in it. I am the elder of this village. I don't know how that drink exactly tastes like since back then in my original past. I once drank it but I didn't have any sense of taste at that time. If I remember correctly though, this doesn't have any poison in it. Just a plain tea-like drink. I'm still Japanese at the heart. Because they've tried to play nice with us, I'll drink it for the sake of politeness. I take a sip of it. It tastes bitter and acrid just like your normal tea but without any sugar. This is still far better, though, compared to that of a certain purple-haired girl. Strong ones, I believe that my son here has explained our situation. Is it true that you are willing to help us? This time, it's the elder who takes initiative to get to the point. Yes, that's true, I say. We try to fight them but we lack power in number. He puts his both hands on the ground, lowering his head. In a fight that happened yesterday's evening with the direwolves, our warrior bestowed with a name, Rimuru, who served as our guardian, was killed. He risked his life to retrieve information about the direwolves for us. He turns his face to his son beside him. That warrior was my son, and his elder brother. He tells us his story with a tone that sounds like he's going to cry. Even some people who are currently peeking from the curtain of the entrance door have their eyes being watery. So, we hope that you would be willing to help us. The elder's son adds, I understand, I say. But elder, tell me one thing. Why yes. He raises his head in response. What will we get in return for helping you? Is there anything you can give me? He lowers his head until it touches the ground, followed by his son. We shall swear our eternal loyalty to you, strong ones. Please grant us your protection. This looks so familiar. I can't take my mind off that thought. No matter how I look at it, it will always remind me of my junior Tensura when he desperately asked me for help. All right, your plea is granted. I will give you my protection. I declare, marking the start of our new history. Rimuru's perspective. All right, your plea is granted. I will give you my protection, I declare. Now, stop calling us strong ones. My name is Rimuru. This girl here is my partner, Ciel, and this man is Veldora. Veldora. The elder is shocked, so is his son. Veldora meanwhile is wearing a smug, proud face right now. He's about to open his mouth. But Ciel gives him a signal to shut up. I think this isn't the right time for it yet. I'll explain it later. But for now, we have a much more important problem to deal with. Are there any injured? If yes, take me to where they are. I change the topic. We're guided to where the injured are supposed to be treated. We've done the best we could to heal them, says the elder with a sad tone. But it's futile. Not a problem. I take a full potion from my pocket, which is actually a gate to imaginary space. I walk towards one of them, squat, then give him the potion to drink. A second later, all of his injuries have gone completely without a trace, as if it's never been inflicted in the first place. They are healed. The witnesses are all surprised by this. Ciel, you give them the potions, too, I order as I walk to another one. Yes, master. She also starts to give the potions to the injured. Meanwhile, Veldora is only watching over there. But let's just ignore him for now. All people injured have been healed completely. In short, all of their reaction when being healed are the same, surprised. Why, you're magnificent, Rimuru-sama, Ciel-sama. The elder is doing Dageza again, followed by all witnesses. Now, the only thing left now, is to be prepared for a battle, or even battles, that could happen at any time. My multi-dimensional perception detects some direwolves hiding in a radius of less than 30 meters. They are hiding in bushes, assumedly watching this village from afar. According to my estimation, though, tonight won't be full moon yet. It should happen at least 2 days later. Well, then, I quietly cast barriers on all goblins and let loose a tiny bit of my true dragon's haki. I make it very weak, so it can only reach a radius of a few hundreds of meters. I've gathered all goblins who can fight. All right, first of all, I believe you've all understood our current condition, no? Yes, sir. The elder's son, who acts as the goblins' leader, has his right hand trying to imitate a saluting-like gesture. For a battle to decide whether we live or not, we're prepared. Or so he said. However, there I can see. Some goblins behind him have their legs shaking. Their minds might be thinking of something about being ready to die or what, but their bodies are definitely not. I can't blame them, though. They can be said as one of the weakest races in this world. On top of that, they're going to fight against a race far superior than them. It must have put a lot of pressure on them. Especially him. He just lost his elder brother a day ago. He may try to hide it by wearing a strong-looking face, but just by looking into his eyes, I know there must be a lingering sadness left. Good. Don't get all worked up and keep it chill. Then, my first order, build and fortify the defense fence. As you command, sir. I have them disassemble their houses and use the wood and other materials to build the fence. Order some goblins who are quite proficient in bow to go on scout duty. I warn them to not wander too far, since you never know when you're about to be attacked. 2 days has passed. The goblins collect the leftover material, pile it up in the center of the village, then set it on fire. The night falls upon us. The full moon shines radiantly in the clear dark sky. I give a final touch to the buoy. LT fence with my sticky steel thread using universal thread. I'll handle them myself, I declare without turning my head as I walk to the front of the fence, accompanied by Ciel at my side. How about Veldora? Well, you know he has become a full-blown otaku. He isn't interested in Direwolf's thing at all. He should be currently sitting in front of bonfire reading his manga right now. Please nothing doing, Rimuru-sama. We could never allow you to shoulder such a heavy burden, says the elder's son. At this point, you can't protect yourself yet. For those who are under my protection, every single individual shall be fully protected, until they can protect themselves on their own. But, Rimuru-sama, are you refuting what I said? I release a tiny bit of my aura, enough to make all goblins have their spine shivering. You understood. Third person's perspective. Direwolves are the rulers of the plains to the east. Each one of them is equivalent to a C-rank monster. They're enough to give endless problems for the merchants who pass between the Eastern Empire and the kingdoms around the Great Forest of Jura. An adventurer who doesn't pay attention may find her legs bitten off by one of them. The Alpha opens his eyes. It's a night of full moon, perfect indeed it is for a battle. Tonight, they'll attack the Goblin village, making it their first foothold in the Great Forest of Jura. Slowly but surely, they'll also hunt the monsters around the area, expanding their territory until they rule the woods. Soon after that, they'll turn their eyes to the south, invading it. They have the power to do it. Their claws can tear any monster's flesh, their fangs can pierce any armors. Awoo! The Alpha howls, giving a signal to his pack. The dire wolves have readied themselves. The carnage will begin. However, there's one thing that concerns the Alpha's mind. The scout group he sent around 2 days ago told him a perplexing news. At the Goblin village, there was a human who let out a very strange, dense mystical aura. Their Alpha's aura was even nowhere near that aura according to their report. He shrugged it off because it was too preposterous to believe. He hadn't detected anything of such. There was even no indication of resistance to their advance having appeared up to this point. They followed the trail of blood resulted by a battle on the previous day to guide them. Lied before them is the village. It is situated exactly as the scout group said it was. It is so surprisingly quiet, as if there's no sign of life. There's only a light of bonfire at the center of the village. Hiding won't help you, the Alpha thought. No matter where you hide, our noses will find you. This isn't his first battle. He is cunning and never lets his guard down. But he has to admit, there is a very strange thing about this village. It is that this Goblin village has a defense fence just like human village. But that's not all. Stop it where you're at, direwolves. War. NS one of 2 people standing in front of the fence. I warn you to fall back at once, or feel my strength. He feels insulted. Impertinent bastard. Do you intend to take us all on your own? What a foolish way of thinking. I should have expected it from mere stupid humans. Know your place, human. He shouts. A weakling like you has no right to order us. The other person beside that person has her expression changing into an angry expression. But he grabs her hand immediately. He looks at her, shaking his head, giving her a signal to not do anything reckless. Attack and destroy them. The Alpha orders his pack. The front line of direwolves immediately charges quickly towards those 2 people. The Alpha lets out a cynical smile. However, that smile immediately shatters. The charging direwoe elves stop a few meters in front of those people. They're lying down on the ground, completely immobilized. It is him, leader, one of those direwolves reports to him through thought communication. He's the one whose mystical aura even surpasses yours as we said. When he looks at his surroundings, much to his surprise, all direwolves but him are now crouching down in fear. The atmosphere somehow feels extremely tensed. HOI, what are you doing? Attack and destroy them, he shouts angrily. My father, his son says through thought communication that human emits such an incredible aura. It makes us unable to move. Please run away from him and survive. However, at this point, the Alpha's mind can't think clearly anymore. His pride as the Alpha has devoured him. All in his mind is to destroy this human who dares to stand in his way, causing him to ignore his son's warning completely. A mystical aura that surpasses mine. That weak human. Ridiculous. Fine, if you can't do that, then I'll do it myself. The Alpha charges towards those 2 people with an incredible speed. That person closes his eyes and sighs. He never thought that the Alpha would be this blockhead. Without even an opening move, he's already appeared in front of the Alpha. The Alpha, who's surprised by this, tries to jump backward but he can't keep his balance. Catching him off guard, that person immediately kicks him, sending him flying to the air. That person launches himself towards the Alpha. When he passes the Alpha, he immediately turns his body mid-air and releases another very powerful kick to the LPHA that it sends a fairly strong breeze to all directions. The Alpha hits the ground so hard, accompanied by a very loud sound of the ground being crushed. When the dust cleared, a huge crater has been created. With the Alpha lying helpless right at the bottom of it. He thought he was going to die for sure the moment he was slammed to the ground. But he doesn't. He feels an extremely intense pain spreading throughout his body. He has so many broken bones. He can't move his body even in the slightest bit. In my years of life, he thinks, in my experience of being involved in so many battles, not even once have I ever been overpowered and humiliated this much. Meanwhile that person gracefully descends from the air with his wings spread, landing on the ground behind the crater. He folds his wings, pulling it in, then begins to emit even more of his aura. I will grant you my final warning, surrender to me or being massacred. He shouts with a very fierce, menacing tone. The dire wolves tremble, frozen in their place. They all but understand that this person is just beyond their comprehension. Just as my scout said, this person indeed has a very incredible aura. But I never took it seriously and treated it as merely a joke. I let my pride to swallow me. And I even ignored the warning of my own son earlier. The Alpha begins to regret all of his actions. Now because of that, I almost put the future of direwolves in risk. We're nothing but pests in front of this person. I'm so powerless. He's the powerful one. He forces himself to stand up, but he can't. We deeply apologize for the trouble we have caused for you. He manages to get himself up but he can't straighten his legs. He can only put his head on the ground, kowtowing with a hopeless expression. We humbly ask for your forgiveness. We will swear our eternal loyalty to you, O strong ones. Then it's good, says that person cheerfully with a warm smile. The extremely dense aura he emitted earlier disappears, nowhere to be felt. There's no need for fighting anymore. All are forgiven. From now on, you are all my wolves. His previously horrifying face is also gone completely without a trace, as if it was just an imagination all along. Forgiven. The Alpha contemplates what he just said. Am I really forgiven? After I insulted him? After everything I did? That person turns himself facing the village. You don't have a problem with letting those wolves live with you, do you? We don't have any problems with your decision, Rimuru-sama, responds all goblins behind the fence in unison. Rimuru releases all the tied direwolves from the threads. Ciel, he calls without turning back, heal him at once. As you wish, master, replies Ciel. Ciel descends to the bottom of the crater. She takes out a full potion from her pocket. She opens its stopper then gently puts the bottle's mouth on the Alpha's mouth. After he has drunk it, his injuries are all gone. Even his broken bones are healed. The Alpha is perplexed. In this world where power is everything, he never expected to be treated this way. It's just too nice for him as the weak one who surrendered to the much stronger one. Let's head to the village and don't cause a ruckus anymore. Your wish is our command, exclaims all direwolves in unison. Now, all of you, goblins and direwolves, take rest. Tomorrow, I'll have an important announcement, says Rimuru. Ciel's perspective. With how things turn out, the battle against the direwolves has finally reached its end. Honestly, I felt so angry when the Alpha insulted Master. I mean, who wouldn't be irritated hearing her master being insulted right in front of her face? But fortunately, Master immediately calmed me down. If not, I might have killed the Alpha right away without hesitation. And if I did so, it'd be the same as me crushing Master's wish because one of Master's plan is to save him. Now back to the present time. I immediately go back to Master's side. He holds my hand and starts walking. The goblins begin to cheer Master's victory over the direwolves as we're entering the village. Just as usual, Master seems to be a little bit embarrassed when many people are praising him. Looking at his face, I can't help but let out a faint smile. He notices it, then smiles in return. When we get to the center of the village, we're greeted by that otaku lizard. Kua, ahaha, I know Rimuru would win so easily. He's my sworn friend, after all. He closes his manga. By the way, do you have the next volume of this holy scripture? Boasting about Master being his sworn friend, but then outrightly asking about the next volume of that manga in Veldora's hand. He just doesn't really care about everything but manga. It makes me irritated a little bit. Yeah, Moss. Tear takes some volumes of manga out of his pocket. I'll give you several volumes for that. Kuahahaha as expected from my sworn friend. You know me the best. He takes them and immediately opens one of them. Now, let's see how the protagonist deal with that twist. We just ignore him and mind our own business. The goblins seem to have prepared a mattress for us near the bonfire. Ciel, calls Master, let's sleep. He suddenly changes into his slime form, jumping towards me. I instinctively catch him with my both hands. I hold Master with one of my hands, and gently stroke his smooth and soft body. Ah, so this is how it feels to hold Master's slime form. So comfortable. Meanwhile, all goblins who witness this event are shocked. Our Rimuru-sama is a slime. We decide to ignore them for now, because we will explain it tomorrow. Now, taking a rest is what's more important. Although we actually do not need to sleep. We can't get tired physically. But Master often has this thing called mental fatigue. So he still needs rest in the end. Now that I think of it, this is the first time I will sleep in material world, isn't it? I was used to waiting inside Master until he wakes up. Now that he has asked me to sleep as well, then I have no reason to decline it. I laid myself sideways on the mattress, bringing Master along with me. I put him beside me. I slip my hand to the bottom of his body and put my other hand on the top of his body. Looking at Master, I let out a faint smile. I activate sleep for both of us as I'm cuddling him. Third person's perspective. The Alpha Gav, RS all of his kin at a corner of the village. They don't want to disturb the villagers, so they're going to talk through thought communication. I'm sorry, everyone, says the Alpha, I almost drove all of you into death because of my action. No need to be sorry, leader. Who thought that a human-looking creature would be hiding that kind of power? Since the first time you ascended as our leader some decades ago. You never repeated the same mistakes, nor do you ever repeated the mistakes our comrades did. You are still our best leader. He's right, my father. We can't change the past. At remains is to never repeat the same mistakes. He feels so happy knowing that his pack, especially his son, still believes on him even after the gravest mistake he has ever done. Yeah, you're right, then, let's take a rest as he orders, he says, closing thought communication. Even though the Alpha only met that person a little while ago, he feels so grateful. For he has forgiven and given another chance for us to live. I shall not disappoint him, he quietly swears in his heart, all for his new master. The full moon slowly makes its way to the west, silently telling that the midnight has passed. All goblins and direwolves finally have fallen into their slumbers. Rimuru's perspective. After the battle ended, I decided to just sleep. I remembered that this might be her first time to sleep. So, I changed into my slime form and jumped towards her. Well, actually there was one more reason. My female executives like Xian and Shuna used to touch my slime form, bring it anywhere, or even use it as a pillow. Ciel has been accompanying much longer than them. In fact, she has been accompanying me since the very first day of my slime life. So, it wouldn't be fair if Ciel didn't feel it too. That's what I thought. She caught my slime form with both of her hands. After that, I could feel one of her hands gently stroking my slime body. It was surprisingly so comfortable. She brought me along with her. Laying herself on the mattress. She put me beside her, so close to her face. This was the first time I slept with a girl beside me. I was sure my face would be like a tomato if I was in my human form. The fact that she cuddled me after that, made me even more embarrassed. But I could see her happy smile. If she was happy, then I was happy too. With that as the last trail of my thought, I slowly fell into my slumber. I start to regain my consciousness. I slowly open my eyes. I'm greeted with a scenery of a beautiful girl peacefully sleeping. For some reason, I can feel my body heating up just like last night. Why am I embarrassed? I've been used as a pillow by those girls for multiple times. But why do I feel embarrassed now when it's Ciel who does that? She doesn't even use me as a pillow, just cuddle me. Oh, she seems to have woken up now. She opens her eyes little by little. When she has fully opened them, she looks at me for a few seconds. Good morning, Ciel. I say to her. Out of nowhere, I can see the red color starting to spread across her face. Good morning, master, she responds. She avoids an eye contact with me. Oh, no, both of us are embarrassed now. There's no word coming out from our mouths, just an awkward silence surrounding us. This situation continues for a good number of seconds. Ciel, I try to break the ice. Why yes, let's get ourselves up. Okay, we'll have an important business to tackle this morning. Oh okay. I jump then change into my human form in standing position. At the very least, we can get ourselves up. Not being trapped by that awkward moment for a while longer then causing our plan being undone. I tell Veldora to get ready soon. I've gathered pretty much all goblins and direwolves. Veldora, Ciel, and I walk to front of them then turning ourselves facing them. Alright, has everyone gathered? I don't want anyone to miss this important announcement. Not even a single one missing, Rimuru-sama. Reply the chief and the alpha. Good. Then, I will properly introduce ourselves. Is there anyone who saw me transforming last night? Some of the goblins raise their hands. Other Oblins look at them jealously with an expression that says, what? How could I miss the glorious transformation of our Lord? Okay, hands down. All of them put down their hands simultaneously. My name is Rimuru Tempest. As some of you might have seen, I'm indeed a slime. This girl at my right side is Ciel, my partner. She's also a slime as well, just like me. Rimuru-sama and Ciel-sama are slimes, but they're sure so strong. And this man at my left side is actually, I stop momentarily to see them nervously holding their breaths. This man indeed is Veldora, the storm dragon. He is our friends. We are the ones who freed him from his prison a few nights ago. Not only are they strong, they also befriended and freed Veldora-sama the storm dragon. We should have expected it from our great lord and lady. Veldora meanwhile puffs his chest proudly over there. Rimuru-sama, Ciel-sama, says the chief while kneeling, please let us to once again swear our eternal loyalty to you. Okay, next, we're going to have some of you to pair up and live together. To pair, means, to form a group consisting of two, if you don't know. Some of the strongest goblins shall pair up with a direwolf. Why not all? It's because the goblins here are more than the direwolves. If you don't understand what's actually happening, let me explain a little bit. The goblins are spread throughout different villages in the forest according to their tribes. Being one of the weakest races in the forest, their strength lies in their number. That was why, when a danger arises, they will form a sort of congregation to defend themselves together. In the original dimension, during a direwolf's attack before the biggest and the last carnage, many of the goblin villages chose to abandon Rigurd's villa. Simply because they didn't have any combat resources left. Meanwhile, in this dimension, they almost abandoned this village, too. But after they sensed a strong presence, each village nearby sent some volunteers to check this village. Only to find this village building a defense fence. Those volunteers came back to their respective villages, reporting what they saw to their elders. They finally decided to join this village one day before the direwolves' attack. Back to the present time. The elder of this village, the direwolves Alpha, and their sons, come forth. Yes, Rimuru-sama, my lord. Those four come in front of us. These two goblins are kneeling, while the two direwolves are sitting because they can't really kneel. Elder, from now on you will call yourself, Rigurd. His body shines. He evolves into a sturdy, muscular, energetic-looking hobgoblin. I will make sure to live up to the name you have bestowed me, Rimuru-sama. Son of the elder, as a tribute for your late elder brother. You will be carrying his legacy, his name, Rigur. Make him proud of you. He evolves into a tall, slender hobgoblin. I, Rigur, thank you deep from my heart, Rimuru-sama. I will do my best to make him proud and live up to your expectation. He bows deeply with a smile. Tears can be seen falling from his eye. Direwolves Alpha, you will be known as Ryga. He evolves to a Tempest Star Wolf. His dark silver blue fur changes into jet black with a very slight purplish sheen. A star-shaped tattoo, somehow, appears on his forehead. A horn grows from the center of it. My utmost joy to receive this name, Ryga. My body and soul shall be all yours, my lord. Son of the Alpha, you will have the name of Ranga. He also evolves to a Tempest Star Wolf. A horn grows from its center too. I, Ranga, will devote my soul and body for my lord. Before I continue, I will also give names to the rest of you, as a symbol that you're all our subordinates. Before they can even utter a single word, their bodies shine. Voice of the World has announced to every one of them that they've been named. We have been named by Rimuru-sama, through the Voice of the World. This time, though, I named all other direwolves unlike the past time. I just tossed almost 100 of common dogs' names to all of them with 2 exceptions. Those are the 2 direwolves I've deemed as the strongest after Ranga and Ryga. I named them, Fuga, and Hyuga, which respectively mean, Wind Fang, and Ice Fang. It's Ciel who arranged this whole naming process. I only needed to think of the names. Then Ciel, with his power to control voice of the world, would control the naming process. The general format of the announcement went like this. Notice, this nameless individual has been bestowed a name, named by individual, Rimuru Tempest. This individual, now known as individual, named will receive a divine blessing, Crest of Void, and will evolve into evolved race. My divine blessing, Crest of Void, will provide self-regeneration and perfect memory for those who receive it, in other words, those whom I name. Ciel will create an enhanced soul corridor to them using my blessing as a medium. It will allow me to gather their soul fragments to my imaginary space if they ever get an attack that damages their souls. All of that combined, making my citizens technically impossible to be killed. Even if they're somehow killed, their fragmented souls will be gathered in my imaginary space. The only way to actually kill my citizens once and for all, is by killing me. Killing me? Foo 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 ha 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 ha. What a joke is that? Ah, sorry, I got carried away a little bit. That is, the absolute protection system we've thought of and created together for our citizen Sake. Okay, it was mostly Ciel who came up with this idea, but anyway. Now, they've all completed their evolutions. The goblins evolve into hobgoblins for the males and goblinas for the females, and the direwolves, except Ranga and Raiga, evolve into star wolves. They look so astonished, contemplating what just happened to them. Of course, they do. You received a name out of sudden, and on top of that, evolved just in a matter of seconds. Who wouldn't be shocked? And I, who gave names to more than a few hundreds of them all at once, isn't even showing a single sign of fatigue. I get their attention. Alright, listen. Quote, they immediately stop their chit-chat and be ready to listen just as I told them to. I continue. Last, I will explain the rules every single one of you must follow. Rules. Yes, there are 3 rules. First, don't attack humans unless they attack you first. Second, don't fight amongst yourselves. Third, don't belittle other races. That's all. Is there any question? The rules this time are pretty much the same as before, just with a little bit improvement, you can say. It's because I once had a terrible experience with the humans. You know, that greedy kingdom. Even if I did successfully resurrect all victims, some regrets just can't disappear that easily. That's why I become much more careful of humans since then. There's only silence. No one dares to ask. It's all right to question something. I won't scold you, I say to reassure them. By knowing the real meaning behind the rules, you will follow them, fully aware of what you're actually following, not blindly accepting them. Quote, Rimuru-sama. Rigure hesitantly raises his hand. May I? Go ahead. I would like to ask about the first rule. Why are we not allowed to attack humans? Good question. Humans tend to live in groups. If you lay hands on one of them, soon, they will retaliate in a bigger force, attacking you back. However, it doesn't mean that you only do self-defense and let yourselves being attacked. You're allowed to attack them if it is needed. And to decide whether or not it's needed, you have to evaluate their real intention first. Should they show an obvious evil intention, an intention to harm us to be exact, you can attack them. Is it clear? Yes, sir. Anything else? What does it mean by, don't belittle other races? Asks a little goblin whose appear. Ants doesn't even seem to change even after the evolution. Yes, that's Gobda. Another good question. You've all gotten stronger by evolving, right? Yes. You've just freshly evolved. That's why, listen to me. Don't let it get to your head then push weaker races around. Don't think that you're way better than them just because you've got a little stronger. You know very well how it felt to be trampled on by the strong. You once were one of them, after all. You wouldn't want them to grow stronger as well, stronger than you did, then retaliate someday and make you feel it again. Or would you? No, sir. I can see some of them nodding their heads in satisfaction. They look even more satisfied than the last time I set this rule. That concludes the rules. At the very least, you must uphold those 3 rules to the best you can. Quote, yes, sir. Rigurd, I call. Yes. From today onwards, I hereby declare you as the Goblin King. Your job is to keep the village well run and well governed. Thank you so much, Rimuru-sama. I promise that I, Rigurd, shall devote my entirety to this vital post. The tribal elders named Rigurd, Rugurd, Rogurd, and Ririna come forth. I'm glad that those E4 decided to join this village way earlier than expected, so I could immediately promote Rigurd as the Goblin King just like what I did before. They come in front of me then kneel. I hereby declare 4 of you as the Goblin Lords. Rugard, Rigurd, and Rogard, your job is to aid Rigurd carrying out his duty to manage the local government. And Ririna, your job is to manage the inventory of our goods. We shall devote ourselves for the job you have given us, Rimuru-sama, they exclaimed together. Then, it's all settled. Rigurd, please stay here for a moment. I have something to talk about. The rest of you are allowed to disband. All hobgoblins and star wolves disband and go back to their activities. Rigurd, I will give you my first order. Assign jobs to everyone you see as the most suitable. There should be a patrol team, a food gatherer team, a material gatherer team, and those who maintain the houses and tools. Pair them with the wolves so the jobs will be much easier. Understood, Rimuru-sama. I will assign the jobs according to their best capabilities. And speaking of houses and tools, I see you're not quite good at building house or making clothes. Is that right? I go straight to the point. I've got to solve this problem quickly if I want the development to be faster. I'm ashamed to say this. Yes, we currently do not have enough knowledge regarding those matters, says Rigurd apologetically. Nah, it's alright, just gather the material first. If you do not have a knowledge, then I'll bring some people to give you that knowledge. After this, I and Ciel will go to the Dwarven Kingdom. That is quite sudden. Should I assign some escorts or do you need any other things? No, I don't need any of them. Just do your jobs perfectly when we're away. Understood, Rimuru-sama. He puts his right palm up in front of her chest then slightly bows his head. He immediately walks away to do his first job. After I make sure that everyone has been assigned with a job, it's time to get Kaijin and company. And meet up with King Gazel and Vesta. I don't want my plans to shatter again, so I won't go to the Night Butterfly and meet the elves. Although, well, the biggest reason is this girl beside me. She always murmured something when I admired other girls' beauty back then. I'm afraid that she won't answer me for several days straight if I do go to that bar. But after rethinking about it for a while, now I feel like I know exactly what I have to do. We will go to the Dworgen. It means, we will leave Veldora alone in this village without our supervision. That's why I take out more than dozens of volumes of manga and give them to him to keep him quiet and busy, so he won't cause any ruckus. Our transportation will be, of course, our wolves. We can say teleportation or space-time manipulation if we want to, but that won't be a fun ride. I want to explore the forest and enjoy the scenery with Ciel. I want her to feel what a happiness truly is. That is the happiness other than to serve me. Maybe I should spend more time alone with her when we've arrived there. Ranga, Riga, I call them who are just observing not too far away from us. When they hear their names being called, they immediately run to us then sit in front of us while their tails are wagging excitedly. Yes, my lord, they say in unison. If I take a closer look, Riga and Ranga do look very similar. The difference is that Ranga has some areas with silver-white fur. Oh, I almost forget, a scar on Riga's right eye still remains. You two are now our personal wolves. Ranga, you will be mine, Riga. You will be Ciel's, okay. Ciel seems to a little bit surprised hearing this. We both would be really happy to take this position, answers Riga. I look at Ciel with a smile on my face. She just nods and smiles back. I turn my attention back to our wolves. I climb to Ranga's back and Ciel climbs to Riga's back. I turn my face to the crowd that's watching us this whole time. Then, we will be going to the Dwarven Kingdom now. We wave our hands at them. They wave their hands back. May your journey be safe, Rimuru-sama, Ciel-sama. Yeah, I change my attention to our wolves. Then, let's go. Yes, my lord. Ranga and Riga starts running. Thus, our departure to Dworgen has started. Ciel's perspective. My hair is flying freely as the breeze blows through my entire body. Not exactly a breeze, for your average people definitely, but it feels like a breeze for us. The surroundings look like they're running backwards. At my right side are lines of trees and bushes with their relaxing green color and some occasional beautiful flowers. The sound of water flowing in the great river of Ameld at my left side, bordered by a hedge with trees growing several meters apart from each other. Its flow is so clear like a crystal, revealing fishes swimming around inside it. Above our heads are birds flying around, painting the azure sky with their colorful feathers. I am burying my hands and legs in Riga's warm, fluffy fur, making my ride even more comfortable. I used to always see this through Master's eyes. Now that I get to experience it myself, it does feel so different. It's far more fun and exciting than I thought. I was given Raiga, this wolf I'm currently riding, as a sort of personal wolf as Master put it. I didn't know what to do with it. I still accepted it anyway. It was Master who gave it, after all. I've estimated that we should arrive at Dworgen this evening. If your average Tempest wolves can run nearly 50 miles per hour in T3 hours without taking a single break, then Tempest Star wolves like these two, which are 2 stages above Tempest wolves, are definitely much faster and much tougher. 50 miles per hour is approximately 80 kilometers per hour. I use mile here because apparently the lane also uses mile when describing the wolves' speed. We can use teleportation or space-time manipulation obviously. But for some reason, Master seems not to want to do it. As of late, he starts to choose a slightly longer way while he usually would choose the fastest and most efficient way to achieve something. Why is that? I don't quite understand. Ciel, Master's voice pulls me back to the reality. Ah, yes, what's wrong? Nothing, I reply. Are you sure? You seem to think so hard just now, he asks concernedly. Is something bothering you? No, it's just your imagination. I know I won't be able to make you talk. He sighs. Anyway, when will we arrive? I believe it should be this evening, Master. Raiga, don't you feel tired? We've been running for more than 8 hours, Master asks. He actually knows that they don't feel tired, of course. This is just for an idle talk. Fortunately, my lord, our evolution has made us far stronger than we was before, says Raiga. We have not freed from the need of sleep, but we do not need an extended time for rest, says Ranga proudly. By the way, I'm the kind of guy who almost got you killed, aren't I? Do you have, any resentment to us? There is nothing as such, my lord, Raiga answers. In fact, we have nothing but gratitude. Not only did you forgive us, Ranga says, but you also gave us the second chance to live and repent for our mistakes. You even named and evolved all of us on top of that, Raiga continues. Our loyalty belongs to both of you and will always belong to both of you alone, they claim in unison. Father and son indeed are look-alike, aren't they? I see. Master smiles widely while patting Ranga's head. So glad to have you. It's evening. The scenery is dyed in orange. We're in a clifftop, facing the vast grasslands surrounded by mountainous area, the Kanot Mountains. As we look further, rises a mountain of rock with a cavern beneath it, the entrance gate to the Dworgen. Earlier, we decided to rest up for a while before entering Dworgen. The line at the Dworgen's entrance is still so long. Even though it's already evening. I don't want to trouble ourselves for such a nonsense thing, as he put it. Master gave Ranga and Raiga drink with magic. He took out 2 drinking places then invoked a simple spirit magic of water to fill them. Remember, you will always use spirit magic if you want to create the real thing, not elemental magic. You can read my other book that contains an explanation regarding this matter. Now, we're sitting, leaning on the last tree standing on this clifftop, while our wolves are lying down beside each of us with their heads on their front paws. However, we're not facing the north direction where Dworgen is. We're facing the west direction where the sun is. We sit so closely, so close that our shoulders meet each other. The sun is slowly going down, hiding itself from the world below the horizon. The orange sky slowly loses its color. This is the first time I see a natural phenomenon like this. It is so beautiful. I never thought that I'd be enjoying this so much. The last rays of sunlight have ceased. The sky is turning dark. The twinkling dots begin to fill the sky. When I am contemplating such an amazing scenery, I can feel Master's hand touching my hair, gently caressing it at the back of my head. I, who don't expect it, turn my eyes to him. I am greeted by his warm smile. It was so warm that my heart feels like melting. I unconsciously smile back at him. His right hand approaches my right shoulder, bringing my body closer to him. I can feel my face heating up again. But this feels so comfortable, I want more of it. I, without thinking, rest my body on his, then place my head onto his shoulder. A feeling of warmth suddenly surges from my heart, running throughout my entire body. I close my eyes. The only thing I know is that I want this moment to last forever. Rimuru's perspective. What's wrong with me? I don't know what have got into me. Suddenly acting romantic like this while I don't have any prior experiences. It's as if I did it instinctively. And much to my surprise, somehow, Ciel also did an equally romantic response. She rested her body on mine, then placed her head onto my shoulder, Saint like those couples you would see in a romance anime or manga. With this event, I feel like we've got closer than ever. My closeness to Ciel actually started to be felt the moment I completely drop. At the honorifics I once used to call her with, like, sensei, or, san. It was, I think, around 7 years ago. It was at this moment I fully realized it. There is nothing wrong with me. Yes, nothing at all. It was all because of this girl who was born within me. Seeing her showing various expressions for the first time with my own eyes, it really made me amazed. She started to develop a will, when the great sage, her former self, somehow was able to make a petition on its own to the voice of the world to evolve it. When the great sage successfully evolved into Lord of Wisdom, Raphael, in a corner of my soul, deep down in its heart it should never have, a will was born. A will, a desire to fulfill its master's wishes. It began to question itself. It was at that point, it became its own self, separate from myself. Yet, Raphael quickly turned its eyes, causing it to never find an answer. When I bestowed her the name, Ciel, a surge of emotions began to fill her once emotionless self. I took the references from the lane, not just random theories. I was the one guiding her to embrace all those emotions that she felt. As time went by, she started to become more expressive. Her tones in speaking began to be more variative, a tone of annoyance, a tone of relief, and many more. Even so, she still tried to hide it, especially when she threw her usual line, "It's just your imagination." Now that I see her showing her genuine emotion, it simply amazes me. I look at Ciel. She is closing her eyes with a sweet smile painted on her beautiful face and a very slight red color on her cheeks. My heart warms up. I don't want this moment to end. I want this to last forever. But deep down, I know that this moment has to come to its end at some point. We still have so many businesses to tackle first. If we don't immediately get ourselves up, we might end up not doing anything. There is still much time. We still can have more moments like this. However, seeing Ciel smiling cutely like this makes it really difficult for me to get out of this situation. Ciel, I say, let's get ready to Dworgen. Ah, why yes, master, she replies nervously. I slowly take back my hand from her shoulder. We slowly get up. When we finally stand up on the ground, I look at her slightly red face. Her head is slightly lowered, with his eyes occasionally rolled to left and right then to the ground. Looking at behavior, my face heats up. I also lower my head facing the ground. Wait, why am I blushing, too? No words come out, only silence and awkwardness surrounding us. After several seconds, the silence finally is broken when Jan, oh, my lord. Ranga wakes up and stretches his body. Is it time? Are we going now? Asks Riga. Ah, why yes, we're going to Dworgen now. But sorry, you stay inside our shadow, okay? Yes, my lord, they exclaim. They immediately go into our shadows, Ranga in my shadow and Riga in Ciel's shadow. See Ciel, let's go now. I still can't get rid of this nervousness at all. I don't want to wait in that extremely long line and meet some impudent adventurers then get into a completely unnecessary fight. I take Ciel's hand then activate space-time manipulation. I've placed our transfer coordinate to be in an alley where no one sees us. Because it's already night, the time won't be enough for us to negotiate, so we will to meet Kaijin and company tomorrow morning. I will spend time alone with Ciel just as planned before. I've found my usual composure, fortunately. I hold Ciel's hand and we start to walk. We keep walking until we get into a sort of commercial area. There are so many shops and stalls, various kinds of things, from food to accessories. There are some restaurants, and cafes. There are also shops selling weapons, armors, jewelries, etc. So, I stop walking. Where do you want to go, Ciel? I have to choose myself. Yes, I will buy you whatever you choose. She nervously observes her surroundings, looking at what she might want. Then, if master insists, please to that cafe. She shyly points the place she wants to go to. Ah, very well, let's go. We go to that cafe. It sells many kinds of cakes and beverages. Welcome to our cafe, greets a waitress. We take a seat. Fortunately, on each table, there is a paper containing the list of menus this cafe can offer. I take it then put it in front of Ciel. Ciel, which one do you like to eat? I ask while resting my chin on my folded hands. I also have to decide myself as well, master. Yes, of course. This is special only for you, see. I widen my eyes realizing what I've just blurted out. I immediately cover my mouth with my both hands. She also widens his eyes in surprise. She averts her gaze from me to the floor below her with a red face like a tomato. She covers her face with her both hands. What a blabbering mouth I have. A bad mouth, indeed. I'm so embarrassed, truly embarrassed. We're both embarrassed now. How can I mess up this bad? My cheeks feel so hot. Then, I basically do the same thing as Ciel did. I cover my face with my hands. Oh no, we won't get out of this situation for some time. Ciel finally opens her mouth. I want this cake. I uncover my face then slightly raise my head. I look at where Ciel is pointing at. It is chocolate truffle cake. Oh okay, then, I leave the table to order the cake. I ask the waitress to prepare the cake and the drinks on a tray. I will bring it myself. 2 slices of chocolate truffle cake are put on plates, then the plates are put on the tray. As for drink, I've ordered 2 cups of black tea. The lukewarm ones, to be precise. I bring it to our table. Just so you know, I was trying to calm down myself as I walked from our table, to the waitress, then back to our table. You didn't know how much imaginary smoke and sweat coming out from my head. I also took a deep breath several times while doing so. Well, at least it did calm me down. Meanwhile, Ciel is still staring down the ground. Sigh, I place my own cake and tea then sit. Then, I place her cake and tea in her field of sight. Still, Ciel doesn't respond at all. Earth to Ciel, I say while waving my hand in front of her. Ah, she snaps back to the reality, it seems. Why yes, master. Eat your cake first, I'm waiting. This time, Ciel doesn't question anything. She, still shyly and with a slightly lowered head, takes a fork and knife then slices the cake thinly. She takes it with her fork then place it on her mouth. As she chews it, I can see her blushing face gradually gone, replaced with an amazed face. So, how's the cake? Is it delicious? Yes, master, she answers happily. It is so delicious. Glad you like it. I also take a fork and knife then slice the cake. I take it with my fork then place it on my mouth. Hey, it really is delicious, although not at the level of Yoshida-san to be honest. The cake is so sweet. The dense, moist chocolate sponge combined with a smooth chocolate truffle sauce, it is so tasty. After we've eaten up our cake, we drink our teas. It's distinctly rich, malty flavor and its deep, bold aroma, definitely can calm one's mind, especially if it is the lukewarm one. Ciel seems to be in total bliss after finishing it. I tidy up our table. I place our now emptied plates and cups on the tray. I leave our table for a while to pay for the cake and teas. After I've paid the cake and the teas, I walk back to our table. Ciel, I call, let's go out. Yes, master, we will look forward to your next visit, says the waitress as we walk out. I stop some meters outside the cafe. So, I say, do you want to ask any other things? Master, yeah, see can I really ask anything? Yeah, anything. She suddenly grabs my hand and drags me. Wait, Ciel, where are we gonna go? She keeps silent, she keeps dragging me along the way. This is really not like her at all. Oh, crap, a huge flag has been raised. When I realize, I've been dragged into an inn, which is coincidentally only less than 20 meters apart from the cafe. An inn? Why does it have to be an inn? What did she want to do? Then I hazily hear something preposterous. 1 room for 2 people. I widen my eyes in shock. Wait, Ciel, why did we only book 1 room? She keeps silent. Oh no, I have a really bad feeling about this. Some moments later, the waitress comes, saying that the room has been prepared. She hands the key to Ciel. I can feel so much imaginary sweat running throughout my body. She immediately drags me again to the room shown by the waitress. After we've entered the room, she immediately turns on the main lamp then closes the door. The room is quite spacious. There is a bed, of course. The bed is neither too big nor too small. There is a drawer beside the bed with a table lamp on it. There are also a table and 2 chairs at the other side of bed. There is a window located near the right front corner of the room, if you view it from the entrance door. She walks to the bed then turns around. She sits down on it. Please, master. She pokes at her right side. Here, I hesitantly walk to the bed then sit at her right side nervously. Please, I hope nothing bad will happen. She holds my left hand with her right hand. She lifts it up a little bit then puts her left hand below it. She is now wrapping my left hand with both of her hands. Actually, master, she lets out a shallow sigh. I want to talk about something. Actually, master, I want to talk about something. Huh, that's it. Are you saying that you dragged me to this inn, Al? All the way around because you want to have a talk. My mind has flown to the outer space when she booked only one room for 2 people. But it seems, what I thought are all false. Well, I want to talk. With Master personally in a private place where no one can see us. Fair enough. I did say that she can ask me anything, didn't I? So, it's partly my fault if that really happens. I see. I let out a loud sigh. So, what do you want to talk about? That cake, was it really special for me? Why did she suddenly ask that? Why yeah, I guess so. I think I blurted it out very clearly. So, Holt have understood that it really was special for her, right? Did I act like it was intended for another purpose? Did I look like I was not genuinely doing it? She looked straight to my eyes. When I was asked to accompany you in person. When I was given Riga, and when we were going here using the wolves instead of teleportation or space-time manipulation, were those also special for me? Why did you have to ask that, Ciel? Are you really doubting me? I nod my head. I see, she says. I want to know, why should Master bother to do all of those? Ciel, what do you mean by bother to do? Master has no need to do those. I do not need any special treatments to be happy. I exist only for your sake. I will do anything as you wish. As long as I am still your partner, I will always be happy. Master does not need to do anything in return. Do not need any special treatments. Exist only for your sake. Master does not need to do anything in return. We're partners, not master and servant, master and skill. What kind of partner am I if I don't do anything for you? How could you? I'm really disappointed with you, Ciel, I say with a disappointed face. Shish. Widens her eyes with a shocked expression. She must have not expected me to say those words right in front of her face. She must be thinking, Master is disappointed with me. Where did I possibly do wrong? Am I useless? Or something like that. Ciel, are you not feeling happy when I gave you something special? Is that what you mean? And no, I'm just you. Ciel, I hold her shoulders firmly with my own eyes, looking deeply into her gleaming red eyes. I don't want to hear those words coming out from your mouth ever again. I understand her way of thinking. I understand that if I straight out say that I want to give her something special, she will reject and simply say, I do not need anything in return. I exist only for your sake, or something like that. That's why I hide my true intent under the disguise of the so-called request. I want her to feel a different form of happiness, that is a happiness from being given, not a happiness from giving. I wrap my hands around her waist, taking her onto my embrace. Why do I suddenly do this? Wouldn't this be my first time hugging a guy? Never mind. I don't care. Even though you do see me as your master, Ciel, I never consider you as my servant, nor as my skill. I use my right hand to gently stroke her soft hair. I consider you as my partner, and only as my partner. Nothing else. What a horrible partner I am if I don't show any care for my partner. Master. Her voice is so faint. I'm so grateful that you came into my life, accompanying me on my long journey from the very beginning of my second life. I feel like I am the luckiest person in this world, and even in the entire worlds, to have you as my partner. Without you, I would have never achieved anything big back then. Me, achieving all of those without Ciel. Hey, impossible. Ever since when she was still Great Sage or Raphael, she had helped me doing the impossible at the time. Just like that time when she took over my body to enter the auto battle mode against the Orc Lord. Just like that time when she took over my body to perform the secret art of revival to the dead citizens while I was deep in my slumber of evolution. Just like that time when she CA me up with a genius plan to outsmart that damned demon lord's plan. Just like that time when she helped me dodge the deadly punch of one of the strongest demon lords. No, even without me. I've had enough. I don't want to hear this nonsense anymore. Master would surely. I push her out of my hug and immediately put my right index finger on her lips, forcing her to shut up. No, I wouldn't, I say, putting down my finger. Because I am not myself without you. You're my partner, whom I can always put my trust in, and will always be like that, even for eternity. What have I said? I didn't put too much thought on it. It feels like those words came so naturally, driven by a pure emotion. But what exactly is it? She has her eyes teary. She's crying. She is gritting her teeth, holding her tears from falling off. Out of sudden, she bursts towards me and hugs me very tightly. I am surprised by this change of events. But I immediately get my composure back. She buries her face on my chest. I am so happy to have Master as my master. She sobs. Thank you for desiring me. Thank you for making me alive. Thank you for always trusting me. Thank you for making me your partner. She finally said it all. Yeah, if you want to cry, just let it out as loud as you can. I put my right hand at the back of his head, stroking her hair gently. Throw away all your worries, your concerns, to me, your master. You'll never be alone, because I, your master, will always be here at your side, accompanying you, I whisper. It was because I wanted so bad to have a friend in my journey when I was all alone on the very beginning of my second life, Great Sage mutated, getting its response function. In my ascension into a true demon lord, Great Sage was able to petition the voice of the world on its own to evolve itself, resulting on the ultimate skill, Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. She used to be this perfect, calculating machine, completely driven by pure logic. And when I, recklessly, named Raphael, it was the moment Ciel was born, separating herself from Raphael. She started to be filled with emotions. She now became imperfect, just like a human being. But even though she was imperfect, for some reason, her sometimes unexpected miscalculation was what made her even more reliable. Like that day when I had to take those 2 true dragons at once. She was the one who guided me to control and optimize my power. I am not myself without her. Yes, that's right, even our soul is one. Our soul is inseparable. Even if I try to separate our soul, it will instead damage our soul. I am incomplete without her. Likewise, she is incomplete without me. We are not complete without each other. It's as if we're the half part of the others. As if we're meant to be together, to complete each other. No, we are meant to be together. It's an absolute, undeniable fact. And I'm sure, Ciel is aware of that, too. After she has cried for a few minutes, she finally starts to calm down. How's it, Ciel? Are you feeling better now? I ask, still hugging her. Yeah, good. I let go of my hug. Now, it's already night. Time for getting some rest and sleep. Yes, master. She changes her outfit into pajama. It's just a plain white colored pajama, by the way. There's nothing noteworthy. I get up from the bed then walk to the main lamp switch. I turn it off. Now the room is completely dark. Fortunately, as I still have magic sense from my multi-dimensional perception, I don't need to worry about that. I walk to the right side of the bed then sit down. I turn on the table lamp. I change my outfit into pajama too, but with a color of dark blue. I lay myself down on the bed beside Ciel, who has already rested her head on the pillow. I am in sideways position, facing Ciel directly and very closely. Wait a sec, won't this be the first time I will sleep with a girl? My face is heating up again. Calm down, Rimuru, calm down. Look at Ciel, look at her happy face. She's smiling warmly and sweetly. There's a faint blush on her cheeks. Be it me or Ciel, both of us are still a little bit embarrassed by this event. Nonetheless, we're happy. Ah, by the way, actually, from the time we got into this kingdom, we've been being spied on by someone, a beautiful night assassin. She is no other than the head of Dark Ministry of the Kingdom of Dworgen. She must have felt the distortion in space because of my time-space manipulation before. It's because I deliberately left a trace of space distortion to lure the spies. She most likely thought that we could be a dangerous threat to their kingdom. The fact that we came here not through the gate might have made her more certain of it. According to multi-dimensional perception, she is now staying still on a roof of a tall building less than 100 meters away from this inn, observing everything in her field of sight with us as the main focus, or in other words, this inn. She isn't aware at all that she's been found out by me from the very start. Fu all according to Kikaku, as expected. TN, Kikaku means, plan. I unconsciously let out a giggle. Why are you giggling, master? Nothing. It's just that something is going as expected. Anyway, let's just sleep for now. We will continue our business tomorrow. Yes, master, she says. A very unexpected thing happens. I suddenly feel something soft touching my cheek. She kisses me on the cheek. After that, she shows me her beautiful smile. She immediately gets back to her original position. Did Ciel just kiss my cheek? That might be embarrassing, but really, it makes me so happy. I'm so happy, happier than I've ever been before. I move my hand to her forehead, moving the hair covering it. I bring my lips closer and give her a forehead kiss. I let out my warm smile and get back to my original position. I look at Ciel. She seems to be surprised when I did that earlier. But that surprised expression is instantly replaced by another beautiful smile. The most beautiful smile I've ever seen. I use my hand to bring her head closer to my chest. I then wrap my other hand around her back, hugging her. "Good night, Ciel," I whisper. "Good night, Master." Sleep begins to be activated. I slowly lose my consciousness, before everything finally goes dark. Opening parenthesis question mark single quote. Perspective. I've been staying still on this roof for a few hours. I'm currently overseeing a commercial area, or to be exact, the area around a certain inn. I'm observing two mysterious people who got into our kingdom without passing the entrance gate. Not Pa. Seeing the entrance gate was already a problem, but those two people are even more of a problem on themselves. How do I know? Well, it was evening. The sky was slowly losing its orange color, turning into dark. I was on standby in Dworgen's royal palace as usual. Of course, I had spread my dark agents all over the kingdom, so flow of information was still well kept. There was nothing wrong, so far. Until I felt a distortion in space. And soon after that, I felt that some people had entered this country without permission. To add the worries, one of my dark agents suddenly appeared in front of me. "Henrietta-sama, I have come to report an urgent information," she said as she kneeled. "What is it?" I asked worriedly. "Currently, there are two people who entered the kingdom without passing the entrance gate." As I thought. How did they get in and how do they look like? I believe they used some kind of teleportation technique. They just suddenly appeared in a quiet alley near the area of entrance gate. They look like twin sisters. Both of them have long silvery blue hair. For clothes, one wears a black outfit and the other one wears a white outfit. Teleportation technique. Did they use elemental magic, warp portal? But that's impossible. Warp portal requires a pair of magical circles that contain the same symbols which then function as the entrance and exit point. Then, is it a much higher teleportation spell that allows the caster to define any point they like to serve as a jump site? But I heard that only a wizard-level mage like Lady Jane who can utilize this spell. But if that's indeed the case, how could they ignore the spatial interference that has been placed around the border? Spatial interference thing is just a trivial part of my plots. I doubt that it really happened in the canon since it's never mentioned. I felt that this couldn't be ignored. This might be a threat to our kingdom if I let it be. Do you know where they're going to, perhaps? I believe they are going to a commercial area nearby. I see. Continue your observation in another area. I will observe them myself. As you wish. She immediately disappeared from my sight. A quiet alley near the area of entrance gate and a commercial area nearby. There is only one possibility of where the alley exactly is. I immediately invoked shadow motion to the said alley. I jumped to AR. And searched for the people as my agent described. I instantly spotted them from far away because of their striking appearance. I followed them quietly from roof to roof. I made my jumps as noisily as possible so they wouldn't catch me. They were going to the commercial area just as she said. What do they intend to do? Are they going to make a huge chaos? Or so I thought, just to find them entering a cafe. I waited for a few minutes to see what would happen. But no, nothing happened at all. Are you telling me that they're going here without permission using a mysterious teleportation technique just to get into a cafe? Don't get distracted. Keep following them. They might have another plan in mind. They walked out of the cafe then stopped some meters away. They looked like talking about something. Some moments later, the one wearing the white outfit dragged the one wearing the black outfit to an inn nearby. After around a minute, a room in that inn had its lamp turned on. But not even more than 5 minutes later, the lamp was turned off. They sleep already. I thought they were going to discuss for a long time to arrange a suspicious plan or something like that. Wait, a sudden realization got into myself. Now that I thought about it, if they indeed were planning something evil, shouldn't they be much more wary of their surroundings? I mean, they looked like they didn't care at all. They didn't even bother to look left and right while talking earlier. But really, why did they have to enter the kingdom without permission if that's the case? Or, are they so strong? That they feel no need to be wary of anything? Then, does that mean I've been caught from the very start? Those infinite possibilities are making me dizzy. They are mysterious, without a doubt. That's how I end up here. Even if they do not have evil intentions, I still feel a must to keep an eye on them. I want to know how things will turn out. I will wait here until tomorrow, if it's what I have to do. Ciel's perspective. My 5 senses gradually come back as sleep is deactivated. I can feel something wrapping my back. It's so warm and comfortable. I slowly open my eyelids. Master. I'm greeted by a sight of Master's peaceful sleepy face just less than 20 centimeters from my face. Seeing his face up this close, I just realized something. My face feels so hot. I didn't know that Master's face can be this cute. I'm reminiscing the emotional moments that happened last night. I finally dared myself to ask Master why he felt a need to do all of that just for me. As willing to do everything for his sake. I never wished for a single reward. So, why did Master bother to do that? I never expected Master to react that way. He seemed so disappointed. Ciel, are you not feeling happy when I gave you something special? Is that what you mean? Those words were simple, yet so sharp. Yes, I did never wish to be given something special. But I would be lying if I said I wasn't feeling happy when I received it. That was the first time I couldn't find an answer to Master's words. I couldn't find a single reason to back it up. I could only stutter. He held my shoulders, saying out loud that he didn't want to hear me saying those things again. Then suddenly, without me expecting it at all, he wrapped his hands around my waist, taking me into his embrace. That was the first time I felt this. I could feel a warmth from Master's body, even though our bodies were supposed to not emit any heat due to their nature as slime body. That warmth got into me, spreading all over my body, reaching the deepest part of my chest. Even though you do see me as your master, Ciel, I never consider you as my servant, nor as my skill. I consider you as my partner, and only as my partner. Nothing else. What a horrible partner I am if I don't show any care for my partner. Ah, right, how can I forget that fact? Even when I was still a mere unique skill, he already considered me as his partner. I'm so grateful that you came into my life, accompanying me on my long journey from the very beginning of my second life. I feel like I am the luckiest person in this world, and even in the entire worlds. To have you as my partner. Without you, I would have never achieved anything big back then. Master is the greatest person alive. There is no way he wouldn't achieve anything. No, even without me, Master would surely. I was about to rebut it, but I was immediately cut by his index finger on my lips. No, I wouldn't, because I am not myself without you. You're my partner, whom I can always put my trust in. And will always be like that, even for eternity. Those words shook my entire existence. An overwhelming happiness began to fill myself. I was gritting my teeth, keeping my tears from falling. But it was to no avail. I couldn't hold it anymore. I burst towards Master and hugged him very tightly. I buried my face on his chest. I am so happy to have Master as my master. Thank you for desiring me. Thank you for making me alive. Thank you for always trusting me. Thank you for making me your partner. Yeah, if you want to cry, just let it out as loud as you can. Throw away all your worries, your concerns, to me, your master. You'll never be alone, because I, your master, will always be here at your side, accompanying you. It was the first time I ever cried. I wanted to stop my tears. But I can't. I kept crying and crying. After I felt better a few minutes later, Master invited me to sleep. When we were going to close our eyes, I gave Master a kiss on his cheek. I didn't know why I did that. It was as if there was something that was driven me out of my consent. Unexpectedly, Master kissed my forehead in return. I was surprised at first, but I instantly smiled after that. Good night, Ciel, he whispered. Good night, Master. Master's hands begin to show some movements. His eyes are slowly starting to open. He has fully opened his eyes. Ciel, he mutters. He takes his left hand off my back, slowly moving it to my forehead. He pats my head and strokes my hair. A warm smile begins to bloom on his pretty face. He brings my head closer to his chest, then tightens his hug. He continues patting my head and stroking my hair. I want to feel more of it. I want to keep being wrapped in this warmth. I feel like I don't want to leave at all. He keeps hugging me and I keep burying my face on his face. We continue doing so for several minutes. Not one of us seems wanting to get up. I don't even move an inch, just enjoying the pat. But we have to stop now. We have to get up. We still have so many businesses to deal with. If we don't immediately handle them, I'm afraid that they will be not solved and end up being a total failure. I decided to speak up. Master, I call. I believe it's better for us to immediately get up. We still have many businesses. I actually want to do this for a while longer. He lets out a shallow sigh while letting go of his arms. But you're right, we have to handle them as soon as possible. He wears a slightly disappointed expression. We get ourselves up from the bed. I'm tidying up our bed while Master gets to the sink to wash his face. I put the pillows back to their original positions. We didn't use the blanket last night. But still, it has become so crumpled, so I ought to tidy it up too. When I have done and get to the sink, Master has already combed his hair. Master immediately notices me and steps back a little bit from the sink, letting me use it. I wash my face. When I'm done, Master suddenly wipes my face with a towel. Master, I can do it myself, I say. SSSHHH, I've let you tidy up our bed by yourself. Consider this as the compensation, okay? He says with a smile as he continues wiping my face. Then, if you say so, I'll gladly accept it. I can't say no anymore to Master when he's going to do something for me, perhaps because of what happened last night. After he's done wiping my face, he puts the towel into imaginary space. He moves behind me and starts combing my disheveled hair. I can feel my face heating up while he's doing so. All are done, Master says. He puts the comb back to imaginary space. Well, our imaginary space has become a kind of unlimited inventory for us. We've been saving a lot of goods, tools, and even some money inside it. We just need to imagine what we need. And it will come to you. If there's anything saved, that's it. We change our clothes to our usual True Dragon outfits and walked out of our room. Fortunately, as we Sakawi don't bring any additional stuffs, we can just immediately check out. We pay the inn for one night stay and get out. We're now walking on a street on the way to Kaijin Weaponsmith, holding each other's hand. I might have just realized it now, but we've actually been used to this since the first time I accompanied Master in person. Remembering it makes me a little bit embarrassed, to think we didn't even pay a single mind to it at the times. But it's already happened for so many times, so there's no reason for me to be embarrassed anymore. I remember something, Master, I say while lowering my voice. Actually someone has been SP. I know, he interrupts with a quite low voice too. It's Henrietta, right? Yes, she's the head of Dark Ministry for this kingdom. It's only Nat Ural that I would expect her to spy on us since we could be a huge threat to this kingdom. Well, in any case, she'll serve as a great help for our relationship with Dworgen later on. Ah, so that's WH. At Master meant when he said that something was going as expected. Let her do whatever she wants, Master says as we keep walking. Rimuru's perspective. After we keep walking for quite some time, they finally got in front of a building with a symbol of crossed sword and axe on the top of its entrance door. It's the workshop where Kaijin is forging weapons for the shop he's in charge of. Because there's literally no one guarding at the front, we decide to just breeze in. The room where he's working is quite dark. Only a few amounts of sunlight can get here. The main source of light is the Kaijin is currently forging a longsword. I doubt that Vesta has already ordered him to make 20 longswords. So, I'll just assume that he's working on the order from a customer. Remember, I come here around 4 days after I made Veldora, seemed to disappear, not 1 month and a week like in my original timeline. The 3 dwarven brothers are here too. They just get here but immediately become completely petrified when seeing us. I wait for Kaijin until he finishes it. With this I've finished 2 of 8 swords. Excuse me, I say. Oh, welcome to my workshop, customer. He takes his eyes off the sword and opens his safety glasses. How could he becomes so shocked the moment his eyes look at us. Goddesses, he mutters. I tilt my head. I apologize for what I've muttered out. Who are you and how could I help you? I'm Rimuru Tempest and this is my partner, Ciel. I introduce ourselves like usual. You're Kaijin, am I right? Yes, I am Kaijin. And those 3 dwarves over there. I turn my gaze to them. Why yes. They can finally grasp their minds back. You're Garm, Dord, and Murd. Am I right? Why yes, says the oldest dwarf among those 3. I'm Garm, and those 2 are my younger brothers, Dord and Murd. So, miss, what might have brought you here? Asks Kaijin. You seem to have known a lot about us. From what I can tell, you are all world famous. It's a matter of course if we have known about you. I smile warmly. I see. Actually, I say, we want to request something to you. What would that be? First, I see you haven't completely finished your swords, have you? I haven't, he sighs. I still need to make 6 more swords. Then, before that, let me help you. Miss. How could you help me? He must be thinking I can. Do it smithing, a sword because of my girly appearance. Do you recognize this? I pull out a magisteel cluster from imaginary space. Wait. He widens his eyes in shock. Don't tell me this is a cluster of magisteel. The three dwarven brothers slack-jawed. Take it if you want to observe it. I hand the magisteel cluster to Kaijin. The dwarven brothers come closer to see it. They begin to observe it more carefully. This sure is magisteel, says Garm. And it's unbelievably so pure, too, remarks Dord. Murd only nods his head. I guess. This guy really will never talk even in this parallel dimension. I can't believe it, mutters Kaijin. We'll help you finishing the swords and we'll talk after that. How does it sound? Sounds good, says Kaijin in excitement. Ciel, do it. I give Ciel an order through our integrated mind. As you wish. After a few moments, Ciel pulls out the finished swords from our imaginary space one by one and presents them. If you want to know, those longswords aren't made up from pure magisteel. They're made from regular steel, but with cores of magisteel. They're made that way because that was how the previously finished swords were made. Speaking of which, the magisteel they use isn't a mere magisteel. Because it was saved in imaginary space, it had been constantly absorbed so much of my aura. If you use it as a smithing material, you can easily create a mythical class weapon. If you're skilled enough, that's it. Whaatt. They shout in disbelief. Their mouths are agape. You can check the quality of those swords if you still have a doubt, I say. Kaijin takes one of them and begins to observe it. Unbelievable. They're really like my swords. Not to mention, their quality is superb. Or even more superior than mine. Now, all are done right. Yes, our deepest thanks to you, Miss Rimuru, Miss Ciel. He bows to us followed by the dwarven brothers. They seem to assume me as a girl, don't they? Now, first of all, I'm a guy. But whatever. More importantly, you will accept our request, no. They seem shocked when they hear that I'm a guy. Although, I'm actually neither a guy nor a girl. But my soul is still the soul of a man, so be it. Why you're a guy? They shake their heads. Yes, we will accept your request. So, our request is, I pause momentarily. I can see they're holding their breaths nervously. We want you to find some fellow skilled artisans who'll come to our village, then teach your crafts to the villagers. That's all what you want? Asks Kaijin. Yes, I confirm. For food, we've perfectly handled it. Our priority right now is shelter and clothing. If that's all what you want, then of course, I'll do as you've requested. That's what we want to hear. Are you here, Murd? Out of sudden, someone barges in. He's wearing a light green colored long shirt, a brown robe, and a white cloak. Ah, finally, I want you to build a house for me. He says without a care. He doesn't even pay attention to me and Ciel. This man really just does everything as he pleases. Murd doesn't say anything, but he shakes his head while lowering his gaze in fear. What? He walks to Murd angrily. You dare to decline my request? We have accepted Mr. Rimuru and Miss Ciel's request. We won't accept any of your stupid requests anymore, Kaijin says without hesitation. Hey, so you're all planning to betray our kingdom, Don't talk about nonsense, I say. I simply request them to teach their crafts to some of my friends. It seems to irritate him so much. Oh, so you're the one who make them going to betray this kingdom. He walks closer to me. Who do you think you are? You don't have power here. Vesta says, looking down at me with disgust. I can see Ciel's expression changing. I immediately grab his hand to calm her down. It's fine, this'll be going as I planned, I assure her through our mind. Ciel lets out a shallow sigh then keeps her emotionless face. Kaijin punches him in the nose out of nowhere. Vesta, I hope you're prepared for treating my friend and my guest like that. It seems this old man has a hard time controlling his anger. Well, it can't be blamed, though. He really can boil your blood until you explode. Kaijin gives him another punch, now in the cheek. His punch is so powerful that it throws Vesta behind. His escort catches him, but he ends up falling to the ground together with Vesta. He has a hard time to stand up but finally manage to do it. Why you all will pay for doing S to the Minister of the Kingdom of Dworgen. He gets out of here. I actually had known that Vesta would come here, since I kept using my multi-dimensional perception every few minutes to see if the was someone who would affect our plan, so I can arrange another plan. Yes, that's right. This time, I've planned almost everything by myself. Ciel only gives a few advices. For something like this, it isn't that complicated for me. Hey, another thing is going according to Kikaku as well. Henrietta's perspective. I try to magically eavesdrop what they're talking about with Kaijin and his buddies inside his workshop. However, it's a complete failure. No matter how many times I've tried it, something is always blocking me. One of those dwarves can't be the one who does it. It must be those two people. Just how dangerous they could be. I decide to jump onto the roof of Kaijin's workshop as quietly as possible and crouch down. I focus my ears. Suddenly, I can hear that minister's voice. What is he doing here? Who do you think you are? You don't have power here, says Vesta. I immediately know whom those words are intended for even though I don't witness their talk directly. Oi, how fool could you be? You just insulted two dangerous people. I hear quite a loud sound of punch. The hell, Vesta, I hope you're prepared for treating my friend and my guest like that, exclaims Kaijin. This will be chaotic. No doubt about that. That minister has caused so much trouble. I shall report to King Gazel at once. I jump down and get into a shadow. I activate shadow motion to Dworgen's royal palace. If those two people ever destroy this kingdom out of anger, I will blame it all on Vesta. Rimuru's perspective. Mr. Rimuru, Miss Ciel, Kaijin says, you were looking for skilled artisans, right? He turns around, facing us with a gloom expression. Would you settle for me? Kaijin definitely knows what consequences his action will bring. Punching a minister in the face is no joke. Knowing what kind of minister whom he messed with, it makes everything worse. At the worst yet most possible case, Kaijin and company will be sentenced to lifetime forced labors. We don't need to settle if we have you, I reply. We'd be thrilled to have your help, Ciel says. He wears a sad smile on his face. A bunch of Dworgen guards had entered this workshop a while ago. They're led by Kaijin's younger brother, Kato. Our hands have been handcuffed. Come on, bro, what were you doing? Says Kato with a disappointed face. HMPH. Kaijin snorts annoyedly while turning his eyes away. That fool was rude to my acquaintances, Mr. Rimuru and Miss Ciel. I just gave him a little scolding. Little, you know it's unacceptable to do that to a minister, right? HMPH. Don't think anything bad of me, says Kato to us. It's just the law. I'll have to keep you all restrained until your trial. We follow them to the prison. Of course, I and Ciel can free ourselves via. Why easily at any time if we want to do so. But we choose to just follow the flow. We have another plan to deal with this. Inside the prison, if only I hadn't lost my temper I dragged all of you into this problem. He bows deeply to us and the Dwarven brothers. I'm deeply sorry. It's fine, I reassure him. That minister really is damn infuriating, isn't he? Kaijin used to be the Aptane of one of the 7 orders of Dworgen royal knights. Vesta meanwhile was his adjutant. Vesta came from a marquise's family while Kaijin came from a family of commoners. It was only natural if they clashed all the time. And when the Magisoldier project went into complete failure and went up in smoke, Vesta dumped all responsibility for his failure onto Kaijin. He even got the forces on his and convinced his friends among the high-rank leaders to give a false testimony against Kaijin. Kaijin assumed the responsibility and quit the forces. But even now, Vesta still holds grudge again. Saint him and often makes unreasonable demands of him, or rather him and his buddies, at every opportunity. Yeah, you got that right, says Kaijin. But it's not as if he was a bad guy, really. He and I weren't a good match but he was always a hard worker and passionate about his research. Mr. Rimuru, Miss Ciel, he stands up, I'll be under your care. He offers his hand to me. Yeah, I shake his hand. Once our problem has been settled, you'll be completely under our protection. Although I'm not sure if I can keep my cool in the court later. About that, Garm stands up. We're going to follow Kaijin-san, too. Kaijin is a little bit confused. Yeah, Dord also stands up. If it means we can work together with Kaijin-san, we'll go anywhere. Merd stands up, too. Why, oh you guys, Kaijin is touched with his friend's determination. Mr. Rimuru, Miss Ciel, says Garm, if we tag along, will we be in your way? We'll be glad to take all of you in, responds Ciel. But we'll make you work to the bones. So better be ready, I exclaim. Right, we all laugh together. Third person's perspective. The sky is dark, the lamps along the alley are shining brightly. But there are only a few people seen passing by on the roads. The city is so bright yet so quiet. Most people have fallen into their slumbers on their lovely beds. However, inside a prison in the royal palace of Dworgen, some people are sleeping on hard floor and wood benches. Rimuru and Ciel are two of them. They chose to sleep sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. They're sitting side by side so closely. Ciel is resting her body on Rimuru's and has her head resting on his shoulder, while Rimuru has his hand on Ciel's head. They're both closing their eyes with smiles on their faces. They don't need sleeping mats. They only need each other, and it's enough. Even if they're lying on the most comfortable bed in the entire worlds, if one of them isn't there accompanying the other one, that comfort is nowhere to be felt. Such is their genuine thought towards each other. Kaijin is lying on the biggest bench of the prison placed opposite to their side. He hasn't slept yet. Mr. Rimuru and Miss Ciel are really good people. They don't blame me for having dragged them into this problem. They've even promised me to take all of us fully under their protection after this problem has been settled. Maybe it's a correct choice after all, to accept their request. Or maybe, I should accept them as my new masters, too. He turns his head, fondly looking at them who have already been sleeping. Even in a situation like this, they can still find their own happiness. I don't know why, but even only by seeing them happy, I feel happy too. He turns his head back, facing the ceiling. I hope that their happiness will continue, even for eternity. He closes his eyes. The time for trial has come. They've been brought in front of the monarch. Vesta has his head and right hand bandaged. He looks much more injured than he should be. As the criminal suspects, they're not allowed to speak for themselves in royal court. That right is reserved for those with a rank of Earl of Higher. Instead, they have a proxy to speak for them. His Majesty Gazel Dworgo will now enter. The plaintiff, the defendants, and the proxy for the defendants, all kneel and bow. The king of the armed nation of Dworgen, Gazel Dworgo, has now entered the court, walking towards the throne, then sits down. He thoroughly observes every single person in front of him. However, even though the king himself has come into the scene, there are two people who don't kneel or even bow. Rimuru and Ciel are still standing, even in the presence of the king. Some of the guards sharply look at them. How dare they disrespecting the king? They think, but no one dares to speak up in the presence of their king. The trial will now begin, exclaimed the judge while tapping the gavel twice. All rise. Everyone immediately stands up. The man representing the defendants walks forward and starts to speak. As we have seen, he says while smiling evilly, when Vesta Dono paid a visit to Kaijin's workshop, he and his gang instead exposed him to a dreadful violence. In addition, it has been revealed to have plotted a betrayal of our kingdom. Such behavior and betrayal should not ever be forgiven. Rimuru just rolls his eyes in annoyance but stays silent. Is it the truth? Asks the judge. He doesn't even bother to ask the suspects directly. It is, my liege. I heard it from Kaijin himself. We have also Styon Vesta Dono's escort who witnessed the event in person. There can be no mistaking the course of events that late morning. Rimuru and Ciel's expressions slightly change. They hold each other's hand tightly to calm down themselves. Their faces, color hasn't changed yet. But if one takes a more careful look, one can see veins starting to bulge on their forehead. And yet, they're still able to keep themselves silent. They actually don't have any blood vessels as they're not actually humans. They just want to show that they're angry and disappointed. Yes, really angry. Anyone might be thinking, it's your own fault to commit a crime. You don't have a right to be angry at anyone but yourselves even if you're to be executed. But not for Gazel and Henrietta. Gazel who sits high in front of them and Henrietta who observes them from the shadows can feel their hearts pounding. A feeling of fear begins to spread inside them. They start to feel chills throughout their bodies, even though Rimuru and Ciel haven't even emitted any aura yet. Rimuru and Ciel have been extremely patient in this whole event even though they've been thrown with such accusation. Once they actually lose their patience, this kingdom surely will be led to its doom. And Gazel fully understands that. He does his best to hide that fear from everyone present. He's the king after all. It's unacceptable that a king would fear a civilian. My liege, exclaims Vesta, you have heard it yourself. Please pass a strict judgment. I've had enough of this bullshit, shouts Rimuru quite loudly, cutting Vesta's blabbering. You're a damn liar. Audiences are all but shocked. Never once in the long history of the armed nation of Dworgen is there anyone who dares to speak up, let alone shout like that in the royal court. In front of the king himself. No less. You insolent. All guards draw and point their weapons towards Rimuru. How dare you speak in such manner in front of his majesty? Stop it, you all. Gazel finally stands up and raises his hand, signaling all guards to calm down and put down their weapons. Let him be. But my liege, I say stop. He begins to release his champion's haki. No, even the entire royal knights can take him or the other one on. They'll only be annihilated in spot. I will never forgive you if this nation were to be erased from existence. An intense, awe-inspiring ring aura begins to fill the entire court. Almost everyone is affected by this aura. All people present shivers down to their spines. No one is able to move their body in the slightest bit, or even utter a single word. Except Rimuru and Ciel, of course. But there is one thing that has stuck into everyone's mind. Their king just said something that indirectly told every single audience that this person, the one who dared to do all of those unbelievable things in the court, and one besides him can not only destroy, but literally erase their nation if they want to. They don't want to believe it, since what they believe is that no one is superior than their king. But it's their king himself who said it. Then, it must be true. The fact that those people doesn't flinch at all while their king is still emitting his nearly full aura only proves his words even further. What is your name? Asks Gazel, breaking the silence. Rimuru Tempest, he says with a very serious tone, facing straight at Gazel. You can call me Rimuru. And the one besides you? I'm Ciel, responds Ciel. Master Rimuru's partner. Rimuru, Ciel, I apologize in the stead of my minister for having angered you. Gazel slightly bows to him. Once again, the audiences are shocked. Their king has bowed to other people, even if it's only very slightly. Even if that person has an ability to destroy this nation, it's still unthinkable that their king would bow to the other. Yet, there's no one who dares to voice their complaints. Gazel's champion's haki is still affecting them. No need to bow to us and apologize for him, King Gazel, says Rimuru. This has nothing to do with you. Thank you. He sits down. Actually, my spymaster has been spying on both of you since your arrival to this nation. But I believe, you already knew it, no? So that masked, light blonde-haired, and green-eyed elven woman who jumped from roof to roof following us and now is currently observing this court from the shadows behind. The entrance door to your throne is your spymaster, says Rimuru playing dumb. Throb. Henrietta is very shocked at this revelation. So, my guts were right, after all. Yet again, it shocks the already very shocked people. The king's spymaster is no doubt the best spy this kingdom has. And yet, this person can describe her appearance, tell what she has been doing, and even spot her exact location without looking. Just how dangerous they actually are. They thought, hey, I knew it. So, what will you do now? We just want to defend our friends from this false accusation. False accusation, says Vesta. You clearly do those crimes yet you're still denying it. Denying, replies Rimuru with an annoyed tone. Don't spit nonsense. I only requested them to come to my village and teach their crafts to the people there, not to betray this kingdom. And I remember that you were only punched on the nose and the cheek. Why is it that you now have your forehead and right hand bandaged? Do you think we will just believe your words? Gazel only puts his palm on his forehead, sighing. Well, I don't expect you to believe me anyway. Thanks to you, I nearly lose my patience. Thank goodness he doesn't actually lose his patience. I don't want to know what kind of catastrophe that will befall us if it does happen. That's what inside the majority of audiences' minds. Hey, why? Oh, you think you can convince anyone while having no EV'd? Ciel. Yes, master. Ciel immediately pulls out a magic ball and lets it float in the air, showing what really happened. Not only does it show the visual record, it also plays the audio record very clearly. Are you here, Murd? Finally. I want you to build a house for me. What? You dare to decline my request? We have accepted Mr. Rimuru and Miss Ciel's request and get out of here. We won't accept any of your stupid requests anymore. I've changed the dialogue a little bit. Hey, so you're all planning to betray our kingdom, Don't talk about nonsense. I simply request them to teach their crafts to some of my friends. Oh, so you're the one who make them going to betray this kingdom. Who do you think you are? You don't have power here. Bam. Vesta, I hope you're prepared for treating my friend and my guest like that. Why you all will pay for doing this to the minister of the kingdom of Dworgen. This is what you call solid evidence. Do you really think that we weren't vigilant of our surroundings? If you do, then you're a complete fool, says Rimuru with a humiliating tone. Very well. Gazel stands up. But before that, will you accept my request, Rimuru? What might it be? I, myself, want to deduce your very nature with sword. Do you accept it? He says as he steps down the stairs from his throne. Rimuru seems a little bit surprised. He never thought of the probability that this event would happen. But with a confident smile, he then answers, very well. I will accept it. Gazel now stands directly in front of Rimuru. He unsheathes his sword and wields it with both hands, pointing it directly to Rimuru. All people near them instantly step back to give them more space. Rimuru draws a sword from imaginary space. He chooses a legendary class katana from all swords stored inside it. He doesn't use his sword of end because it's far too strong. One unintended, wrong swing and the entire kingdom will be erased from the map. Besides, Gazel's sword, despite being just a legendary class weapon, in the end of the day is still the national treasure of Dworgen, passed from generation to generation. Rimuru doesn't want it to be broken. Let the match begin, exclaims King Gazel, marking the start of the match. Rimuru immediately charges towards him and delivers a horizontal slash. Gazel blocks it with his sword pointing downwards, then pushes Rimuru away. He uses this opportunity to releases a quick arching slash downwards. Rimuru quickly jumps backwards and dodging it completely. Rimuru raises his sword at eye level and points its tip directly at Gazel while also shifting his right leg to the back and bending his left leg. He lowers his stance then rushes to Gazel while sending 4 thrusts in quick succession. Gazel still manages to deflect all of them. They keep exchanging blows for a while. The loud sounds of swords clashing invade the entire court. The pace of the fight slowly increases as it continues. The audiences are slack-jawed. Fascinating and beautiful, there's no word besides them that can describe the fight. This is the first time they see their king, the master of the sword, fighting someone so seriously, yet the opponent is still able to keep up with him. Vesta meanwhile is sweating as he watches the fight. He really does. And he know that the one he insulted and falsely accused is someone of that caliber. But it's not exactly the truth for Gazel. Deep down, he fully understands that if this continues, this will be his utter defeat. He prepares for his final attack. When he successfully deflects Rimuru's downward slash, he immediately jumps backward quite far away. He holds his sword vertically with his both hands and raises it. So its hilt is now at eye level. He disappears from sight. Rimuru, who realizes this, immediately leans his body backwards, dodging a powerful uppercut slash that comes from below out of nowhere. Another powerful vertical slash comes from above. It is one of the beginner-level moves in Oboro-style swordsmanship, Chitin Gorai, or Rumbling Thunder of Earth and Heaven. But even a beginner-level move, in the hand of an expert, it can be very deadly too. The first uppercut slash symbolizes a piercing blow from the earth to the heaven, and is intended to throw the opponent off guard. Then, the last strike downwards symbolizes a thunder that strikes the earth from the heaven, and is intended to give the final blow. Rimuru blocks it using the back of his sword. He holds it with his both hands and strongly pushes Gazel away. Rimuru uses Flash Step to appear in front of Gazel. He quickly twists his body, releasing a very powerful diagonal slash upwards. However, that slash isn't directed to Gazel. Instead, it is deliberately directed to his sword. It's so quick that Gazel can barely deflect it. He loses his balance because of how strong that slash is. But it hasn't ended yet. Rimuru still continues to twist his body. When he has fully turned around 360 degrees, he instantly releases yet another powerful diagonal slash. Clash! His sword hits Gazel's sword very hard. Gazel's sword slips from his grip and is flung up high into air. It is a powerful two-slash technique of Tempest-style swordsmanship developed personally by Rimuru and Ciel, Blowing Whirlwind. This technique is very effective when the opponent isn't really calm and is caught off guard. That's why it is the best to proceed this technique with a flash step to surprise the opponent. All 2 slashes are directed to the opponent's sword. The first slash is for making the opponent lose his balance, then the second slash is for making him lose grip over his sword and throw it off. This technique isn't intended for delivering a killing blow. This is only used to make the opponent lose his sword and surrender. Fortunately, Gazel manages to find his balance again before he falls on the floor in ember. Rasses himself in front of the audiences. Seconds later, his sword hits the floor some meters away. Fortunately, it doesn't fall on the judge or any other audiences. Rimuru gracefully sheathes his sword back. Gahahaha, I really didn't expect that I would lose my sword in the middle of fighting. This is my complete defeat. I resign. I'm now convinced that you're not evil beings. Quote, all audiences are astonished. Their king, who is hailed as the champion king, is defeated in front of their own eyes. They don't want to believe it. But it's the undeniable truth. Meanwhile, Ciel is puffing her chest, feeling proud of her master. Gazel takes his sword and sheathes it. He starts to step up the stairs, then walks to the throne. He sits down. I shall pass the judgment. Rimuru, Ciel, Kaijin, Garm, Dord, and Murd are found not guilty, and hereby are fully freed from the lifetime forced labors caused by the supposed betrayal. That concludes my verdict. The court is now adjourned, exclaims the judge, marking the end of the trial. Kaijin and the Dwarven brothers walk out of this court. Rimuru, Ciel, calls Gazel. Yes, King Gazel. They stop their steps and turn around. Would you mind if I invite you for lunch? I'm sure you have many things to talk about. Hey, you're very sharp as always, King Gazel, says Rimuru. Then very well, we will accept your invitation. But I have another business to handle first. So please wait for a while in the reception room. Gazel orders some of the guards to guide Rimuru and Ciel to the reception room of the royal palace. After they get out of the courtroom, Gazel stands up. Now then, Vesta, is there anything you wish to say? Third person's perspective. Now then, Vesta, is there anything you wish to say? Says Gazel. A thousand pardons, my liege. But this is all but a misunderstanding. Yes, it simply has to be a mistake. His voice indicates a sheer nervousness as he pleads his case. Misunderstanding. Gazel looks at him coldly. If it is, then it has costed me one of my most faithful retainer. How could you say such a thing, my liege? You call what he offered to you faithfulness. Why, he is simply a man off the street. Vesta, I see you're mistaken. Kaijin left my corps on his volition. When I refer to the faithful retainer I've lost, is in fact, Gazel squints his eyes. Vesta's heart races as he waits for his king to continue his words. I need to find an excuse. But his mind is blank. Words refuse to come to his lips. His thoughts are slow to form. What did he just say? He referred to me. Then, let me ask you once again, Vesta. Is there anything you wish to say? Fear, just pure fear, dominates Vesta's head. His king has asked him a question. He needs to answer right now. But he just can't find it. I had great hopes for you. I've been waiting for so long, even through the failure of Magisoldier project, for you to tell me the truth. My liege, please. And now I find that, yet again, you were still denying the truth. That you ended up being disgracefully exposed by some unknown people instead, in front of all eyes in this room. Gazel's words pierce through Vesta's heart like the sharpest sword. Gazel unsheathes his sword and shows it to all audiences. You know what is this? It is the national treasure of the armed nation of Dworgen, passed from generation to generation. If one sees it more thoroughly, one can find so many scars on it. This is the result of my fight earlier, he says while sheathing back his sword. But even that person hasn't even showed his true power yet. He was only toying with me this whole time. You surely understand what kind of person you had messed with, no? Vesta widens his eyes in realization. And thanks to your behavior, he almost lost his patience. No one could ever imagine what would happen if such being were to rampage. Is there anything you wish to say? Vesta now realizes the full extent of his king's rage. With this, he truly doesn't have anything left to say. There is not, my liege. Tears start to fall down his cheeks. He falls to his knees and lowers his head. The memories of his childhood flash before his eyes. All I wanted was to be useful to my liege, to win my liege's approval. Ever since I first saw my liege back in my days as a young boy. That is all I have ever wanted. When did I choose the wrong path? Was it when I began to envy Kaijin? Or was it even earlier? Gazel could only look down at him with a gloom expression. For betraying my liege's expectations. Vesta lowers his head more. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Vesta, I hereby forbid you from entering this palace. Never show yourself before me again. But know this, Vesta, your works until this day, he turns around and walks to exit door, have been a very great service. Vesta can only cry, sobbing, regretting everything he did. In the meanwhile, Gazel stops several steps after he exited. My dark agent, Henrietta shows up herself from the shadows. You've apprehended that proxy. Punish him severely. Yes, my liege. Gazel continues to walk. Who are those two people? This is the first time in my life. Have I ever seen such monsters? My full champions hockey didn't even give an effect at all to them. Even my unique skill, Tyrant, can't dig deep into their hearts. But instead, I was greeted by a memory of them wreaking the prison that sealed the storm dragon, Veldora. They're the true beasts. And even much more threatening than Veldora himself. But I have seen it myself. They're not evil beings. If that's the case, we're so fortunate. Then let's just hope that our talk later will give the best result. Rimuru's perspective. As expected, I couldn't really keep my cool in the court earlier. I actually I'd ignore any insults that were directed to me. But, if they were directed to my friends, it became a whole different story. Even if I had tried to refrain myself, hearing my friends being insulted and falsely accused had been irritating me so much. It's just how the way I am. And I think, Ciel also inherits some of my traits. She was born within me, after all. That's why she was also angry at the moment. Although not to the point that she shouted out quite loudly like what I did. Yes, Vesta was our friend, too. Sure, I actually felt bad for treating him that way. But here, he wasn't our friend yet. That was why I threw those piercing words to Vesta anyway. We're now waiting in the reception hall of Dworgen Royal Palace. To fill our time, we've been watching what happened in the courtroom. Using our multi-dimensional perception, King Gazel have sentenced Vesta. Vesta is now officially forbidden to enter this palace again. He looks so saddened, falling to his knees and crying for a few minutes before finally standing up and stepping out of this palace. But, well, it was the best for him. Sometimes, one must get through a chain of devastating events to change oneself, either for better or worse. For Vesta, I'm sure he'll change in a better direction after realizing what he's been doing wrong. Because after all, he's not really a bad guy at the very core. Some minutes later, King Gazel finally enters the reception hall. Sorry for having you waiting, he says, let's get going. We stand up, following him to the dining hall. Some maids are also escorting us. We've finished the lunch. Then, let's get down to our business, shall we? King Gazel says. According to the record you showed, you came to my kingdom because you wanted to find talented craftsmen. Is that correct? After 12 years, I finally will dive again into something like this. Yes, that's correct, I answer. May I know what it is for? I start explaining our condition which then led us to come to this country. Deep inside the great forest of Jura, we are currently building a country of monsters. It's still a small, simple village. But someday, it will become a great country with different races of monsters as our citizens. Country of monsters, EH. It sounds so fascinating. So, you two are actually monsters? Yes, we are. I think we never mentioned it. I and Ciel are actually slimes. In this dimension, I assume my human form much more often. So far, I only showed my true form, the slime form, at that night after the battle with the direwolves. Slimes, with that kind of power. He laughs it off, but there is a sheer nervousness in his tone. Do you not believe us? He smirks. It's just too preposterous for a tall tale. So, I guess I will believe you. Chuckle, it seems. Even King Gazel struggles very hard to comprehend the whole situation, I can't blame him, though. My power indeed is terrifying, even for me who possesses it. Then, with that in mind, I hope we can forge a diplomatic relationship with your country. We want a right for technology exchange between us, especially regarding Kaijin and the three dwarven brothers. With their help, I'm sure we can accelerate our country's development. It goes without saying that your country will gain benefits, too. For example, in a relationship forged between two countries, both factions have to get benefits. Our country will get a huge boost in development. On the other hand, Dworgen will receive beneficial investments. What are those investments? What are these things? He asks after I put two things on the table. These are a full potion with a potency rate of 99% and a mythical class sword. What? King Gazel is in awe hearing it. Even with the most advanced technology we dwarves have, we can only reach the potency rate of 98%. And something like legendary class sword is a national treasure. You can only find a few around the world, and you have a mythical class sword, the even rarer sword. I think I really have to reconsider my common sense. We created them with our power. But someday, our citizens will be able to create those things on their own. We will provide them with materials, tools, knowledge, and anything needed to create those things. Not only those, but also many more in the days to come. King Gazel seems to fall deep into his thought, scrutinizing what I just said. He crosses his arms, lowering his head and closing his eyes. Just like I said, our citizens will be able to create those things on their own. To achieve that, our citizens need materials, tools, and knowledge. For potions, Vesta will be playing the most vital role as the lead researcher. His nature of curiosity as a scientist will be a huge help to the research later on. Fortunately, the chain of events has told us that he'll someday be sent to us, so we don't have so much to worry about. Once he works for us, we will provide him more in-depth knowledge and let him experiment with everything in the laboratory as long as it benefits the research. With that, I also hope we will be able to reinvent many technologies that have been successfully invented in our old dimension. And maybe even invent some new technologies that haven't ever existed. For weapons, Kaijin and Kurobi will definitely be able to achieve it. They just have to practice to polish and perfect their works. We'll bring Tempest to reach new heights, higher than ever before. To make all of those possible, the very first thing we need to do is to cooperate with the dwarves in particular, and the kingdom of Dworgen in general. We will forge a diplomatic relationship with Dworgen. And later on, we will forge relationship with other countries, too. He opens his eyes. So, your country will receive a development boost from the craftsmen our country gives you. Then, once your country is ready to produce those things, you start sending them to us. Is that what you mean? A big grin blooms on his face. He really gets our intention. I smile widely. Ah, perfectly right to the point. I should have expected no less from the champion king of the armed nation of Dworgen. So, what are your words? Hey, needless to say, I will accept it. How could we ignore such a great investment opportunity which we might never get another time? Not just Kaijin and the 3 dwarven brothers, how about I give you more of my best craftsmen as well? With that, your country's development will be a lot faster. He wholly agrees to forge a diplomatic relationship with us. And he even offers more craftsmen to us. With that, we can develop our country much more easily and a lot faster. At this rate, we might be able to get a decent town already in a span of 1 month. Are you sure? Won't that make the production in your country slow down? I need to confirm his decision beforehand. To be honest, they can't do much over here either. So, I figured out that it will be the best to have them go and use their talents elsewhere. Very well, then, we'll gladly take your offer. But I think we should push the formality later on. Could you wait until our country has been fully built and running smoothly? Alright, fine by me. He stands up and is about to walk out of the dining hall. After he steps out of the door, he seems to talk with some guards. Presumably, he's giving orders to them to gather the craftsmen. After a while, he seems to have finished giving orders. He walks back to his seat and sits down. Now, let's put the politics aside and how about we talk about your future as a leader? My future as a leader? What do you mean exactly by that? You two have said yourself that you are monsters. Say, what is your policy in running your country? And regarding humanity, what will you do to them as a country of monsters? Not all countries will be like us, who are willing to cooperate with a bunch of monsters. Some of them might try to attack and subjugate your country for their own gain. It may sound so harsh, but it's just how humans really are, selfish and greedy. I'm sure you understand that, right? Ah, so that's what he means. I can pretty much understand his concerns. He wants to know how we will run our country. Knowing our identity as monsters, he must be concerned about what we will do to the ever-growing humanity, who are well known for their selfishness and greediness. Maybe, he's scared that we might destroy humanity just because of a small group of humans being hostile to us. I begin explaining the summary of our country's view and principle. Well, not exactly a summary, but anyway. Right, we understand that much. We, monsters, always follow the rule of survival of the fittest. Weaker monsters generally are satisfied by simply following the orders given by the one they recognize as the strong. And the stronger monsters are satisfied by enjoying the power they have as the stronger ones. Monsters, especially the higher ranked ones, also have a relatively long lifespan. That's why we rarely put much thought on wealth. But humans are different. Their relatively short lifespan causes the majority of them to have an urgent desire to enjoy their lives to the fullest in such a short amount of time. It pushes them to do anything as long as their goals can be fulfilled to the point that they don't care about anything but themselves, even if it means that they have to kill anyone in their way. Or abandon and betray their own comrades. Nevertheless, our policy is to try to cooperate with humanity, to create an environment where humans and monsters can coexist together. We won't force them to cooperate with us. But for those who are willing to, we will welcome them with open arms. And those who are not, we won't do anything and will just let them be. But, if they ever dare to oppose or wrong us, then we won't hesitate to annihilate every single one of them without any mercy. Exactly as I said, we will try to cooperate with humanity. We will try to cooperate with our former allies. Like Dworgen, Blumend, capital of the Forgotten Dragon, Eurazania, Sarian, etc. For how it will progress, I can only hope for the best. It might be slightly, or even wholly different from our original past. Thank you. Now, I think I've fully understood the core purpose of your country. One more question. What if the ones who oppose you are the demon lords or the Eastern Empire? Their two strongest forces as of now, he asks. If we're talking about our current condition, our country still don't have a sufficient power. It hasn't even become a proper nation yet, just a village. As for now, it is true that our country isn't powerful enough to fight them. In the worst case, we both alone will be more than enough to deal with every single one of them. However, while we're willing to protect our citizens at all cost, we don't want our country to depend too much on us. We want our country to be able to stand and walk on its own feet. That is, the unwritten rule for all people under our protection. For those who are under our protection, every single individual shall be fully protected, until they can protect themselves on their own. We may have unlimited wealth. We may have immense power. But if the citizens rely too much on their king and queen, they will never grow. And if the citizens don't grow, the country will be slowly falling apart. And eventually will fall into its own destruction. We will give our all to protect them while helping them to grow up. We will provide any guidance they need until they can hold on their feet. When that day comes, they might not need our help anymore. I might be the king only in the name. Only a very few crucial things will go through me. That would mean, I can finally get rid from those goddamn papers. Just like what I've ever wanted in my original dimension. And if I can get rid of them, it means I will have much more time to spend with Ciel. Foo. But of course, I'll still hold the absolute power over the country. Speaking of Ciel, her face suddenly changes into red. Why is she blushing? Did I say something wrong? Anyway, I see, King Gazel says. It's been so long, since the last time I heard such thoughtful and deep words from someone else. And I really didn't expect that the one I would hear them from was a monster. Not greedy for wealth and power, only wanting to help your citizens to grow up. I'm sure you'll be a great queen, Rimuru. Damn, I forgot to tell him about this. I'm sorry, King Gazel. But I'm a guy. You what? He almost chokes on his tea. You're a guy? Yes, I am. Well, you're not the first one to be shocked like that. I sip my tea. Anyway, it's an honor to hear it from you, King Gazel. Wealth and power, I don't need them. I already have all the wealth and power I wanted. If a country is destroyed, wealth and power it formerly had will no longer hold a meaning. That's why I want to protect and help my citizens. Wealth, power, foo, they don't interest me anymore. I already have all of them. I can just create the wealth as much as I want. I'm also already one of the strongest people in the entire world, besides Ciel W. Ho is stronger than me with all of her unbounded wisdom. From the very beginning of my second life, I never intended to pursue all of them. All I've ever wanted was to have a simple, peaceful life. Nothing more, nothing less. And yet, they mysteriously found their way, coming to me like a flow of river. I live for eternity. Even if this world, or even all worlds have come to their end someday, I will still be alive. I'm gonna outlive every single one of my friends whom I know and am close with. Well, besides Ciel of course. So, what are you going to do if you have so much time? For me, it is to do whatever I want. Enjoying this eternal life, and one of many ways to enjoy it, is by spending time together with Ciel. I see. He smiles, I'm so glad to meet you. It's so rare to find a king who really cares about his citizens. I only nod my head and continue sipping my tea. If you're a guy, says King Gazel, it means you're the king. Then, is Ciel as your queen? PFF'd, I instantly spit out my tea hearing it. Wait a minute, how in the world did you arrive at that conclusion? Did I say it before? Did I? I quickly review my memory, trying to recall every word that has come out from my mouth. But if the citizens rely too much on their king and queen, they will never grow. Their king and queen, even if it wasn't quite obvious, I did say, king and queen. Wait, was that why Ciel reacted the way she did before? Ah, what a damn mouth. My face heats up. I don't know. Well maybe. Embarrassed, I roll my eyes, looking at King Gazel, then at Ciel, then back to King Gazel. And so on for several times. Gahahaha, okay, I understand both of your situations. Young love really is a wondrous thing. He just laughs looking at our behavior. Why young love? What the hell are you talking about, King Gazel? Please don't misunderstand, King Gazel. We are just. I try to clarify but my mind refuses to think, leaving me stuttering at the end. Just what, Rimuru? You and Ciel are just what, Rimuru? If I am to answer that we're partners, it won't help clarifying and will just end up sparking another conspiracy. I never thought that I would mess up really badly. Okay, you don't need to embarrass yourself further about it. He takes a glance out the door. Oh, it seems the preparation is already complete. Follow me. He stands up then walks away. Sigh, that guy the first can't believe he can a sight like this. Come on, Ciel. I stand up. Why yes, master. She also stands up. There's still a slight red color on her cheeks. We follow King Gazel behind. Walking to the palace main hall. There we can see Kaijin, the dwarven brothers, and 12 other dwarves. They're divided into 3 lines with each of dwarven brothers in front of each line and Kaijin in front of all of them. King Gazel steps in front of all the dwarves with us at his sides. All dwarves immediately kneel. King Gazel turns, facing them directly. All of you, the best craftsmen the armed nation of Dwargon has. As our pride is the dwarves, I, your king, give you the topmost order. Give your best to help Rimuru and Ciel to build their country and follow every and each order they give you. That's my order which all of you must carry out for the rest of your lives. Any objection? We have no objection, my liege. We will live up to your expectation. They exclaim in unison. Then, as of today, I am no longer your master and I hereby declare Rimuru and Ciel as your new masters. May you serve them well, declares King Gazel majestically. He changes his attention to us. Rimuru, Ciel, do you need an escort to return to your country? We can offer you a Pegasus Knight as your escort so your journey will be faster. I do appreciate your consideration, King Gazel. But I am afraid that we do not need any. I glance at Ciel. Ciel, yes, master. She raises his hand, palm facing forward. Opening portal gate to the desired location. A portal appears, showing a goblin village at its other side. It's worth noting that portal gate isn't actually a skill. It's just a kind of term we use for a special usage of our skill. The creation of tall gate involves linking 2 points in the space through another dimension, then distort the space-time that connects those points using time-space manipulation of God of Void, Azathoth. We call it portal gate because it resembles a portal gate you might have seen in some sci-fi movies. All witnesses are astonished. There is really nothing you two can't do at this point, says King Gazel, quickly regaining his composure. So, when will we meet again? Oh, right, we haven't discussed this matter yet, have we? I made Veldora disappear, in the eyes of society 90 days faster than it should be. There must already be big changes we've made, either realizing it or not. When will that be? I wonder. Ciel, do you have any idea? Yes, master, she says. King Gazel, you can come to our country after 12 weeks. Wow, she answers really quick, but aren't 12 weeks just about 3 months, like in our original past? Ciel isn't someone who'd be reckless in deciding. Yeah, I mean, she was literally born from Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. She must have taken anything into consideration, like the current condition, how fast our country's development, etc. It's just how terrifying my partner is. So, let's just try to figure it out. I'm not really sure whether or not a certain weakling demon lord will make the orcs move, given how big the changes we've made to the parallel timeline. But this is how I think about it. With Veldora's disappearance, no matter at what time he disappeared, the non-aggression pact the demon lords have signed with Veldora will immediately be denied. Some of them will begin to expand their territory. That cunning, cautious guy surely won't waste this opportunity to also carry out his own plan to gain a puppet demon lord like what he always hoped for. So, the orc lord will most likely still happen. But he won't immediately execute his plan. He will need some help from his 3 fellow demon lords. It will take some time to ensure that all of them can hold a meeting to discuss this matter together. It will take, according to my approximation, about 1 month. Arranging hundreds of thousand orcs isn't something you can do in a mere day. At least, it will also need around a month. After that, the orcs will begin their rampage. After some time, they will attack the ogres' village as well. If we spot them trying to attack Ogre's village, we can just evacuate them at that exact moment. We will have around 3 weeks to solidify our military with those ogres and form an alliance with the lizardmen, then start our counter. So, 12 weeks are the best choice indeed. Thing to be noted, Shizu-san most likely won't come at those times, since her journey has nothing to do with Veldora. 12 weeks, he says. Very well, I won't question you any further. Then, let's we meet again after 12 weeks. I offer my hand to him. He shakes my hand. I wish you success in building your country. I and Ciel lead the dwarven craftsmen passing through the portal. To our future great country, Tempest. Rimuru's perspective. As we pass through the portal gate, the hobgoblins and the direwolves present are astounded since this is their first time seeing something like this. But they immediately cheer up after seeing me and Ciel coming in from the portal. They start to surround us. Rimuru-sama, Ciel-sama, welcome back. They exclaim in unison. Rigard comes to us, half running. He bows in front of us. It gladdens me to see you coming back safe and sound, Rimuru-sama, Ciel-sama. Yo, Rigard, I say. Good job for managing the village well while we were away. Ha ha, I feel honored by your words. He looks at the dwarves behind us. But Rimuru-sama, Ciel-sama, who are these people? I take a glance at the dwarves. They look bewildered as they're observing their surroundings, seeing so many hobgoblins and wolves all around the village. The fact that 2 different races of monsters live at the same place peacefully without any seen conflicts might have added their bewilderment. They are the ones who are going to help us building our village. I take a step behind. Kaijin, you may introduce yourself and the other dwarves. Yes, young lord. He takes a step forward. My name is Kaijin, and those are my co-workers. Garm, Dord, Murd, and the other 12 dwarves behind us. As young lord and young lady requested, I've come to help you to develop this village. He offers his hand to Rigard. Welcome to our humble village. Rigard shakes his hand. My name is Rigard, the Goblin King, the one who is tasked to manage and govern this village. I am delighted to make your acquaintance, Kaijin Dono. Rigard, Ciel says, order some goblinas to treat these dwarves and prepare a place for them to rest. Your wish is my command. He bows then immediately leaves the scene. Some moments later, some goblinas appear, approaching us. Kaijin and all other dwarves, I say, we will talk about our plan to develop this village once you've calmed down. Take your time to get a rest first. Yes, young lord. The dwarves immediately follow the goblinas who are guiding them to their resting place. Since it's still afternoon, we decide to just stroll around the village, looking at our citizens who have been working hard in accordance to their jobs. The patrol team has been being busy guarding the village. As you might have expected, the hobgoblins chosen as the members of the patrol team are those who have the highest vigilance and the fastest reaction to imminent dangers. Some of them are guarding on the ground with some direwolves, while some others are guarding above the tree. Their eyes seem to be observing everything in front of them thoroughly, as if nothing will escape their sight. The food gatherer T.M. also has collected a pile of food from fruits, nuts, edible plants, and whatever monsters and animals they can hunt down. This team consists of pairs of hobgoblin direwolf with the best coordination. And the most knowledge about edible and non-edible things obviously. The material gatherer team meanwhile has collected some leftover woods and nails from the remnant of disassembled houses. Needless to say, this team consists of those with the strongest physical strength, in terms of carrying heavy and huge materials. As for those who maintain houses and tools, they've built some new shacks without us ordering them beforehand. 2 of those shacks, which are, you can say, the most structurally sound, were specially built for us in Veldora. Even though Veldora is technically not their master, they've been revering him as the guardian deity since they were still goblins. In fact, he was the reason why they could live rather peacefully when he was still sealed back then. So, it's nothing weird if they would feel an obligation to put him above anyone else besides their masters, me and Ciel. As for why they only built one shack for me and Ciel, it was maybe because I told them at that time that Ciel is my partner. The fact that we also slept together that night after the battle might have made them conclude that it would be the best to build one shack for both of us but with a slightly bigger size. We've asked Rigard about how Veldora's behavior was while we were away. Thank goodness there was no ruckus that he'd caused. Rigard said that Veldora was often busy looking at something with drawings on it. He sometimes went out of his shack but he didn't do anything besides strolling around and talking a little bit with the citizens. Well, it was also because Ciel sort of threatened him when I gave him the manga. I say, sort of, because what Ciel said to him was actually no other than, don't cause any ruckus while we're away. But of course, she gave him a very cold gaze that made him shiver after that. We visit Veldora's shack. Yo, Veldora, I greet as I enter the shack. How are you doing? Yo, Rimuru, Ciel. He, who is leaning against the wall, immediately closes his manga and put it down. You've come back, His expression suddenly changes into a disappointed face. It's unfair that you leave me all alone. I will let it slide this time, but I won't for the second time. He crosses his arms, averting his gaze from us and pouting. This old man, I guess, once a Tsunere, always a Tsunere, huh? Yeah, we're sorry. We got a quite unexpected situation that kept us from going home immediately. I see piles of manga at his side. But I can tell you've been enjoying the manga so much. Kuahahaha indeed. These holy scriptures are so amazing. So, had you've got from those holy scriptures? I found so much wisdom inside them. Oh, and some of them give me a very intriguing idea. I've been thinking of creating my own fighting style, this human form of mine. Yes, I shall name it, Veldora Style Killing Arts, he exclaims with so much confidence in his tone. Well, just as I expected. I mean, the majority of manga he has read are shonen manga. Hey undoubtedly have so much action inside them. And the fighting scenes were often glorified and dramatized. It's only natural if they would give him an idea to create his own fighting style, like some otakus in my first world dreamed of. Though, the only difference between Veldora and the otakus in my first world, it is that here, those iconic moves can actually be implemented into real life. Despite this old man being sometimes useless, he actually is a master of martial art in the original dimension. Zejin, one of our strongest patrons, learned his fighting style from Veldora. I give him so many shonen manga, so he can be a martial master too in this dimension. Yeah, I continue, it's a good name. How about you start developing your fighting style? We will provide you a training ground. Maybe someday, we will give you some disciples to teach. How does it sound? Me, having disciples. Kuahahaha, it sounds great. But you have to be patient, Ciel says. You can start your elf training only after 1 month have passed. Why? A sheer disappointment can be seen on his face. Ciel lets out a sigh. Some nations, especially those bordering the great forest of Jura, are still sending spies and informants to investigate your disappearance. If they know your true identity, we can get into a troublesome situation. Not just you, but also us and our subordinates. Oh, I see. Okay, then, well, I say, before we leave, as a reward for not causing ruckus, I shall give you something. Something. I snap my fingers and a pile of manga appears in front of him. These are, exactly, those are the continuation of that manga you currently read until the last volume. Kuahahaha, you're indeed my sworn friends. Thank you. We get out of the shack. After a few moments, my multi-dimensional perception suddenly senses a few humans in a radius less than 200 meters. Oh, crap, I almost forget about this. Ciel, please, I say through our integrated mind. As you wish, master. Ciel immediately casts an illusion magic covering the entire village and the area nearby. Every individual who looks at this village will feel as if they're only seeing a plain abandoned land with nothing worth investigating. Except our citizens, of course. Those humans are presumably the spies sent by a certain country to investigate Veldora's disappearance. They are currently nearing the village. That's why I asked Ciel to cast an illusion magic so we won't attract their attention. This is not the time yet for us to show ourselves. I almost forget that it's only been around a week after we made Veldora seem to disappear. Ciel, how are we going to deal with the spies and investigators later? I mean, illusion magic won't work forever, will it? Especially when we're starting to rebuild our village near the cave. Worry not, master. Apart from using illusion magic, I actually have one more way. But I need to ask if master minds using it. Anything is low-ing as our village won't be found out too early. Then, I'll immediately use thought manipulation to anyone who's coming closer so they will take a different path and forget completely about this village. Thank you very much, Ciel. I owe you a lot. Once again, thank you very much. It's my obligation to help my master. The next day, we meet Rigard to talk about our upcoming village relocation. Rigard, I say, we're going to relocate our village to the area near the cave. It was regarded as a forbidden zone, he reports. Unlike the forest, it was a veritable den of powerful monsters. Forbidden Zone, have you forgotten with whom you've been living with? He's thinking for a few moments. Ah, right, we have been living with Veldora-sama, have we not? But in any ways, we'll not have any problem regarding your decisions, Rimuru-sama. Then order all citizens to prepare themselves. As you wish, Rimuru-sama. Then, we pay a visit to the shack where the dwarves are resting in. Hey, Kaijin, I greet. Have you all settled down? More or less, yes. Then let's talk about our plan for development, shall we? I start by explaining the current condition of this village. I express my desire to relocate all of the citizens to the area near the cave and build a town, not just a village. Some of them initially disagree since it was a forbidden area full of powerful monsters. But I reassure them that I will fully protect them. So, they eventually agreed. I then call for Murd and explain to him how architecture worked in the world I first came from. I hand him he blueprints of our future town to ease the surveying work and ask him if he agrees with the design I've come up with. The blueprints are based on our old Tempest with some improvements. Some skyscrapers that are planned to be built around the town center are efficiently positioned so that the sunlight will still hit the ground below. In the vicinity, I adjust the citizens' residential space so it will spread out in harmony with the forest. I've planned some systems that we will use in our town as well. One of the systems I've planned on implementing is a waste management facility. The wolves might not need it that much, but for the dwarves and the hobgoblins, it will be a necessity for sure. We plan to have a pseudo-septic system that can store waste and turn it into fertilizer. But if we look at it from another perspective, it'll be easy for it to be the source of infectious diseases. Despite having evolved, the hobgoblins are still susceptible to disease. We will want to keep those diseases at bay. So I also go all the way with the hygiene. Even Murd, the one known as the greatest architect of Dworgen, is utterly impressed by these ideas even though there was no single word coming out of his mouth as usual. I appoint him as the head of building operations for our town. After having Rigard assign a few people to Murd's detail together with 4 other dwarves specialized in architecture, I send all of them off to survey the area near the cave. I have Ranga and Ryga join them too just in case. If some monsters swarm and attack them, Ranga and Ryga alone will be enough to deal with those monsters. I also appoint Garm and Dord as the heads of clothing production front with 8 other dwarves working under them. If you want to know what differentiates Garm's team from Dord's team, it is that Garm's is in charge of everyday clothing and underwear, while Dord's is in charge of dyes and high-class attire. A few days later, Murd's team has come back to the village. The surveying work has been done without a hitch. All systems go. After making sure everything is in place, I gather all citizens including the dwarves at the center of the village. We'll go now, I say after making sure no one is missing. I immediately invoke time-space manipulation and teleport all of us to the desired location. As we blink our eyes, we've already stepped into a new land, our future great country shall be built upon. Several days have passed. Ciel and I are strolling through our currently under construction town as usual, seeing how our subordinates are doing. Sound of trees being chopped and nails being hammered echoes throughout the forest. Slowly, the new town and its houses begin to take shape. In our minds, at least. We are still busy laying out the water and septic system, so for now, it's still just a clearing. We don't cut all trees, obviously. If we actually cut all trees, then our town won't harmonize with the nature anymore. We only cut those that need to be cut. We also intentionally leave out some to build a sort of park where everyone can relax later on. Every time I or Ciel sense some humans nearby, we will immediately instruct all citizens to stop their works momentarily through thought communication. Why? Because illusion magic won't work forever. What if some of them have a resistance to illusion magic? What if the Illusio and we've made instead piques their interest to investigate further? Once they get considerably close to our village, Ciel will activate thought manipulation to them, guiding them towards another why to the cave without getting through or even touch the town ground, and make them completely forget their suspicion. The water system takes the direction of its flow from the river we're adjacent to. We've planned to have water processing building as well, but it is still under construction. That'll be where the river water is purified and distributed to the citizens' houses. As for the septic system, we build a large chamber out of wood that we plan to bury in the ground. Its inner surface will be treated to improve its resistance against rotting, then reinforced with cement. That's where we're currently working on now. We're quite lucky since we can find some quicklime-type materials off the nearby hill. Another building outside our town will be a waste processing facility where we plan to make the fertilizer we want. In addition, I'm having the crew build a large temporary building resembling a gymnasium. It's the place where they can sleep in during the construction period. It's raw, fair slipshod since it's not intended to be permanent, but it will do the job. Outlining the assorted neighborhood divisions is going along well. The upper-class houses, including the one Ciel and I will stay in, will be built near the cave mouth. We will have a line of houses meant for the lords with the other residences spread around them. We're doing this before anything else so it'll be easy to lay out the town plan without getting things jumbled and mixed up. It's basically built in the shape of a cross with a wide main street, making it easy for the citizens to work as a group if the need arises. We'll have to be careful to not create long lines of identical roads. That'll make it easy for one to get lost, yes. But it's not too much of a concern. The only real disadvantage of this street rupture is that it can be easy for invaders to move around in case of invasion. But if they do make it to the center of the town, it'll mean dozens of other things have failed by then. Well, if they actually destroy our town, we can just rebuild it. We can also choose to destroy their own town in return at any time. Not that I will feel such a need to do that, at least for now. I'm just saying that if you mess with one of my citizens, I will make you pay dearly for it. Naming the goblins and evolve them into hobgoblins have proven to give a great impact throughout the construction work. Both their intelligence level and physical strength have increased exponentially. They're all astonishingly quick learners and always eager to learn new things. In a sort of lecture I did before I divided the hobgoblins into different teams, I said this to them: listen, knowledge is expensive. Now that I have brought you some people to give that knowledge, make the best use of this opportunity. Take as much knowledge as possible while you're still able to. It looked like they listened to my words and took them very seriously. They seem passionate and devoted to their respective works. They work so hard yet they're still able to genuinely smile. When I ask the workers to sometimes take a time to rest, most of the time they reply with something like, "Please worry not, Rimuru-sama. We do not need that much rest. We have evolved and become stronger with the blessing of the names you have given upon us. We will feel irresponsible if we do not make the best use of our strength while we're still able to." I always despise corruption, be it about money or time, even when I was still Satoru Mikami. Having these hobgoblins as the construction workers really makes me feel damn lucky. And of course, I don't order the children to work. Their physical strengths are still not enough to do one of those heavy jobs like building a building or carrying the materials. But if they insist to have a job, which they usually do, I usually will order them to help distributing foods and drinks from the temporary kitchen to the workers. And not all children can get a job, okay. Only the children whom I deem as strong enough who can have the job. I mean, who would have the heart to order a kid whose body was so small like that of a toddler? As you might have guessed, the temporary kitchen is where most of the female I mean the goblinas do their job, cooking and preparing the foods and drinks for the construction workers. Anyway, I expect that in a span of 1 until 2 months, all houses will have been built and all systems will have been fully implemented. Thus, our busy but peaceful days continue. Third person's perspective. Catastrophe-class monster, Storm Dragon Veldora had disappeared. The one sealed for 300 years, the living catastrophe. His disappearance signified his return somewhere in this world. But after exactly 22 days since the first report of his disappearance came out, the Western Holy Church made a worldwide declaration, announcing his presence to have completely vanished. Count Nidal Migam is furious. That's bullshit, he curses Eel, recalling what the finance minister has just told him. Simply remembering it makes his blood boil. The threat known as the Storm Dragon Veldora has vanished. Therefore, the special monetary support from the central government shall be halted, as of today. And that was it. No backtalk allowed. After being summoned to the capital. After being forced to wait for 3 hours. Falmouth is, indeed, a rich kingdom. But so much power is tipped towards its central government that practically none of those riches reaches the nobility tasked with running its more remote regions. Redistribution of wealth is a foreign concept around here, and the Countship of Migam never seems to see any relief from the taxes they're expected to collect from their citizens. Like the other nations, they're taxed based on their agricultural harvests. And yet, they're also charged with defending their borders against the threats posed by the forest. That's the current source of the Count of Migam's fury. That stipend has been a huge aid to them. Certainly. The Vount's lands go right up to the forest of Jura, making it the primary defense line of the entire kingdom of Falmouth. But that isn't just Nidal's problem. It is a problem that haunts the entire country. And yet of all the patronizing things they could have done, Nidal is so angry, he can't help but verbalize his thoughts. There's too much to consider. He has to think about how he will keep the countship going. Sealed or not, Storm Dragon Veldora is, nonetheless, a potent threat. He is a special S-rank monster and thus ignored at one's peril. With the disappearance now a public knowledge, it was perhaps understandable that such, special, i.e., provisional monetary support no longer made sense. But the timing couldn't have been worse. The monsters are also a threat posed by the forest. But the storm dragon is just as much a threat to those monsters. The fact that the dragon has disappeared can only be attributed to monsters' movement. No more dragon meant no more overlord to keep all of them in check. They needed to strengthen their border forces, if anything, for all the new monster activity, and then they lost their budget for it. That, in brief, is what angers Nidal at the moment. The government might have a point. But to the Count of Migam, that doesn't matter. How should I protect my lands now? Mercenaries cost money. Adventurers from the Free Guild can't be trusted when push comes to shove. Now is exactly when the government should be extending a helping hand to him. They're talentless fools, completely failing to grasp the situation. If, perish that thought, Nidal Migam's lands are swallowed up by hordes of monsters, it'll cost Falmouth all the trust placed upon it by neighboring countries and large-scale merchants. It will be the government that will pay the price for that. And right this minute, it is setting itself for doom. The Count continues to curse his superiors under his breath. None of this is his own responsibility. He knows that, but still, he sighs in his wagon, his mind slightly more settled. As a last resort, he can appeal to the king. No one left but the royal family to press upon. But when he recalls the king's face, it induces him with despair. The sheer greediness of that man will never allow him to care about the fate of some patch of the frontier land. It'll be blasphemy to utter that out loud. But those are Nidal's genuine feelings. Without the pretext of the storm dragon to support him, the Count of Migam might be forced to raise taxes, even. His dominion borders only Woe other areas, the capital city of Maris and the great forest of Jura. There is no reason to prepare for invasion from other countries, and thus no need for a permanent standing army. The Count's territorial force, tasked with repelling monsters and magical beasts, numbers no more than 100 or so knights. The number makes Nidal grimace. Technically speaking, the Count has been taking the special stipend and pocketing it. The payments are meant to keep up strict patrols across the border with the forest of Jura. But in this faraway region with no need for a large army, the only thing they have to worry about is handling monsters. With the rise of the Free Guild over the past decade or so, the costs of disposing monsters have dropped significantly too. Thus, this whole disaster is something of a retribution for the Count himself. A payback for failing to enact the measures he should have. He is aware of that. But it's still a bitter pill for Nidal to swallow. That being said, Nidal is not the only one troubled by the situation. Kingdom of Falmouth is a country of moderate strength. Therefore, they have abstained from expanding the frontier. And therefore, there is little danger posing to them. As Nidal expected, many cabinet ministers are planning to reduce defense spending. However, other countries surrounding the forest of Jura may not do the same. To not regret it later. Each must come up with some countermeasures. The kings and ministers of those countries are now hastily hosting an emergency council to devise a strategy. One such troubled individual is the Baron Vriard, the minster of a small kingdom called Bloomond. It's a trying time for him, but not half as trying as it is for the man Vriard has called into his private chamber today. He is Fuse, a man just as renowned for his sharp, unrelenting eyes as he is for his small stature. He is the guildmaster for this kingdom, a position affording him a hefty amount of authority even in such a small nation. I believe you know why I call you here, says the Baron as Fuse walks through the archway. You have heard about the storm dragon by now, yes? He nods. Of course, my Baron, he says in a low, hoarse voice. HMPH. Vriard spits out in response. I suppose I should have expected as much of a guildmaster. Now, may I ask you what measures the guild intends to take? We have no particular plans at the time, sir. Sorry, did I hear you correctly? You have no intention to take action? Yes, sir, Fuse replies with a voice devoid of emotion, silently asking the Baron what he is so bothered about. I do not feel any action is necessary. The Baron, not being a great fan of this kind of response, chooses to keep those feelings hidden. Rather a strange thing to say, is it not? Not necessary. The disappearance of Veldora the Storm Dragon may portend further monster activity in a span of days, even hours. And you are taking no measure against it at all. It would strike me as a rather strange job to do, sir. For taking such measures is the kingdom's job. I am responsible for the Free Guild. We are not volunteers. We do not work for free, my Baron. This is the truth, as far as Fuse is concerned. The Free Guild is an independent, non-governmental organization. Its members are afforded no special guarantees of security or comfort but the basic rights that all citizens are entitled to. Their only official debt to the kingdom comes in the form of taxes. That is the system in Bloomend, as it is in nearly all nations that surrounds it. In other words, the Free Guild is a group that operates outside the framework of any nations, and one far more unified than a single government as well. It is a fact that some of their operations occurred without the knowledge of consent of these nations. Whether the guild intended it to be seen that way or not. Is it not the responsibility of the state, the guildmaster continues, to protect the assets of its people? In the same way, it is the guild's responsibility to protect its members' lives. Enough pretense, guildmaster. How many mercenaries can you provide us? How many adventurers with combat experience? What is the size of the defense force you can provide in service? I need numbers. Fuse rolls his eyes and sighs. I do hope we are on the same page when I say this, sir. But I will remind you, we are not an army of volunteers. If we are talking about a mobilization based on the terms of our agreement, I can provide you the equivalent of 1/10 of our members. If you wish access to anything beyond that, well, that would all depend on our compensation. The population of Bloomend is almost exactly 1 million. The membership log of the local Free Guild totals around 7,000, not including family members. Thus, if the kingdom decides to invoke its agreement with the guild and muster 10% of its members, 700 in all, these fighters will officially join the command of the national army. Such an order, of course, will apply only to guild members who belong to Bloomend and no other nation. All Free Guild members fall under the same banner, but their home nations are also clearly stated in the logs for this reason. What's more, while a nation has the right to define its own mobilization period under this agreement, it is also obliged to give the guild a 1/5 discount on taxes collected during the entire period. This allows governments to rapidly summon a powerful force, and the guild to make sure its men will not be obligated to the state for too much of their time. For a group like the guild, which is required to pay salaries to all deployed members in advance, it is the obvious approach to take. Besides, even if a government asks for every man the local Free Guild has, there will be no way to handle them. After all, only about half of any guild's membership have any fighting skill. The Bloomend nobles are fully aware of this. Normally, they won't have their top minister at MPT to bully the guildmaster into better terms, but the times demand otherwise. The monsters are stirring, for one. But even beyond that, they have more pressing motivations. Enough of this. Are you trying to wring the truth out of me? Fuse raises his eyebrows a little at the mention of his name. Vriard rarely, if ever, calls him by it. He turns his eyes towards the Baron for the first time. The area near where the Veldora was sealed in was meant to be an absolutely impassable region, he says. Now that route may potentially be open to direct navigation, and that means we must consider the possibility of the Eastern Empire taking action. Ah, certainly so, replies Vriard. Whether they were letting Veldora be or were simply afraid of the seal being broken, we have been detecting sudden new movements in the Empire after a long period of silence. Do you understand what it means? If they can get through the forest, this kingdom will instantly be swallowed up. Oh, and we can just forget about the Western Holy Church providing us any meaningful support. The countries around the Great Forest of Jura have no meaningful alliance with each other, and eventually, we will all fall into the Empire's rule in the blink of an eye. No support from the Church. I am afraid it is not, no. They never were really interested in wars between mere mortals from the very beginning. Annihilating monsters is what their doctrine calls for. Indeed, if we could have them deploy even one of their paladins, the Empire would not be so quick to move, not needing to prepare for monsters. Attacks would at least buy us some time. I doubt anything could make the Church spring into action, Fuse says. The fall of a nation or two gives no effect to their own finances. They cannot help everyone, not even their own congregation. He takes a moment to look at the Baron's face. You look so exhausted. Are you getting enough sleep? You have got more gray hairs too, even. HMPH. As a favor to a childhood friend, I will gladly conduct my own personal inquiries, Fuse offers. I would advise you not to expect much. But I can at least gauge the state of the great forest of Jura and around the Empire. I would appreciate it. There is no guarantee the Empire will act against them. If it is going to, it'll undoubtedly be with a huge force. It is never a nation to waste its time with small skirmishes. No, it'll casually send over a force of 1 million or so and trample over every nation in the area, one by one. Assembling such an army will take time, at least 3 years or so, which is not a short period. I had better begin gathering information, then. Fuse closes the conversation. There is a little time. I am off. Thank you. Two of them nod and go to their separate ways. There is much to do. Rimuru's perspective. Approximately 6 weeks has passed since our first arrival at this new land. No more spies or investigators had come to investigate during these past weeks. We don't use illusion magic anymore to cover this town. The last people we know came would be those 3 idiots, which I'm sure you know who I mean, who came to investigate the cave about 3 weeks ago. But I think it's not the time yet for us to meet them. We will wait until their second visit, if their guildmaster sends them again in the future like in the old dimension. It's very likely to happen knowing how that man is. Anyway, let's talk about the town. Everyday sustenance collected by the food gatherer team is always more than sufficient for all citizens. All houses the citizens need have been built. So have the key buildings for our town such as Town Hall and Reception Hall. All roads have been paved. Garm's team and Dord's team have done a very great job, too. All citizens now have decent clothes to wear. The pseudo-septic system has been completed a long time ago. The water system also has been finished several days ago, ready to purify water from the river and distribute it to whatever building it is connected to. This town has around 200 houses. Some of them are houses for a whole family, which can consist of 3 or even 4 children, while some of them are for a single person. All orphan children, who lost their parents before we became their masters, are being taken care of by several single people who volunteer themselves. For this town, which started to be built far lower in scale compared to our old Tempest, which had more than 1,000 houses, the development can be said to be quite slow. Well, that was no wonder because we currently didn't have the high orcs as our workers. Because in the end of the day, the high orcs have essentially more physical strength and stamina. But it's nonetheless been completed, so it's all good. I stroll around the town together with Ciel, holding her hands as usual. While we seem to be walking around for relaxing, we are not. We are observing our freshly completed town, checking the quantity on of our citizens and ensuring that the systems we have built are working properly as we previously planned. I am currently thinking about our future as a full-fledged country. 3 traditional basic needs: food, shelter, and clothing. And additionally, sanitation, at least have been solved. Time to think about other crucial things our citizens will need the most. I pass through a group of hobgoblins sitting below an open tent. Listening to Garm who is explaining something in front of them. Learning and teaching, students and teacher. It was said that after Japan gave up in the World War II, the very first thing Emperor Showa Hirohito asked to the surviving generals was not about how many soldiers were left. Instead, he asked about how many teachers were left. These were his words: "We have fallen because we do not learn. If we cannot learn, how would we be able to catch up with them? Then gather all remaining teachers, because on them are we going to rely, not on the troop strength." I don't know whether it's true or not, since I couldn't get that many reliable references from the internet back then. But if a Japanese emperor like him, which was believed not by me to be the descendant of goddess Amaterasu Omikami, actually said something like that, then it means that teachers truly are valuable assets for a country, even more valuable than an army. Now, don't get me wrong. I, despite being a former Japanese, am not a great fan of his. I, more or less, have studied the general things of the world history, especially the history of my own country, Japan. I know and understand what our former emperor had done to some of our neighboring countries during the World War. I dislike conflicts. I dislike bloodshed. That's why I would always try to approach and dissuade the enemy side before a full-scale war broke out. Be that as it may, if the condition forces me to do that, well, I won't hesitate to slaughter every single one of them without exception. But we will never be the one to start the war. I only want to imitate what I see as the good thing from him. In brief, what I'm trying to say is, imitate the good side and just leave the bad side. Speaking of teachers, it reminds me of something. If we really want our citizens to be able to stand and walk on their own feet, then the very first thing we have to do is clearly to teach them how to do it. If we don't teach them, they don't learn. And if they don't learn, how would they be able to do it? Even a baby has to learn first before they start to be able to walk on their own. I think I once said it clearly when I met with King Gazel, we will give our all to protect them while helping them to grow up. We will provide any guidance they need until they can hold on their feet. Helping them and providing guidance. Not only teaching, but also helping and guiding. Something much higher than just merely teaching. Yeah, that's it, education. My citizens may be monsters, but they, nonetheless, are intelligent creatures. Their potential can be just as great as humans. It's just the environment they grow up in that decides whether that potential goes to waste or not. I mean, look, in the old dimension, almost all of our executives who filled the higher up positions were monsters, were they not? And the internal government had been running smoothly without any huge problem. So, it should be enough to prove my point. If we can educate them properly, they will surely be able to utilize their fullest potential. With that, I'm sure my future nation will be a great nation, or even greater than my former nation. Ciel, I say. Yes, Master. She turns his face, looking at me. Don't you think we should start to care about our citizens' education? Yes, Master, she replies. I do believe that education should be the first thing to be taken care of after 3 basic needs have been fulfilled. Good thing Ciel agrees with me. Shortly after that, we go to meet Mert and ask him if he and his team can build a school building for us. They answer yes, and they begin to build the school right away according to the design I and Ciel have proposed. We also order several teams to make a specified number of chairs, tables, and other basic tools for teaching and learning activity. The teams we have assigned begin to do their duty, quickly and passionately. 3 days later, everything has been completed. It's quite surprising to me how fast they were working. But given that they are monsters and the one who gave them the orders is in fact us, their masters, it shouldn't be a surprise anymore. This school consists of 2 floors, 1 main hall, 1 teacher room, and 9 classrooms, with each classroom has a capacity of 24 students. We're going to use chalkboards and chalks for teaching and learning activities. Why? First, we don't have the material for creating marker ink. Second, we have an abundance of quicklime material which is the raw material for chalks. And third, the sound produced by the chalk when we write on the chalkboard makes it more satisfying than when you use a marker, don't you think? Ciel and I have discussed about what we are going to do once we start the school activities while the school were being built. We will teach the 3 essential skills: reading, writing, and arithmetic, and additionally, etiquette. Reading and writing are 2 IAL skills that are related to each other. Hypothetically, if no one ever started to create a writing system, then reading wouldn't exist, too. And if no one could read, then what did one wrote for? Reading is a window to the world. So much knowledge and wisdom that were written and stored in books. If one can read, one will be able to see what are beyond that window, letting one to see the world in a much, much broader view. Writing lets one to preserve one's own knowledge for a long time, and even makes it possible to be passed to the future generations. A written knowledge often lasts longer than a spoken knowledge. It is because a written knowledge, no matter what era it finds itself in, no matter how many generations have passed, will mostly still be the same as how it was written. As long as the writing isn't destroyed, the knowledge it contains will persist. A spoken knowledge that isn't preserved in the form of a writing, on the other hand, will mostly find itself slowly changing from generation to generation, that its real meaning becomes blurred, or even being forgotten entirely, because they are only based on what people say, which then based on what they remember. I keep saying, mostly, because in the end of the day, not every single thing goes as how it's supposed to be. The clearest example would be etiquette. It's more or less a spoken knowledge, yet it manages to persist for a very long time. Often more than thousands of years. Then, there's arithmetic. Arithmetic is important for daily life. If one can't even do at least a simple addition and subtraction, it will most likely find itself in a hard life unless you're an unintelligent creature. A mental arithmetic is also believed to have many benefits as well, such as training the memory, boosting concentration, boosting critical thinking, etc. Oh, and don't misunderstand. We will only teach the basic operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. I did say that we will teach arithmetic. But I never said that we will teach mathematics. I do have a thought that if there are monsters who can solve something like quadratic equation or integration, it will be super cool. I mean, NY humans here always think that they are the most intelligent, the smartest, and that the monsters are stupid. It will be really funny if a certain green-colored monster whom they see as the weakest, the most unintelligent monster appears in front of them out of nowhere and starts chanting an equation which even many of your average high schoolers in my first world wouldn't be able to solve. Actually, I also often couldn't solve those kinds of equations when I was still a human high schooler back then. You all must have known how it feels when you can't solve an equation. It often makes you feel like you are so stupid. I understand that feeling. I just want to mess with those overconfident humans in this world so that they'll know how it feels when they feel more stupid than the one the YC is the most unintelligent creature. But do you really think that algebra and calculus can be taught in just a month? Nah, of course it can't. Moreover, I don't think the majority of my citizens will need it anyway. We have to focus on what we really need to do first, not on what we want to do. But it doesn't mean that I dismiss that idea entirely. Because, you never know when you will find someone talented on this matter. Thus, I will save it for the future plans. Lastly, etiquette. Etiquette, as far as I know, is a set of unwritten rules which controls how one should behave and interact with another inside a society. It varies from a society to society, meaning that it's society dependent. The etiquette that we will teach in this school will be based on Japanese etiquette. Even if I am no longer a Japanese and even going to build a new country here, I'm still proud of my former nation. It goes without saying that I will still abandon some rules which I feel are actually bad. Ket will be the one that organize the society apart from the three fundamental rules. Thus, the etiquette will be taught first before any lessons every day. So, there will be 2 lessons per day, started with etiquette, ended with either reading, writing, or arithmetic. Technically, the only educated people in this town are only us alone, me having graduated from a university in my first world and Ciel being the god of wisdom. Thus, we are also the only ones who are able to teach in the school as for now. It means, we can only teach 2 classes at the same time, which then means that we can take 48 students. We have already decided who those 48 lucky people who are going to receive our personal education would be. We will soon declare ourselves as a new independent state around 1 month and a week after this. So, those who will need education the most are those who are going to take higher up positions in our future country, such as Rigurd and the Goblin Lords. We will take their sons or daughters, if they have any, as well, such as Rigur. For the remaining students, we take some hobgoblins who we see as important individuals such as Gobda. We immediately go to arrange everything needed to the classrooms helped by some hobgoblins. The next day, we gather all those 48 people to the school main hall and start with a lecture about what and how important education is, which covers the importance of the 3 basic skills, the importance of etiquette, etc. Fortunately, almost all people are listening to our lecture seriously, except Gobda obviously. After the lecture is finished, we divide them into 2 classes, one is taught by me and the other is taught by Ciel. Rigurd and the Goblin Lords are all in Ciel's class because they will have to learn much faster than anyone as the future higher-ups. The first lesson for the first day for the first students in the first school ever in Tempest begin. Third-person perspective. Around a week and a half have passed since Rimuru and Ciel started teaching 48 hobgoblins. Ciel writes a pretty long sentence on the chalkboard. To end all of our lessons for reading, every one of you must be able to recite what is written on this chalkboard, says Ciel in front of her class. Those who aren't able will be provided with extended lessons period and the writing lessons for the others it'll be postponed until all people pass the test. First of all, I'm sorry but I will cast an illusion magic to all of you except the one who will be tested and those who have been tested. The ears of all people inside the classroom now aren't able to hear anything because of the illusion magic being casted, except one person. All of their faces seem so tensed. Rigurd, how will you read this sentence? Rigurd nervously opens his mouth, clearly terrified if he will fail this. It reads, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Correct. You have passed the test. He folds his hands in front of his chest. A river of tears begins to flow down his cheeks. Thank you very much, Ciel-sama. Ciel continues to test the other hobgoblins. The result, all people in Ciel's class pass the test and will start their writing lessons tomorrow. Meanwhile, the progress of Rimuru's class in learning how to read just reached 60%. It might need one more week or so to catch up with Ciel's class. Well, in any case, it makes sense because Ciel's class consists of the most exceptional individuals, and Ciel herself, the one bearing the title of God of Wisdom, is the one teaching them. And as the embodiment of the wisdom itself, she has planned everything for the sake of her master, even before his master asks her. When all of the students in her class have finished learning arithmetic, Rigurd as the future Prime Minister will be personally taught with the basics of political science, Rigurd and Rogurd respectively as the future Minister of Legislation and Justice with the basics of legal science. Rugurd as the future Minister of Administration with the basics of administrative science, and Ririna with the basics of management science is the one who will oversee the completed goods of our country. And Ririna, along with 2 other goblinas and 1 hobgoblin, apparently also have a very high potential in teaching later on, so they will be taught with the basics of teaching as well. Rimuru and Ciel both have been doing their best to educate their people, so that their people will be able to stand and walk on their own feet someday, and do not need their help anymore. Their busy but peaceful days continue as usual. With that being said, a malicious plan arranged by a certain demon lord has begun without anyone realizing it. At an area in the great forest of Jura near the lands of the demon lords, a tremendous number of pig-like creatures are prepared to raid the forest. From a wasteland that once was the dominion of the orcish kingdom of Orbic, 200,000 orcs begin their march, ready to devour everything in their way. Rimuru's perspective. It's already midday. The sun is at its culminating point, radiating its maximum light intensity for the day. Although it only feels fairly warm, it should be already winter a few weeks ago looking at the pattern change of the direction of the natural wind and the change of the atmosphere's average temperature. However, no snow falls so far. This world's, Earth, is pretty interesting, actually. Great Forest of Jura and the other areas are located in the middle, meaning in the equator if we look at the map. But they still experience 4 seasons like all other areas to the north and to the south. But it's not our concern right now. The education session has been ended at late morning as usual. We walk together from the school, heading directly to our house. As we walk, every citizen who passes us by cheerfully greets us. We also occasionally pat some children who excitedly get near us. We arrive in front of the entrance of our house. We open the door, get into the house, and close the door again. I walk to the dining room while Ciel walks to the kitchen. I sigh as I sit on a chair at the dining table. A few moments later, I can hear the sound of something being chopped from the kitchen. Exactly. As you might have guessed, Ciel is cooking the lunch. I unconsciously hum happily because I know it's going to be really good. And I mean really good regardless of what kind of food is being cooked. After waiting for some minutes, Ciel enters the dining room bringing 2 bowls of food. Just by smelling the aroma the food spreads out, it really stimulates my appetite. You seem to be so excited for the food. She puts them on the dining table, one is put near me and the other is put across me. Do you like my food that much? Quote, of course, I do, I say while snapping a pair of disposable chopsticks. Because I know that anything cooked by you is going to be heavenly good. Exactly. Ciel actually has been cooking our meals since our house was finished. Every time I eat her cookings, I'm always drowned in blissfulness. Not even the most luxurious meal I've ever tasted in my lives can begin to compare with Ciel's cooking. We fold our hands in front of our chest. Itadakimasu, let's eat. Today's lunch menu is gyudon, a type of donburi dish, a Japanese dish in the form of steam. White rice with various kinds of toppings on it. I take a mouthful of rice together with a slice of meat with my chopsticks, then put it into my mouth. I begin to chew it. The texture of the meat, how perfectly cooked it is. Combined with the balanced saltiness and sweetness, I'm being drowned in blissfulness, yet again. So delicious. You can praise me more, master. Your cooking is the most delicious. The best in the entire worlds and dimensions, Ciel. Thank you. Ahaha, since when did you become like this, Ciel? Not that I complain about it, though. She looks much cuter that way. Wait, what am I thinking about? I can feel my entire face heating up. Ciel, not knowing what's actually happened, just tilts her head. What is the matter, master? And nothing. Anyway, how's your class doing? I try to change the subject. I eat another mouthful to distract myself from the remaining embarrassment. They are so passionate and learning fast, she answers while smiling. Shish. E takes a mouthful of food with her chopsticks, then chews it for a few moments and swallows it. I estimated that they will only need 2 or 3 more days to finish their writing lessons. I see. It's been exactly 2 weeks since we start the basic education for those 48 hobgoblins. Ciel's class needs, according to her estimation just now, only 2 or 3 more days to finish the IR writing lessons, while my class still needs 3 until 5 more days to finish the reading lessons. For goodness sake, I feel like I start to envy Ciel for how fast her class is learning. But now it's not really her class that's learning fast. Yeah, it's indeed true that her class consists of the most exceptional individuals of all, but how she teaches them is the one that plays the biggest role. As exceptional as an individual might be, if the teacher doesn't teach one with an appropriate method, it will be useless. I can now solve some fairly complex algebraic expressions and many her math things after years of me being completely clueless about them. It's all thanks to, of course, Ciel. I asked her to teach me those things after teaching me the basics of teaching because I had nothing else to do. Every evening, I usually go to a certain place called study room inside our imaginary space where the flow of time is accelerated manifolds and meet Ciel, who has already prepared a rounded table. 2 chairs across each other, some sheets of paper, and 2 pens. Her teaching style is, to a great extent, different from the majority of my teachers in my first world. Her explanations are so easy to digest, effective in words and concise. She also often uses some analogies taken from daily life to poke my instinct. Not only does she explain what something is, but she also explains why and how something is the way it is. It really helps me to make sense of it and find the right application for that matter. And most of all, she never scolds me when I can't understand things at the first time. If I still can't understand after 2 or 3 times, she usually will re-explain it with slightly easier words. She does appear to be slightly annoyed, but not to the extent that she raises her tone or something like that. Completely the opposite from the majority of teachers I know. This was one of her lessons. Does master know why adding or subtracting the both sides of an equation will result in equivalent equation? She asked. Because the solutions are exactly the same. Please explain what it means exactly. I don't know. I never really understand. My teachers only told me to memorize the definition but never explained what it really meant. I see. She let out a shallow sigh. She wrote an equation, x plus 3 equals 8, in a paper and handed it to me. Now, please imagine that master has a scale. Then, imagine that master puts a mysterious massless box filled with apples labeled X, and 3 more apples at one side and puts 8 apples at the other sides. The scale is perfectly balanced. How many apples are inside the box? X. 5. 5, great. She stood up and walked to my right side. Now take 3 apples from the both sides of the scale. She wrote, 3 inches to the both sides of the equation written on the paper in front of me. How will the scale be? Still balanced, or now tilted to either of the both sides? And why? Still balanced. Because we take the same amount from the both sides. Is the number of apples inside the box, X, still the same? Of course, it is. We don't even take anything from the box. What does that mean to you, master? Because the both sides of an equation are connected with equal sign, they are bound to be always equal. If we take the equal numbers from or add them to the both sides, they will still be always equal, like how they are bound to be. That's why the solutions are still the same, hence the new equation resulted will be equivalent to the previous equation. Yes, it's more or less like that. If we pay a closer attention, this is how we can move a term to the other side of equation but at the cost of the sign being flipped. Positive 3 minus 3 is 0, it gets crossed out. She struck the said numbers, hence, x is equal to 8 minus 3, which is equal to 5. Positive 3, moved to the other side, now is flipped, becoming negative 3. The core idea is simply about how we utilize the concept of equivalence so we can cross out a number at one side and make it reappear at the other side. Whoa, wait a minute, is it really just like that? Are you serious? Hen, for what did I confuse myself back then? I already know that moving a term to another side will flip its sign. But I never got to know how did it come that way. If I tried to ask my teachers, most likely they would answer with something like, rule is rule, or even, they would treat me as if I didn't pay attention at all. It's completely understandable that her class is learning much faster than mine. After all, she is the embodiment of wisdom itself. Just as I said, I've been being taught the basics of teaching by Ciel as we keep teaching our classes every day. As easily as I can understand her explanations. There's no way I can immediately become an expert out of sudden in just a few weeks of learning. I'm not having that much experience, while experience is absolutely needed to become an expert. Teaching a class like what I've been doing is exactly where I can get that experience from. Someday in the future, I'll also be an academy teacher. That's why, I ought to do my best. It may, indeed, become so tiring. But I know this is the best way for us if we want our citizens to be completely independent. As the Japanese saying that goes, ku wa raku no tane, or, bitterness is a seed of comfort. We may get tired today and maybe a few years later, but it will eventually pay off, giving us a very sweet result. By the way, Master, asks Ciel, snapping me back to the reality. Yes, I've started to sense some movements done by the orcs from the east direction. Their main group is estimated to reach the marshlands around the area of Lake Sis in less than a month. And from the west direction, 2 humans and 1 elf have infiltrated the forest. I see, so it's already time, huh? Yes, Master. We continue eating our lunch while also discussing this matter. Where? Discussing about the orcs, current movement, the prediction of how the pattern of their movements will be, and how we're going to deal with them. After we've finished our lunch, we immediately clean the tableware and prepare ourselves. We walk out of our house. I immediately invoke time-space manipulation to instantly teleport us in front of the entrance to the Cave of Ciel. This is where Aura trains himself since a few weeks ago. We pass through a compound barrier we've casted to cover his special training ground. We laid the barrier onto the floor of the cave as well. We did that for a reason that you will know shortly after this. Normal series. Normal punch, shouts someone so loudly as a very huge sonic boom is generated. The power it carries is so enormous. According to analysis and appraisal done by Ciel, this single punch is able to demolish the lands in radius of 1 kilometer. It will also send powerful shockwaves through the ground. Our currently small town might very well get easily obliterated. The one who did that earlier was none other than Veldora himself. As deadly as that move was, that was, however, merely one of the basic level moves in terms of the movement's complexity that he's got. He still has a lot of higher level moves on his sleeve. To add what I once said at the time, I gave him the shonen manga so he can pick up some deadly moves to create his fighting style. Which he now calls it, Veldora's style killing arts. This is why we casted this compound barrier to cover the area of this training ground. This compound barrier consists of 2 separate barriers that are combined into one single barrier. The first barrier has an anti-sound attribute and the second barrier has a contact-preventing attribute. The anti-sound attribute of this compound barriers, as the name says, prevents the leakage of the deafening sound of sonic booms generated every time Veldora releases a dangerous move, so it won't disturb everyone in the world, especially everyone in our town. The contact-preventing attribute, meanwhile, prevents any contacts both from the inside and from the outside. This more or less makes the area inside the barrier completely isolated from the outside world. If we didn't cover the floor of the cave, I'm sure the nations surrounding the Great Forest of Jura would have already experienced a fairly high number of minor to moderate earthquakes. And the world that was already in chaos would be even more chaotic. As a result, the Great Forest of Jura might get raided unexpectedly by a huge number of troops from the human nations that were united by the same threat and enemy. Hey, Veldora, I greet. He instantly notices us. Oh, Rimuru and Ciel, isn't it? He slowly descends to the ground in front of us. How's your training? I ask to open the conversation. Kuahahaha, it's better than ever. He says. So, what brings you here this time? Actually, we want to ask you something. Would you agree? Kuahaha. Aha, if it's my sworn friends who request it, then I will agree whatever it is. Very well, we will give you a special mission. Special mission? His eyes are sparkling. What kind of special mission will I get? He asks excitedly. It's easy. We explain everything he'll need to do and everything he isn't allowed to do for the sake of this mission's success. It's the result of our discussion at lunch earlier. We decided to get Veldora to do it instead of us. That way, we can easily convince them and make them listen to us without any doubts. There are also a lot of benefits we can gain from it. That's pretty much all. Do you understand, Veldora? I see. This is so interesting. I understand. But, I say with a raised tone, don't have even the slight saint thought about doing anything that we don't give permission on. Because, if you actually do it, Ciel says in a deadpan tone, continuing my words, we will make you travel all the way around to the northern continent and request your beloved sister to re-educate you nicely. Honestly, her tone isn't that terrifying. What's really terrifying is the way how she gazes at Veldora. Anyone who becomes the target of her gaze can freeze in fear. And special for Veldora, simply the mention of his beloved sister can frighten him severely. He must have got a PTSD remembering his past with his elder sister. Oh, poor Veldora. If you emerge successful from your mission, I promise I will treat you much better than I did before. You might as well use this. I hand him a bracelet. A bracelet, he takes it then observes it. What is this for? It has a partial aura suppressing attribute, I reply. Hasn't Ciel deemed me able to completely control my aura? Why would I need it? There is one allowed thing that we haven't told you, Ciel explains. It is that you're allowed to use your dragon form and release your aura. Really? He seems to get more excited than ever. I'm allowed to do it? Yes, that's why this bracelet is necessary. While we allow you to do that, we don't want your aura to spread too far and cause unnecessary trouble. This bracelet can limit the aura emitted to the specified degree regardless of how strong your true aura is. This bracelet's attribute is based on Shizu-san's mask. It's been modified so it will let a certain amount of aura, and otherwise suppress the remaining aura. Roughly speaking, if one wears this bracelet, the amount of aura one emits will be the same as the amount of aura Veldora emits if it's him who wears it, as long as the Ur's true aura exceeds the specified limit. It works like a faucet that only lets out the maximum amount of water it allows regardless of how much water is stored. The bracelet has also been strengthened by Ciel, so it can withstand about 10 folds of Veldora's full true dragon haki. I will also send one of my enhanced clones along with you to guide you to where they are and also help you, I add. I see this is getting more and more interesting. Kuahahaha. Notice this before you go to your mission, okay? The time will be half an hour before sunset. Now, if you excuse us, we'll be going now. We immediately teleport ourselves outside the town. My multi-dimensional perception immediately senses 3 people, 2 humans and 1 elf just as Ciel said in our discussion. They shouldn't be far away by now. I can feel that they are currently running from something for their dear lives. They didn't do anything foolish again, did they? Nah, judging from the situation, it's most likely a yes. We pull out our majestic jet black dragon wings. We spread our wings wide, soaring high in the sky. Third person's perspective. In a mysterious place, a high-class Majin can be seen standing under the shadow of a tree, looking at a magic ball. He has a white hat on his head. He wears a yellow-colored shirt with a white robe on top of it. He also has a red-colored bow tie. Overall, it looks like he's wearing a high-class attire. There are apparently also some magical properties on that outfit. His face is unknown since he covers it with a mask that has a beak like that of a bird. His ears are long pointed, hinting that he is some kind of elf. His left hand is holding a cane while his right hand is holding the magic ball. Not really an elf, but some kind of species, similar to an elf. Just remember what race the clowns are. How's it going, Gelmid-sama? Someone besides him cheerfully asks. He's wearing an asymmetric clown mask, drawn to look as if he's making fun of his enemy. It looks like everything is going according to the plan. What are ya going to do after this? I am going to visit the ogre village and offer them to submit to me. If they refuse, simple, I will make Geld's minions raise all of them, erasing them from existence once and for all. Then, hope our plan will go well. See ya again. Gelmid is currently pleased with how things have been going without a hitch. He continues his way, heading towards the ogre village, the last race in the great forest of Jura which he'll ever pay a visit to. Rimuru's perspective. AAA. Aku. ITE loud scream can be heard in the distance, echoing throughout the forest. We stop our movements, floating in the air and observing our surroundings. We can see 3 people, 2 men and a girl are running so desperately from something that is chasing them. Just like the last time, they're running for their dear lives from a huge animal chasing them angrily, because a certain idiot leader, with a mindset of a kid who pokes a hornet nest to see what happens, has disturbed its peaceful life, making it angry except that what's chasing them this time is not a group of giant ants. The hell did I just see? But a single huge reptile. These 3 really are a bunch of idiots, I think, with a dumbfounded expression. I start to really wonder about how can they even manage to survive until the present time. This is More or less, how Rimuru's expression is when observing the trio. The men seem to be blaming each other. This is your fault, Caval, accuses the brown-haired, sturdy-looking man while running. Have you lost your mind? How the hell did you even think to poke a giant lizard's nest? Shut up, retorts the golden-haired young man. Don't complain about your leader. I can only internally facepalm hearing those words. Why does it have to be you who always cause such kind of problem? Shouts the blonde-haired young girl. Caval, you idiot, Caval, don't call your leader a dork. The golden-haired man seems to be stabbed by the blonde-haired girl's words. Watch out, the giant lizard releases an attack by launching its tongue. And miraculously, they saw how can dodge it by bending themselves down while still running, without losing their balance. Damn, their agility is actually a real deal. I guess the epithet, one of the parties, if not the party, with the highest survival rate, really isn't just a joke to laugh at. If I die after this, I swear I'll come back haunting you. The blonde-haired girl threatens, crying a little. Gahahahaha, the young man just laughs it off. That's not even possible. If you ask why, it's because his face immediately changes into a hopeless expression. I'd be dying together with you. They keep running and running. It looks like their stamina won't allow them to run any further, as their speed slowly decreases over time. The giant lizard catches up with them. We decide to save them now. Shizu-san doesn't come with them this time. So there is no one who can fight back. If we don't save them, that giant lizard would launch an attack that would undoubtedly mark the final sentence of their lives' history. We actually have more reasons to save them. First, they are said to have high information gathering capabilities, so we can gain some important information from them. Second, that young blonde-haired girl there is a real nobility. So saving her can be a very great help to ease the formation of our diplomatic relationship someday with the country she was from. Just before the lizard attacks them, by slamming them with one of its front legs, I activate my magic. I raise my right hand up, then swing it until my palm directly faces the giant lizard. An ominous-looking black thunder is shot. Its black color is blacker than the blackest thing in the world, like the depths of a void. As a member of True Dragon family, I'm wielding an element which defines the nature of my power, my existence, or even my own personality. There are 8 known elements in this world. The 5 basic elements, earth, water, fire, wind, and sky, and light above them are the 3 advanced elements, light, darkness, and time. However, there is another element which is the highest of all, the one that pioneered everything and the progenitor of the so-called existence. And that is the very element I'm currently wielding, the void element. I might have easily got the title, Void Dragon, if only I often showed up in public in my dragon form. In this fanfiction, Rimuru has gained his dragon form which resembles Veldanava a lot. The magic I invoked just now is one of its manifestations, Void Thunder. As soon as my thunder hits the giant lizard, it instantly disappears without any trace left. However, because of how big the power that thunder carried, it consequently causes a not-so-small explosion which throws them to the ground a few meters away. Whoopsie, sorry about that. They struggle to get themselves up but finally manages to sit on the ground. What the hell happened just now? Asks Caval to himself while touching his own head. That giant lizard has already vanished without a trace. It looked like a black lightning. But I never saw something that black. They're bewildered by what just happened to them. We fly above them and prepare ourselves to land. The blonde-haired girl is the first one to notice us. Look, she points her index finger at us. The rest of them immediately look at the direction the blonde-haired girl is pointing at. They unconsciously gape their mouths as soon as their eyes meet ours. Goddesses, they murmur among themselves. Our presence just adds to their bewilderment, I suppose. They look at where the giant lizard should be before vanishing, then at us, then back at it. And so on for a few times. After that, they become completely petrified for some reason. A divine thunder was shot by the heaven, saving us from a threat that would surely spell our doom. 2 beautiful goddesses were seen descending from the heaven to the lands of mortal not so long after that. The fact that these goddesses were descending near where the thunder struck. These goddesses must be the ones who sent that thunder. Are we really worthy to be saved by the goddesses? Maybe that's what they're thinking, or at least, it's what I think they're thinking right now. Our tiptoes have touched the ground. We gradually put the soles of our feet onto the ground. Simultaneously, we slightly bend our legs while folding our wings, then slowly pull them in. It gives an impression of a majestic landing. Indeed. Greeting, human adventurers, I greet, straightening my body. We have sensed your presence near our town. When we went to check on you, it turned out that you were having quite a bit problem. So, we decided to save you. They've come back to their senses but they don't say anything. My name is Rimuru Tempest, I continue, putting my right palm in front of my chest, smiling faintly. And this is my partner, Ciel. Nice to meet you. Since all of you look pretty exhausted, says Ciel, how about you take rest in our town? But is it really fine? Asks the blonde-haired girl. It's fine, I reply. Right, Ciel. Yes, Ciel says. You adventurers must have gone through many things along your journey, so we will treat you nicely. You've also lost most of your luggage since you were running from that giant lizard, so we will give you some food to eat. The moment Ciel says, food, we can see a small drop of water leaking from the corners of their lips. It's very obvious that they haven't got a proper meal or maybe even have been starving along their journey here looking at their faces, so I guess we should give them some food, too. We will gladly take your offer. They stand up as if their fatigue has disappeared and immediately bow to us 70 degrees. Just the mention of food is enough to make them forget their fatigue, Anyway, okay, then, we walk near them and cast time-space manipulation to teleport all of us near the gate to our town. They're shocked when they suddenly have changed place in an instant. Yeah, of course, they would. Even if one of them is, more or less, quite a decent sorcerer, I'm sure that even she hasn't ever heard of something like an instant teleportation spell. A sorcerer is a class of mages specialized in elemental magic. Ciel and I are walking in front, followed by the trio behind. Welcome to our lovely town, say I and Ciel simultaneously as we step into the town gate. We're greeted by the sight of the daily life of our town. Even though it's still in its early period, the town is already so beautiful, just like how we envisioned it before, an advanced city which harmonizes with the nature. The space between houses is not too crowded and some areas especially outside the roads are deliberately left not paved, giving some room for the water to be absorbed by the ground and chances for the trees and grasses to grow. We even have a sort of a greenery park where we can relax. The citizens, without us telling them, are always taking care of their surroundings. We often see them cutting some grasses around their houses that potentially can ruin the town's beauty. The citizens who pass us by greet us cheerfully, smiling warmly and slightly bowing their head at us and occasionally at the trio. Some children who are playing and running around also get near us happily, which we sometimes pat their heads. The trio, meanwhile, who receive the bowings and the smiles, only bow their heads back nervously. Their excited faces are gone, replaced by very tensed expressions. They might have never expected monsters to be acting like humans, let alone building a full-scale town. It's understandable. No need to be so nervous, I say while facing forward. The citizens won't bite you or anything. They're nice people. You understood. Since it's already afternoon, the town is slightly less busy than it usually is every morning. It's not like that the citizens are slacking off with Gobta and his gang often is the exception. Some of them might seem to be resting, completely relaxed, but I can tell that they're definitely ready to carry out any orders we might give them at any moment. I form a thought communication with the hobgoblins, who are working in the town's cafeteria where our citizens usually eat it if they don't cook for themselves. Gabichi, Haruna, I call. Ah, yes, Rimuru-sama, answers Gabichi. What could we help you? Please prepare some foods and beverages. We've got a few guests. It shall be done quickly, Rimuru-sama, replies Haruna. I disconnect our thought communication. After walking for some time, we've arrived at the cafeteria. Welcome to the cafeteria, Rimuru-sama, Ciel-sama, and also their guests, greets a goblina waitress, bowing, as we enter the cafeteria. Choose whatever seats you might like, I say to the trio. The trio choose to sit at the table which is located at the middle of the frontmost line. I and Ciel, meanwhile, sit at a table located right beside the trio. Less than 2 minutes later, Gabichi and Haruna come out of the cafeteria kitchen with each of them respectively bringing a tray of foods and a tray of teas. They come closer to the trio's table then put 3 bowls of food and 3 cups of teas on it. After that, they move closer to our table then put 2 bowls of food and 2 cups of teas on it. I never asked them to prepare foods and beverages for us too. But if we declined it, they might very well be saddened. So, we just go with it and give them a compliment instead. Great job, Gabichi, Haruna, Ciel praises. You've worked very fast. Thank you very much, Ciel-sama, Haruna responds. We are merely fulfilling our duty. We will go back to the kitchen, says Gabichi. Then, please excuse us, Rimuru-sama, Ciel-sama. He bows at us, followed by Haruna. They turn around and go back to the cafeteria kitchen. When we look at the trio, munch munch munch, they're gluttonously savoring the food served to them as though they wouldn't have a meal anymore after this. Well, I'm also a kinda gluttonous person myself if it comes to food especially. And the trio are eating that way because they hadn't had a decent meal for some days. So, I don't really have a place to complain about their behavior. I take my bowl and change my attention to it. I take a pair of disposable chopsticks on the table and snap them. I pick up a slice of maya tea with the chopsticks and begin to enjoy the food. Oh, by the way, the food served to us is roasted meat. It kinda resembles yakiniku, except that we don't have the sauce. The meat is only given some simple seasonings, mainly salt. That being said, for a humble dish like this, its taste is honestly very good. Ciel had been teaching the goblinas and a few male hobgoblins who worked in the tempo rari kitchen about how to cook meat and some vegetables back when our town was still in its early construction period, although the things she taught were just the basics. The advanced things will be taught later once a certain pink-haired lovely girl has joined us. Several minutes later, all of us have finished eating and drinking. Did you enjoy the food? I ask the trio, smiling. Yes, the food was very delicious, replies the blonde-haired girl happily, slightly bowing at us, followed by the other. Thank you very much for the meal. Glad you enjoyed it. We apologize, says the golden-haired man. We never expected to be treated nicely by monsters. But we do appreciate it. We did not expect to find goblins building a town here, says the brown-haired man. Not quite. They are hobgoblins. But whatever. No worries, I reassure. So, would you mind telling us your names? I am Kaval, the leader of this party as well as the master of defense, says the golden-haired young man. I am Guido, the thief of this party who excels in reconnaissance, says the brown-haired, sturdy-looking man. And I am Ellen, the sorcerer of this party, says the blonde-haired young girl. Please, say don't spam me with something that says it should be Aren, or something. Yes, indeed it is the official spelling, but I prefer another spelling, Ellen, more. It's just I don't know. I just don't want people shouting, Eren Jaeger, or something like that. This is not an Attack on Titan fanfic. Kaval, Guido, and Ellen, isn't it? Could you tell us how you ended up running from a giant lizard earlier? I ask. Right, about that. They begin to tell the story of their journey from the kingdom of Blumen to the forest of Jura without even trying to hide anything. Maybe it's because of their annoyance of being ordered to come back investigating without a proper rest. We're listening to their story while occasionally sipping our teas. So, it briefly went like this. It all started at the day when the Western Holy Church announced Veldora's complete disappearance. They were sent by their guildmaster of the Kingdom of Blumen to investigate the Cave of the Seal, just to find nothing from it. After they came back, reporting the situation inside the cave and confirming Veldora's disappearance, the guildmaster, who apparently didn't care about their condition, only gave them 3 or so days of rest and sent them again. Now to investigate the areas around the forest under the pretext saying that Veldora's disappearance may cause the monsters to be more active. As they keep telling their story, they're often roasting and badmouthing their own guildmaster in the middle of story, like calling him an ignorant old geezer or something like that. Honestly, I start to feel bad for the guildmaster in question. Their story is so long, that when we realize, the sunlight has already turned orange. Oh wow, I wonder how many hours have passed. Ciel, I say through my and Ciel's integrated mind. Could you tell me what time is it exactly? It's 32 minutes and 29 seconds before sunset, master. About half an hour before sunset then. That's the story of our journey here, says Guido. Closing their storytelling, Rimuru-san, Ciel-san, are you perhaps the leaders of this town? Ellen asks. How does it look to you? I reply. You both seem to be highly admired and respected by the monsters. The goblins here, Kaval says. I also heard that the 2 goblins, or I should say hobgoblins, looking at their physical characteristics and way of speaking, called you both with an honorific, Sama, earlier. Unless you are their leaders or their masters, we cannot think of anything else that would have you treated so, adds Guido. Who I have to admit that they're quite sharp. You do have a point. I say. Indeed, I and Ciel are the leaders of this town. They don't look too surprised since they've expected it. However, will come shortly after this the real surprise. Something that even everyone in the world wouldn't expect. I sense someone approaching. I immediately know who it might be. There it comes. Yo, Rimuru, Ciel. A tan-skinned, blonde-haired old-looking man enters the cafeteria out of nowhere, walking towards our table. Oh hey, Veldora, I greet. Hearing me saying the name, Veldora, the trio are shocked. They look even more confused and bewildered than they did when we saved them from the giant lizard. I choose to just ignore them. This is going exactly as we've planned. Just as you said, I've come to notice you half an hour before sunset, he says. So, what is my mission? Quote, alright, then, says Ciel. You can start your mission now. Master's enhanced clone is already waiting for you outside the cafeteria. It's the one who'll guide you and help you in your mission. Kuahahaha then, I'll be heading now. He casually walks out of the cafeteria. Bye. Once he has stepped out, he jumps with a blast, soaring high to the Oron. GE sky with my enhanced clone following him. Speaking of which, my enhanced clone is dressed in cloak covering its entire body and wearing mask covering its face. Why? Because I don't want my face being exposed to the enemy for now. VV Veldora. Caval gasps. He is V Veldora. Guido's voice is trembling. Yes, he is. I take sip of my tea, completely ignoring their shock. He indeed is Veldora, the storm dragon, Ciel adds. He is Master Rimuru's sworn friend. He's under our reign, hence we will make sure he won't ravage lands anymore like what he did in the past. You under your reign? Asks Ellen. Yes, I answer. Because things have turned out to be like this. I stand up, walking towards the trio's table followed by Ciel. Let's talk a bit, shall we? Our smiles are now replaced by a dead serious expression. We look sharply at their eyes. The atmosphere surrounding us also begins to change, following the situation we've created, starting to exert quite a heavy mental pressure. To everyone near our presence to let them know that we're really serious and not playing around. The trio gulp in nervousness. You said that you came from the kingdom of Bloomond, am I right? I open this serious conversation. Why yes. It's Caval who responds. We have some messages for your guildmaster, Fuse. Third person's perspective. 30 minutes ago, in a village located at the southwest direction of Lake Sis, lived there one of the superior races in the Great Forest of Jura. An informal collection of clans, together forming a kind of battle fort home to 300 that was the ogres' home. For a monster village, the ogres' village was already very decent. Their surroundings were clear from filth. Their houses were not simple shacks or huts like those of low-rank monsters. Their houses were built from woods and already having a carefully planned design with each room having its own dedicated functions. They even cleared some grasses and bushes to make a footpath which connected nearly every villager. Their village could be said to be comparable to the humans' villages. No, in fact, around 400 years ago, there once lived alongside them a group of actual human warriors from unknown origin. The warriors came to the ogres' homeland, heavily wounded and seemingly lost in the forest. By that point, the ogres were a belligerent bunch, more akin to monsters than they were now. But even then, they didn't the defenseless. They were a high level, not very preoccupied about food, so they took care of them. The warriors were so thankful for this. They instructed the ogres in battle techniques and gifted their armor to them. One among them knew how to forge katana-style weapons, and after a long trial-and-error process, they succeeded in producing large number of weapons. As a superior race, their intelligence was high. It was proven by how they were able to keep their tradition going even after hundreds of years. Their strength was obviously cannot be looked down at either. All of them combined were as strong as a small nation's Knight Corps, a force equivalent to 3,000 fighters trained to B- rank level. These ogres' lifestyle could be described as militaristic. The clans held battle trainings with each other on a regular basis. Occasionally, they also joined this or that side to assist other races when they fell into conflict with their neighbors. They lived as de facto mercenaries. Some of the clans had left some notable marks in the history, forming vanguard forces for one demon lord or another. All of the ogres, who were currently living in this village, were descended from them. They'd been enjoying a long era of peace, without ever undisturbed by any kind of conflicts. To them, the monsters of the forest were nowhere near challenging enough. And as of late, they hadn't even had any rampaging lesser dragons to deal with. It was around an hour before sunset. The sky was slowly turning orange. The ogres were doing the usual things they would do around these times. There was nothing wrong, until a few minutes later, an uninvited person came to the village. He was wearing a beaked mask, a white robe, and a white hat. His left hand was holding a cane. Who are you? Some village guards who noticed him immediately sprang into action, pointing their weapons at him. What are you doing at our village? I'm the great Majin Gelmid, said the person. I've come to request an audience with your chief. The guards were still wary of him. After a few moments without any movements, the guards' leader ordered one of them to report to their chief. The ordered ogre immediately ran to meet the chief. Excuse me, chief. He immediately kneeled behind the chief. I have a report. The village guard, isn't it? Ponita. Crimson red-haired ogre turned his face at him. What is your report? A suspicious Majin has come to our village. He said that he has come to request an audience with you. Is that it? Very well, I will meet him myself. Please, wait a moment, chief. Does chief not think it might be a dangerous thing to do? The guard stated his concern. Please at least allow one of us to escort you. It'd be no problem, the chief said. He directly ordered his son the ogre's prince to escort him. His son resembled him very much. Their skin tones both had reddish tint and their hairs both had crimson red color. The only difference between them visible at immediate glance was their hairstyles. The chief had a long, straight hair tied in ponytail, while his son had a relatively short, wavy hair. He walked to the village main entrance area, meeting the said Majin who'd been waiting for them. What is your business here in our village, Majin? Asked the chief. I've come to give you a very great offer. Offer? Submit to me and I shall give you names. No, replied the chief flatly. If you receive a name, you will get an even higher P. No, the chief insisted, we will not submit to anyone. Think ab. Don't you have an ear? Rebuffed the chief's son. My father said no, we will not submit to anyone. Why you? The chief and his son immediately assumed a battle stance. They had their right hands on their sword handles, ready to unsheath their swords at any time. All right, I'm leaving, he cursed angrily as he turned around and started leaving. Let this village burn. Some villagers, who'd heard what was happening around the village entrance, stopped their activities and ran to the village entrance area, gathering a few meters behind the chief and his son. Don't you think you've gone too far? Asked the chief to his son without turning his attention from the leaving Majin. I do not think so, father, his son answered. He sounded too untrustworthy. Indeed, you're right, we cannot just swear allegiance to a random person, after all. He turned around. All of you, go back to what you're doing. The chief disbanded the crowd and everyone went back to their activities. However, none of them seemed to realize, the moment they turned Gelmud's offer down, this exact hour might be the last hour for them, before their hundreds of years of peace came to its end. Two people are seen flying from an area near the cave of the Ciel, a muscular blonde-haired man and someone completely covered in cloak. They're heading towards the east direction while observing the forest. A huge lake with a vast marshland area and countless caves surrounding it begins to enter their sight. It is Lake Sis, the domain of the lizardmen. Everything seems peaceful, abnormally peaceful, in fact. Until they take a further look forward. A huge group of nearly 200,000 orcs is making their way along the great river of Ameld, seemingly marching towards Lake Sis. From the distance and their speed, they are expected to reach the marshlands within 3 to 4 weeks. They shift their view slightly to the south. They see a fairly big village with some ogres are seen doing their activities. It is, as one might have guessed, the ogres' village. But less than 1 kilometer away in front of the ogres' village, a horde of few thousand orcs is marching towards them. It will assumedly take about 10 to 15 minutes before they reach the village. It's already time, huh? Mutters the cloaked one. He immediately stops mid-air, now standing still, floating. Why did you suddenly stop? Asks the blonde-haired man while also stopping. You see that ogre's village over there? The cloaked one points at the village. It's where your mission will take place. We are going to rescue them, he points at the marching orcs, from the orcs over there. Kuahahaha, I see. Then I'll be heady. Wait, the cloaked one interrupts. Not yet. I think we are going to rescue them. The blonde-haired man is confused by the cloaked one's words. You don't have a patience, do you? If you show up right now then change into your dragon form, the enemies will definitely be able to see you clearly. He takes out a sort of paper with extremely complex runes written on it. He flies backwards then places the paper on the blonde-haired man's back. What are you doing? Just wait until I finish it. Quote. The cloaked raises his right hand, palm facing the paper. The runes begin to glow, emitting a faint yellow-colored light. Yosh, this should do the job, says the cloaked one after finishing what he did. This is a paper filled with runes to completely conceal your presence from the unwanted individuals. I use the runes of prepared beforehand instead of directly casting it because I don't want to waste time specifying which individuals who can and cannot see through the illusion. I see, so you want my true identity only known to those ogres but not to the enemies. In other words, this is your way to control the flow of information, so the enemies can't gain advantages from it. Hey, so you do get it. Kuahahaha, as expected from my sworn friend. You don't read those manga things for nothing. HMPH. Now, enough chit-chat. I've done my part. So, now to yours. I will oversee the progress from here. Without further ado, the blonde-haired man turns his direction and flies towards the village. Meanwhile, at a certain house in the village, a pink-haired ogre's face suddenly becomes so tensed. Her usual smile is gone. The chief instantly notices the change in his daughter's mood. What's the matter, my daughter? He asks. It's really not like you to become this anxious. Father, she responds, it would seem that my extra skill thr. Eat perception has detected a pure hostility approaching us in the distance. I could feel a very strong killing intent. Killy, kuahahahaha. That sudden laughter surprises every villager, causing them to gather near its source. Hear me, ogres, follow me and you'll be saved, exclaims someone so loudly. Chief, a village guard knocks the chief's house. He immediately kneels in front of the chief after he opens the door. Report, there is a man who claims to be able to save us from something that we do not even know. Got it, report accepted. He quickly gets out of his house with his daughter by his side. My daughter, the hostility you felt earlier, was it from that man? Asks the chief while walking closer to the village's hindmost area, the furthest from the main entrance area. There he sees a blonde-haired man floating. No, father, she replies. This man is completely different. He harbors an unknown intent. The hostility I felt earlier came from the opposite direction of this man from the front of our village. Quote, when that man said that we'll be saved, the chief thinks as he keeps walking, does it perhaps mean that we'll be saved from the approaching hostility that my daughter said? They enter the crowd. The villagers, who notice their chief and princess's presence, immediately open a way for them. The chief and the princess immediately join the prince, who is already standing at the frontmost line. May I ask, who are you and from what will you save us? Inquires the chief as he stops his steps, looking up at the blonde-haired man. I'm Veldora the Storm Dragon, and I've come to warn you about the orcs' upcoming attack and save you from them. Orcs? So, the hostility that my daughter felt was from the orcs. But, why would we need to be saved from mere orcs? Except the chief. Everyone is only looking at him with a dumbfounded expression, thinking that this man there is crazy. There is no way he is Veldora-sama, our guardian deity. He only looks like a plain, middle-aged human. That's what inside the majority of the villagers' minds. Although, I admit that he's quite handsome. I see, I understand, so, you're not convinced yet. He flies several meters higher. Then, behold my true form. He immediately transforms into his dragon form, causing a huge magical explosion around him. He begins to release an extremely intense aura, naturally alerting the ogres. Once again, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Veldora the Storm Dragon, and the guardian of the great forest of Jura. Those who defy me will be annihilated. Foo 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 ha 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 ha. He lets out a loud three-stage laughter which only emphasizes the terror inside the ogres' hearts. But, the aura he's currently emitting only reaches a radius less than 200 meters, W. Hitch is currently outside the orcs' radar. This is thanks to the partial aura suppressing bracelet he's wearing, which was given by his friend before he went here. But, as suppressed as his aura is, it is still very strong. Enough to make all ogres a superior race to be completely petrified, being not able to move every inch of their bodies. This aura, however, gives a very nostalgic feeling to them. This aura feels exactly the same as the aura they used to feel before his disappearance. This has finally convinced all ogres that the dragon in front of them is, indeed, Veldora the Storm Dragon. Veldora immediately changes back to his human form. He turns off his aura, then lands on the ground a few meters in front of the chief and his two children. The chief is the first one to regain his senses. Veldora-sama, he says. Kneeling and bowing his head, we deeply apologize for having doubted your great presence. His son and daughter are the first two to kneel following him, then they're followed by all other villagers. It is a grand honor, indeed, continues the chief, for us to be able to meet our mighty guardian deity in person. Excuse my rudeness, Veldora-sama, he lifts his head, but may I ask one question, please? What is it, ogre? Why would we need to run from the orcs while we are clearly much superior than them? Kuahahaha. Good questions. They are not mere orcs like what you thought. They are wearing full plate armors, just like humans. And the Orc Lord also has been born, you see. This revelation shocks everyone present. The Orc Lord is a unique monster of legend. A calamity that brings chaos to the world, who appears roughly once in every few centuries. It is said that the Orc Lord devours even the fear and terror of his own allies. The skill the Orc Lord is born with. The unique skill, Starving One, its effect reaches those who serve under him, causing them to devour everything in sight ravenously. At the same time, they consume the victim's strength and abilities, making them their own nourishment. In exchange for obtaining Starving One, they feel constant, insatiable hunger. The orcs move forward for no other purpose, other than to satiate their endless hunger and gain more power. That is the only thing their king wishes for. It is way too terrifying. They don't believe it, or rather, they don't want to believe it. But it is Veldora, their own guardian deity himself, who tells it to them. He surely knows better what's happening in the forest than any of them. They better believe it, because things have turned out to be like this. It means that the ogres have but one choice left. If the orcs manage to capture and kill even only one of my people, then that's the end of the story. The chief begins to think deeply, head facing ground and eyes closed. They'll devour the dead body and gain power akin to us ogres. Every death of my people will just strengthen the other side. We'll get completely annihilated before the day even ends. If we try to take them head on, it will just be the same as us wasting our own lives only to be their nourishment. He opens his eyes, lifts his head, and looks at Veldora. Now that Veldora-sama himself offers us his protection personally in this kind of situation, how fortunate are we, the ogres. The chief faintly smiles. Then, he says, bowing his head again, we will gladly follow you as you have requested, Veldora-sama. We humbly request you to take care of us under your protection. Please take care of us under your protection. All ogres exclaim in unison while also bowing their heads. Kuahahaha. All right. Then, prepare yourself. The orcs will arrive less than 5 minutes. We're going to flee from this village now, at this exact moment. Remember, you have to like it or not leave your houses, your wealth, and your memories here and now. The words Veldora spitted out earlier, indeed, are his own words. It is the result of the wisdom that he has collected from reading the Holy Scriptures his sworn friends have given him up until this point. We will follow you, even if it means we must sacrifice everything we have. Exclaims all ogres without hesitation. They've made up their minds. Great, then, he turns around. Let's go quickly from this village and follow me. All ogres started from the chief, his 2 children, their direct subordinates. Then finally the rest of the villagers get up from kneeling and begin to walk with Veldora leading them at the frontmost line. Where might we be going to, Veldora-sama? Asks the chief as they walk deeper into the forest. We're going to my sworn friend's town, replies Veldora without turning his face. I have their permission, so don't worry about it. I never know Veldora-sama has a friend, the chief thinks. Moreover, was he implying that he has more than one friend? And, have their permission? Why would our mighty guardian deity need a permission from someone else? But I think it's better not to question it. How strong are your sworn friends, Veldora-sama, that you need their permission to do it? The chief's son bluntly asks. Kuahahaha, do you want to know? Yes, if you kindly. They are very strong. Individually, each of both is able to give me a hard time even if I am to fight them seriously. They were the ones who helped me break free from my seal, after all. And that's also why I consider them as my sworn friends. This shocks everyone yet again. Veldora is a true dragon, the highest existence known in this world who harbors a godlike power. If he that his sworn friends are strong and able to give even the serious him a hard time, then their power are in par with the true dragons. And there are 2 of them, even. This thought instantly ignites a fear inside their hearts. Kuahahaha, don't be so scared. Despite their power, they're actually very nice people if you don't do anything foolish to them. Veldora's words at least can ease them a little bit, although there is still some anxiety left. The orcs have reached the ogres' village. However, the ogres are nowhere to be seen. Everything is so quiet, no sign of life is detected. Several unfinished works can be seen throughout the village. A fat clown is suspicious of the situation. They still decide to stomp the village anyway, supposing that the ogres are hiding inside their houses in fear. But nope, no one is there. Even after they crush every single house, they can't find any ogres to devour. Since when did they flee? I thought the ogres were still here shortly after Gelmid left. How did they flee so quickly? This turn of events frustrates and angers the clown. It seems the ogres have fled ahead of us. So, what will we do now, Footman Dono? Asks an orc wearing black-colored armor. We'll regroup with the main branch, he replies with a tone of annoyance. There is nothing we could do if things are like this. Understood. More than 20 minutes have passed since the ogres fled. The sun is slowly hiding itself behind the horizon. The orange sky gradually loses its color, turning into dark. And their long era of peace, which they've enjoyed for hundreds of years in their beloved village, has finally come to its end, opening a brand new chapter of their lives. The end.